Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Wargaming League North America 2016-2017 Season 2 Gold League Qualifiers. I am James Rockstar Grieve. Sitting next to me is Randall Rookhill Holcomb. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm feeling good. It's nice to be here on the desk. I mean, you guys asked for it, so here I am. And let's see if I just don't mess it up so I can stick around. So
I'm excited. I'm excited.
I am too, because the qualifiers have given us some really fun storylines to play with. We've got top tier, we've got Goon Squad,
We got Topper tier,
Topper tier,
top tier,
and
Topper tier.
Lincoln Brigade. So I really think we're looking at some solid teams to join us in the Gold League. Our 8th team will be decided by this tournament, broadcast today and this upcoming Thursday. After that, we'll see who's in the Gold League.
Yep, once again, it'll be for the 8th and final team. Let's go ahead and take a look at exactly how this bracket's going to play out between these final 5 teams.
All right, so what you're going to see here is TBD at the bottom. We'll get to that in just a sec, but it'll become relevant. Top tier versus Goon Squad is match number 1. That's the one we're going to get into in just a moment. Now, at the same time, there is a match between Topper tier, and Lincoln Brigade. The winner of that match will join us in that TBD down below, and the loser from tonight's match will be going down to face that team. This was a double elimination tournament up to this point, and after it finishes, you see Danger Close over there on the right?
Yep.
Those guys are the final boss. Fight them, beat them, and you're in the Gold League.
Yep, Danger Close earning that spot from taking 2nd in the Silver League, so that was their way to qualify through this tournament anyways. So whichever team wins that final match Thursday night is going to be our 8th and final team in the Gold League next season.
Which is really exciting for them. Guys, it was open signups, so look out for this every single time. You have your chance of getting into the Gold League, so keep an eye out after this season. Next season, there will be open qualifiers yet again. You can take your shot. Also, don't forget, reach out to us on Twitter, say hi, tell us who your favorite team is, and at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA.
Yep, get in there. Let us know which team you think is going to win the qualifiers, not just from tonight, but Thursday as well. Which team's going to be our 8th and final team? We want to hear your opinion, and not just which team, but the why.
Why? I want to know why. Give me some details. Give me some supporting arguments. Why is top tier going to win? Why is Topper tier the greatest troll team ever? All of these things I need to know. If you just tell me Topper tier, that doesn't mean anything. I need to know why, because we're going to talk about that stuff. I love reading tweets. I love taking what you guys are saying and maybe bringing a point up or two about that. So please feel free to reach out at Rootkill.
So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about a few of these teams for a minute. So top tier.
All right.
That's a throwback from back when you used to cast a while ago.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
mistaken.
So yeah, they showed up with these fleeces, is what you might remember from finals. They had these black fleeces as opposed to a normal like esports jersey, and they always appeared to be the slightly more like they carried themselves slightly more professionally. They took themselves very seriously, and they had some standout players. Now, what I'm seeing on the roster today, those aren't the same players from old top tier. It's a new mix of people.
Yeah, more or less, it's Siebel to Tweet 2.0, as I like to call him. I believe it's 5 players from CD last season. They dropped a few of them, but players like Pompous Magnus, Ex-Soldier, and Merle Shikta coming back into that lineup. And then they actually stole a few players from High, including Rude Awakening, who is the only surviving player of the original top-tier roster, besides E63 on Rival. Other than that, I don't believe any of the other old top-tier guys are still playing today.
If they are, they've even changed names or something. I can't place it right now. But what it is nice. It is nice to see an old brand like that come back, because it says something. It says we want to bring back top tier, not we want to bring back a new team with a new name, because that's what you do when you want to create something completely different. You pick a different team name. When you want to bring it back, I mean, that says we want to play like old top tier. We want to dominate like that. We want to bring black. We want to bring back the black fleeces.
Yep. Now, if they can make a statement through this qualifier and just knock everyone out of the way, they're 3-0 right now, so there's no reason why they can't. If they can keep that up and show us that they are that brand, that they are that very professional-like team, and they just not even a little bit shaky. CD last season when they were in the qualifier, they were shaky. They dropped some rounds. You didn't have that 100% confidence in them.
Yeah.
And right now, if they can come in here and they can just knock everyone out of the park, I think they're going to be feeling really good going into the next season if they can win every match so far on their way.
And, well, they've done so far. Against them is Goon Squad, the only other team in the bracket right now who's gone with quite as good a record.
Yep, they're also 3-0. They haven't dropped a game yet. However, by the end of tonight, one of these two teams will have had one loss.
Yep.
But looking at Goon Squad, it's not a roster that I am terribly familiar with. They have a few standout players that a lot of people will know. The main one being Chai Sniper, who's been around for a little while. He was on Yo a couple seasons ago. And then the other one is Comrade Jeff. He's a pretty well-known Clan Wars caller, very aggressive, flexible, but he doesn't have any league experience to my knowledge.
No, not that I know of either, and that's the interesting part because there are plenty of players who are amazing battle callers in Clan Wars, and some of them translate incredibly well. They get the aspects of World of Tanks that just from Clan Wars to the 7-player formats, it's easy. They get it. You just put people in the right places, make them do what they need to do. It works out.
And it kind of comes down to the different types of callers. You have some callers that are more reliant on having the 15 tanks to play with, and they look at each of the tank lineups and how that works. And there are other players that they don't really care what tanks are so much in the field, but it's the positioning and how they take control of a map. And I think Jeff falls into that second category, and I think that it could translate well if they've done their homework.
Yeah, and actually, what's funny is I didn't know he was called Jeff. I've always said I thought he was like Jefe. It was like a weird thing because it's Jeffe is I think his in-game name, and so that throws me off. And I mean,
everyone to my knowledge just calls him Jeff. So.
Yeah, you had to explain this one to me, so I'm finally catching up. But when I did a little bit of research, because I had to ask, I had to go out and just be like, okay, what is this guy's deal? Why should I expect the Goons to do well? Because they've shown up in previous quals, they've done well, but they've never gotten all the way. So Jeff's supposed to be someone who's reactive. He's a very traditional kind of a caller. He sees what's going on, he knows the response, and just all in less than 30 seconds, he's got a new plan. Everyone knows what it is. They execute.
Yep. Now, that can work very well if you have a team that's drilled, that are used to the caller, and that they react well. There's some teams that don't necessarily react as well. They don't respond. They don't move as quickly as they should.
That's tricky about being in a qualifier, is very often at a qual, you're bringing in a new roster. You're trying out something a little bit different. And one or two guys are going to make your team, and you're going to do amazing with them because they're just that new little complement you needed. Or maybe one or two guys aren't really going to pull through for you right when you need it.
Yeah, but then looking at this Goon Squad on the same thing, well, as far as Goon Squad, the other thing to look at is if they haven't done their homework so much, we could also see some pretty creative stuff out of them. We could see some stuff that's not meta, as you would say, and it's slightly different, and it could throw a wrench into things just because of how it lines up against what teams already do.
Yeah, because a lot of these teams are taking time to, try and learn a bunch of the top-level strats. They're watching the Russian, the EU, and the North American leagues. Sorry, I shouldn't leave out APAC. But if you watch APAC, that's actually where you would get the crazy strats because those guys run some off the wall stuff.
Oh yeah,
so
Honk GCs coming in on mines, triple mouses or double mouses, anyways, all sorts of bizarre stuff over there.
Yeah. So we do have the face-off ready, guys. We're going to talk to both of the leaders of these teams, see what they have to say about their leaders. Are we going to see Honk GCs on mines, guys?
Absolutely. I don't think we're playing mines.
That's a good question.
Oh, you're right. They banned it. Good job, guys. Yep. We've already answered that question. Won't be a problem coming up. We are going to have Proc, Cliff, Ghost Town, and Murrow though. So what is it with these map picks?
Yeah, well, Pompous, more to you, I guess, right now. Cliff was not a map that you guys played so far in the qualifiers, and that comes out first round tonight. What goes into that map picking there?
Sneaky strats. That's about it.
All right, that's all he'll say for right now. Got to keep everything secret. Got to keep it tight. Can't give it away.
Respect it.
Now, Comrade Jeff, is it Jeff or is Jefe actually correct?
Yeah, Jeff.
Okay, because I have to apologize. It really messed me up because the E at the end, man. All right, what's with the Goons? I don't know what's going on with you guys. I don't know your backstory. You guys aren't a team that has that kind of identity. Why are you guys going to make this?
So basically, we've all been friends for a while. Pretty much everyone on the team, just through clans and stuff, and we're all decent players. We just got this idea like, hey, let's do this for fun, and then we actually started taking it seriously, and we've been having fun, and we'd like to see ourselves get to the Gold League. And Goon Squad's just a name that me and Chai Sniper came up with, and we went with it.
All right.
And then the same question as Pompous. There's two maps that made it into tonight's map selection. You guys haven't played so far in quals, and being a new team, you may not have the same sort of in-depth strats for a lot of these maps, at least in the attack defense format. So why did Ghost Town and Pro make it into tonight?
I feel like we're strong on those maps. We have scrimmed a couple of Gold League teams already, and we've done exceptionally well against them, in some cases going over 65%. And I think that we're strong on those maps, so I think we'll be fine. If not, apps dominate, I guess.
All right, and then I've got one final question for Pompous. Pompous, your team bringing back top tier. Can you give me? Is there a story around this? Why top tier?
It was basically the brainchild of Rude Awakening, who is actually the team captain, who could not join us for this face-off right now. But he thought of the name, he came up with the logos, and we kind of just roll with it. So that's pretty much it.
Alright.
It's kind of just we wanted something new, so we got a whole bunch of new players, some new talent, and hope we'll see how it goes.
Are you guys going to bring the Black Fleeces back?
Probably not. It's up to Rude.
Okay.
All right, Jeff, any final words or thoughts for Pompous Magnus?
Good luck. Shout out to all my Rust boys. Have fun.
All right, Pompous, any final words for Comrade Jeff?
Nope. Have
All
fun,
right.
my dude.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. I will see you on the battlefield in just a moment. We will have Prohorovka coming up first.
Yeah, that should be interesting, especially because that was a map that CD didn't really play a whole lot last season. It was one of Smiley Rage's regular bans. There was the whole storyline against M60s where it just kind of seeped in. They didn't, it was a tiebreaker. They hadn't played it at all during the season. They didn't have any strats, but it was forced on them because of the tiebreaker. So against M60s, it was just on the go. Smiley Rage just calling out tanks, just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what
no
sticks.
strat, just being like, all right, guys, just like go over there. Let's see if it works.
And it won. Now, provided this is a new team, they don't have Rude Awakening, so I'm not entirely sure who's calling. I'm assuming it's X-Soldier. But we'll have to see what sort of work they've done on Prokorovka since.
Yeah, and then after Proc, we have Cliff actually in the map lineup. Then Ghost Town will be our third map, and then Muravonka will be the final map. Now, tiebreaker tonight is Ghost Town. Every match tonight is Ghost Town. And I think it's interesting. Look at how Ghost Town's kind of like third map, middle of the series. This is the one where it makes or breaks it.
Yeah, well looking at how this plays out. Cliff is a map where I think Goon Squad stand a pretty good chance because that is the least attack defend type map in here. It plays very similar to, say, Clan Wars or other tournaments just because of how the map's set up and the lineups that are brought. So it turns into more of a brawl, and so I think a team like Goon Squad can do exceptionally well on this map. But then the complete opposite. Ghost Town is the exact opposite. That is a map that relies about knowing the ins and outs of attack defend, how to make teams move around from one cap circle to another through crossfires, and knowing how to not get caught out in those long lanes where they can just be death traps if you're not careful. So I think Ghost Town is where we'll see the inexperience of Goon Squad show up, and hopefully it doesn't.
If that's a big if, because I know that's what you're going for. Because with Ghost Town, it's like, do they know this? Are they practiced? Are they ready? Are they better than top tier on this map?
And what you have to remember is Ghost Town is developed just for League. It's not in the public match rotation. It's only in team battles and here in the Wargaming League. So, or it's some occasional side tournaments, but not, a map that a lot of players will know. So it's really going to be down to their main caller, which I believe is Jeff. If he's done his homework, he knows the map, and the rest of the team just having a good flow on it.
Ah, I see. So it's like pretty much it comes down to if you put in the work, you're going to get the rewards for Ghost Town. Every other map is what you know of it, because Proc is one that over the years has really does change subtly in such ways that strats that you'll look back to, those old like west versus east strats, they play out so differently than even 6 months ago, just because of those little subtleties in the ways of camo spotting changing. I think spotting changes were one of the biggest things on Proc in my mind, because I'm a scout. I come from trying to find the bad men on the map. So when I've tried to do scout runs on Proc lately, I've noticed the fact that you show up that much quicker than what you used to, because of course there used to be a delay. You'd be spotted, it might take a second for you to see that you actually spotted a tank. You could use that to your advantage on open maps, so you would crest a hill.
Now let's take a second and talk about Proc, because you just talked about the east and west side defenses. Now with the east side defense, or even attacking, when you're attacking it, you're trying to get that cap pressure on. There are a lot of different angles that have been found underneath the train cars, and it really kind of makes it hard to attack that 2-cap over in the east. What are your thoughts as far as, do you think the 2-cap's still viable? Do you think it's possible to control that line? Or do you think it's just kind of a one and done and it really shouldn't be relied upon?
It's tricky. I've really always felt like taking the control of the line has been a huge risk, because it comes down to there is RNG that plays a factor. It's one of those times when the normal expectation of a professional player to manage RNG, to be able to say, I'm going to enter the situation and I can do the X and Y and Z to make it so I can increase the probability of success. I can position myself better. I can find a safer place to haul down. So it's little things like that that make it so you're in a stronger position is what I'm talking about. If you can play that a little bit stronger than your opponent, it goes a long way at the tracks.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
at the same time, if you just sit there and you just let shots fly as quickly as you can under the tracks, it could still pay off.
Yep. Now, the other option besides relying on that, at least, is the attacking team. If you're trying to go for that cap, with steps, we talk about trying to take the cap to the north. You have to control the far south end because you need to control the field to make that cap viable. And it's one of those weird things where it's to make one thing happen on one side of the map, you have to control something on the complete other side.
Yeah.
What we've seen out of, what I was going to get to is what we've seen out of some of these teams, especially Apex and Eclipse come to mind, is they've really started these offenses where they take control of the one line early in the middle, and then they slowly start rotating tanks over towards the other cap, and they keep kind of spread out so they maintain map control, and they can keep fire down that sixth line to keep those train cars clear.
I see what you're getting at, yeah.
But the problem is if the other team reads it, you're susceptible to a huge overmatch.
Yeah, because you just find the right angle, all of a sudden crossfires happen. We'll probably explain a little bit more of this as we're about to get into battle. It looks like they are starting the countdown. They're so less than a minute or so till we should get in. But of course, qual teams, everyone's trying to get into the groove. What you're used to as far as like gold teams and being able to be just like, let's do a battle, is just expect it to take a second sometimes. So while we're waiting for them to finish that, it's maybe 20 seconds till. So
we are ready actually right now. So we'll be on our way, like we said, to our first map.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
And we are about to be underway with battle number 1, looking at the lineups. An IS-7, 4 Bat Chats, a Grill 15, and a T-54 lightweight. Meanwhile, over on Goon Squad, an IS-7, 4 Bat Jets of their own, a TVP instead, and also an RU instead. So 5 of the tanks the same for both teams, 2 tanks different. Randall, what do you think about this lineup from top tier, bringing the Grill and the IS-7? And they're starting off by going to the one line. How do you think this is going to play out?
The IS-7's an interesting choice. I'm always skeptical of it on a map like this, but since there's no real arty, it's a lesser concern. Now, the Grill I like from Pompous is just going to go to a very traditional position, wait in the back. But at the same time, look at Goon Squad. Look at the way they're playing right now. They're going to go all the way to the east. Chai Sniper is going to be heading towards the mid, so little 1v1 in the mid between 2 heavy tanks. But
well, look at this thing, Goon Squad. Now, it'll be interesting here. If they don't stop and they push over the hill, Muralshika's done. What they're relying upon is Goon Squad to have that inexperience to stop here, to slow it down, and let these guns in the middle get into this fight here.
Oh, Mural's going to be in a tough position, although I'm not sure if this can be turned around. Top tier has some responses.
Zitz is getting lit up in the backfield as Bobby makes essentially the YOLO scout run. And now Mural's going to pick him off from the backside.
Yeah, Mural's okay. There's Mural making himself worth it. He's got the crossfire from the west. I don't think they quite have draw distance though. If we see Goon Squad push the hill, so that's a solid option for Goon Squad right now. They could push the hill, maybe take out Mural. Could turn into a bait or a trap actually.
Well, but the other thing here is that relies upon Goon Squad knowing that they have the rest of their tanks all the way over into the 1-2 line to be able to do that comfortably. Because right now, for all Goon Squad know, the rest of the guns for top tier sitting at J6 ready to obliterate anything that crosses that hill.
Ah, yes. That's a possibility. I feel like I could bank on, or I could have. Now it's 8 minutes left in the battle, so maybe about 20 seconds ago I would have been like, all right, we can push this. But Goons are going to take a cautious approach to this. And instead of starting this a little too quick, they're going to slow it down. Now, looking at hit points, it's about the same. A little bit of a lead for top tier, not really anything worth noticing. But with the tank up, an extra gun on the battlefield, that does mean more. So I think advantage right now is definitely in the favor of top tier, our attackers. So they can wait a minute, see what they can do, see if anything shows up. But I think we can both agree they should be doing a little bit more to take control.
Well, and if you look at this from top tier, well, we're talking about that. The other thing I do find interesting, though, is I think they're banking on the inexperience from Goon Squad right now. They're sitting back here in extremely passive positions where they have a pretty solid crossfire, and they're waiting for them to make the play and to make that decision, knowing that they still have 7 minutes on the clock left to work with.
It's a fair point, actually, because you're going to sit there and be like, all right, the Goons, they might get nervous, they might just push into us, and, well, There you go. They're just going to walk into the crossfire because they could have done that. That could have been what I was suggesting a minute ago when I was saying Goons take the east side hill. Very well, you could have seen a shift from top tier, countered it out, and then all of a sudden Goon Squad.
Well, there's the other thing I
back.
find entertaining here is from people I know that know Jeff, the one thing they said that always stuck out about him was he hates playing passive. He hates playing slow.
Ooh, look at this. Okay, sorry to cut you off, but top tier's going in for the scout run. Miral, trying to get into a passive position. He's either going to snipe Chai Sniper in that IS-7, one hit. But if he's spotted, that could mean a strong response from the Goons, especially if they count the number of shells he's fired. And there we go. Just a little bit of damage onto Chai. That should be just about it. He's got 2 left in the drum. And that will mean if someone comes and attacks him, he's got no strong response. He can maybe get a track shot off, and he's spotted. There we go. That's gonna prompt a little move from Miral. Chai, though, is going to take some more damage from the mid. And I'm not seeing a strong move out of top tier. I really think we should be seeing top tier moving up on the west side at this point. There's a little response. Char, Comrade, moving in. They're going to start pinching onto our IS-7 from top tier over in the mid. And this pressure is actually, I think it's going to fizzle. Because this is not working for Goon Squad, and this could be back to your point earlier about inexperience.
He's taking a lot of damage he hasn't needed to take just by pushing up, and they're sitting in this really bad crossfire. Merle's here still reloading, though, and the tanks are pushing over the top onto Merle's Sheikta. Meanwhile, the IS-7 is just sitting here trying to find his shots. Merle's going to go down.
Oh, yes, he is, but the cost, will it be worth it? We've got a lot of damage put onto Goon Squad tanks. We don't see an extra tank going down. We've got a bat chat at 537 on the Goon Squad. You can see that Char, who is now falling into the back of the Goon Squad formation, trying to stay out of the line of fire, let other healthier tanks get into the way. And we have 2 tanks from Goon Squad taken south, or not, actually. Okay, we'll see how this one develops, actually.
Well, this is actually a very interesting setup.
Oh, Chai Sniper's going to go down. That's going to be 1 more tank down for the Goon Squad. And now Jeff, is taking half his health and damage. I'm really going to give this one to top tier. Rude's on the cap, so you've got cap pressure from top tier. Goon Squad has to respond, but they don't have any leverage.
Look at this firing squad along the E-line. They're in a position where they can turn, they can support their IS-7 sitting here in the mid, but they can also support Delph up in the north, whereas TVP of Kevin and Jeff in the bat shot are ready to jump over. They don't know that they know that Jeff's most likely reloading. They watched him fire a handful of his shots, but they don't know exactly where or how many guns are staring at this intersection right here. And if they dump over, that's going to be it. They're down by about 2,500 HP right now. Cap pressure is building up.
But it could work out. They've got the damage because of autoloaders, so they could be able to get rid of Delph. Maybe if they can, and here's the push. We'll see what happens. First shots traded, and there. First tank down for Goon Squad.
Absolutely perfect focus fire coming out of top tier. Kevin sitting here taking a lot of shots. He's down to almost no HP, 614. He's going to get focused out. He should go down here in 1 more shot. Even Rude Awakening getting in on the act, trying to find shots.
That's 2 tanks for 1 right now. And at a huge disadvantage for the Goon Squad top tier. Just has to keep it together, and they should be able to win.
Now Hagler has no choice but to try to YOLO in to get the reset on Rude. So is Jeff, but Jeff has no HP, and this game is all but over in favor of top tier.
And that's it. They're going to be able to get the reset. 1,702 hit points. Jeff is the last one alive. Strong showing from the Goon Squad as a response. Top tier, though, in complete control for battle number 1.
Well, that focus fire, when they pushed over in the north there, that first bat chat deleted in a matter of seconds. It was the grill and both bat chats sitting there just looking at it. They knew it was coming. They were proc spotted on that intersection. When we say proc spotted, they're within the 50-meter automatic proxy range.
Doesn't matter if there's
lit.
hard cover. Doesn't matter what's between you and them. You're on the other side of the hill. Someone's poking their head out of the top, says, hey, I think I hear a tank engine or something on the other side. I wonder what it is. It's so loud.
Yep, and Zitz, one of those tanks that got those shots off when they pushed over, doing 3K. Not bad, over 11 shots. Then Delph, Merle Sheikta, and Haka?
Hako is what it seems like. Og Hako, maybe, is what I was going for his name. But you can see it right there, the top damage from top tier. You do have Jeff coming out with strong damage for a losing battle, and also Hagler. They have to give props to both of them. We'll have to see where they go when they flip this, though. because what I noticed out of Goon Squad was they took strong positions. They played their positions well enough when they were static, like when they were sitting still. But when they tried to move out, the timing, the control that was, the control over the map was lacking. And so you see that when you look at these post-game stats, actually, you can see right there. Like Bobby doesn't have a chance. He's in the RU. He just died. Chai Sniper and everyone in between up to Lop is dealing about 1,000 or less, meaning they got 1 or 2, 3 shells off before they were able to die. They weren't in a strong position. They weren't able to get off 1 clip and then reload. They never had any of those engagements, which is what you want in a bat chat. You don't want to have 1 engagement in the whole battle with a bat chat, right? Like
definitely. And you know, it takes a lot of managing. And look at this, as Merle comes over, both the bat chats here, he tries to get to cover. They end up pushing around, taking him out, but look at how much damage they start taking here. Haglar takes 1 shot, I believe he takes another one here in a second, and they just try to run, but they're all the way out of the fight at this point. And then this is way late in the game when they're just cleaning it up, going in, just trying to get Rude Awakening out because he's the cap pressure, but look at how much HP they give up just to get these resets.
Exactly, but I do have to admire the focus from Goon Squad. Even when the battle's over, what I hate to see and what I hate to feel when I'm on a team is like we know the battle's over and we just stop trying. You keep trying because sometimes weird things happen and all of a sudden you're back on top. And also, it feels just weird for morale. Like starting a battle off and saying, all right, we just lost, there's 30 seconds left, or there's 2 of us alive, let's just start talking about the next battle or get all sad. It's easier to just get focused on the battle, finish it off, maybe conversation about battle number 2 is going on, but you're not just going to give up. You're always trying.
Yep, and what I like there out of top tier was they were always, you know, we talked earlier about being 1 step ahead and how the difference between the experienced team and the new team, the Goon Squad, may come out here. And I think that really showed right there, especially with just how top tier played it. They slowed it down. They got the free pick on the RU, you know, not quite understanding all the different angles that he was driving into. And that was a great setup by top tier. It was set up to do exactly that.
Yeah.
And then they were able to push over, get the cat pressure, but they maintained control of the 6th line. So when Goon Squad had to respond to try to get that cat pressure, they were pushing through 4, 5 guns, and when it came to it, like I said, that first bat shot, he had the shot from the grill and multiple bat shot shots. He got deleted before he got to the ground on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. So we do have battle number 2 on Prohorovka coming up right now.
Looking at the lineups here into battle number 2, teams are swapped, but top tier bringing an IS-7 and E5, 3 bat chats, a Grill 15, and a T-54 lightweight.
Well, that's a defense strat.
Meanwhile, Goon Squad, an IS-7, 2 bat chats, 2 Object 140s, a Grill, and an RU-251.
I got a comment. Okay.
Let's go for it.
Object 140s. What I love about Russian mediums of the tier 10s is damage output. If I want to have mobility, if I want to be able to hold down without being afraid all of the time, Russian mediums.
Well, hold down in a T-62A. A hold down in a 140, especially against a tank like an E5 that fires those heat shells, and then the Grill 15, subject to be overmatched fairly easily.
Fairly easily these days, yeah. I guess I have to give you that one, which is why T-62A all day, day.
Yeah, if only the mobility trade-off wasn't such. It's just that it had a little bit slower.
And also that 1 degree of gun depression.
You know, you think at 1 degree it wouldn't really matter, but you should try playing some of those Chinese tanks. They have like 1 degree less than the T-62A, and
I'm actually horrible at them. I'm actually completely bad. I just can't because I can't deal with that lack of gun depression. I love American tanks too much for that.
Well, you should love the 121, the 121B when we get it because it has an extra 1 degree gun depression, unlike the regular 121. But that's a totally random side tangent. We're sitting here looking at the setups, the 1-line push coming out of top tier.
Yep. And I like this Rude Awakening, nice passive scout. Let's appreciate something for a moment because this is why I'm here, to appreciate scouting and the arty that supports it.
You gotta love the Bulbasaur with the Santa Claus hat on the front there.
Precisely. Now, if we can see down the range, you see all these tanks that are just firing off blind fire. They're looking for Rude Awakening, but if you look at what Rude Awakening is, you'll notice that Rude Awakening is in a bush that is not the most common. He's actually in one of probably like 3rd or 4th choice for a passive position. And so you see Rude's position, you see these guys firing at him. Once they get close enough, once they move close enough, you're going to see he's going to spot them. Supporting fire comes in. Notice that E5 is spotted. I don't see fire going towards his position. That's strange.
He's on the backside of the bull. He's in a hold down there.
Yes.
And at that range, I don't really see these 140s hitting that cupola of the E5 consistently.
But that's why I would say bring the 140s, because as opposed to the bat chats, when it comes to just throwing a shot out there and seeing if you hit anything, I'm looking to see if the Russian mediums are going to make the hits. So
And plus, there's no harm if they miss the shot. The bat chats, you fire one, you have 4 left, and if the other team's doing a good job counting on all your auto loaders, they can kind of assume when you're reloading and maybe make a play even when they're defending.
Precisely. It's really annoying also to be the bat chat and just sit there and go, okay, do I reload right now and miss out on some potential shots? Chai Sniper is spotted. That's what we're looking for with the T-54 in that passive position. He is going to get some damage onto Chai Sniper. And we'll jump right over. It looks like he's got
this
some
Grill
damage.
15 is just sitting here lurking. He hasn't blind fired at all. And I think he's just waiting for something to be lit. He's just waiting for that solid shot just to put out. And he's actually looking for a shot. Okay, now on a side note here, everyone's looking at this E5 down there. La Cucaracha Sia?
La Cucaracha.
I am terrible with names. Now what?
La Cucaracha. The cockroach.
Okay. Glad you know that one, because I didn't.
That's one of the few words I got, all right? Joshua Gray taught me one thing.
All right, looking at it. But my point is, for those that don't know that name, the name that they will recognize him by is Fixer Reloaded.
And if you don't know who Fixer Reloaded is, think guy who's really good at the game, past Gold Leagues. You'll see him again.
Played with Caller Wanted, and then I believe he played with High last season as well.
Yep. And here we go. Let's talk about Kevin. Kevin's on the way back. That IS-7 I'm a little afraid for. We'll see if Top Tier notices the reconnoitering from Google.
Now I do like this decision out of Goon Squad to a certain extent, but I also don't like it. They recognize there's a passive spot here. We don't have an answer to get rid of him, so they're just flexing away from that side of the map entirely, and they haven't been spotted yet. With Root taking that passive scout, it's kind of hard to assume when they've left or not. He doesn't want to leave that bush, because if they're still there, he gets lit, he's dead. So it's one of those things where they got to be really cautious about.
I think Kevin's going to be the one who gives this one away. Once that IS-7 is spotted and the mid, Top Tier's going to know this is now an East versus West, which is going to be really annoying for Goon Squad to solve.
Now, here's the other thing. This is Top Tier and their experience showing up. We've talked about this, about the difference between the experienced teams and the inexperienced. We have to see what sort of homework Goon Squad has done, because if they don't check this top corner here, all Merles has to do is wait for that cap to get down to 10, 15 seconds. He can poke up and light. He doesn't even have to shoot. He can poke up and light for everyone else, and all of a sudden the cap is completely gone.
Yep, and that's the passive position. We'll see if it works out once one of these blue Goon Squad tanks gets within range, but they have to go north of the Echo line. So,
well, and if you look at it, there's actually a defilade here, so he can't be spotted in that spot unless they push all the way up. Now, he doesn't have the greatest spots downwards right now because he's in that low ground, but he doesn't care. He's waiting for the cap pressure on that 2 cap to build up, and then he can peek out, he can get the lights, he can even get the reset if they need. There's only 2 good ways to get a tank out of here. And that's either using a tier 8 to go kind of prox light and get real close and have a bunch of guns sitting up at F0, or it's to just drive a bunch of tanks up there and get point blank. And so far, they haven't done either, and I don't think they're assuming that there's a tank up there yet.
It's a safe bet. I feel like that might be why they're holding back right now. But there's a move all at once. Goon Squad, trying to stay coordinated, is going to move up 2 mediums down from the hill in the east. They're going to move their objects, the 140s up as well, into the mid, trying to see what they can spot, but they will be exposed. I noticed they don't have any hard cover.
Now, this is what may trigger the rotation out of Top Tier here. Kevin is spotted. The IS-7, he is the last tank that you would expect to rotate in a strat like this, because he is the heavy tank, he's the slow one, and he's kind of hard to move around. So the fact that he's on the other side of the train tracks, it snaps off the shot into the side of the E5 turret at almost 400 meters. Great shot.
Nice shot. Okay.
But I digress. He's over there now. So now Top Tier, this is where we may see this rotation come out. And so far, they actually haven't forced the one line at all. They've just moved Pompous to A6. And maybe this comes down to the fact that they know they have Merle sitting up there in those bushes still. They don't have to worry about this cap as much.
I don't think anyone knows about Merle. I don't think anyone on Goon Squad suspects or even realizes, because look at Chai Sniper and Char on the cap. They're not spotted right now. Because they're not spotted, that means Merle, who's off in that corner, even though that's such an amazing vantage and it looks like he should be able to spot onto the cap, is not able to. Now there is a little fight going on. Let's move off of this.
Now this is why it's too late for Goon Squad at this point. Even if they find out Merles is up there, even if he starts shooting and drives into that low ground, they have no way to kill him at this point. There are so many guns within range on that 5 line. If anyone even tries to drive up that hill, they're dead.
Yep. And looks like Pompous tries to go for a reset shot. Delth going up as well. I am a little confused. Why isn't
no reset coming through? Merles must be DC'd. He didn't peek at all.
Yeah, that must be it. And it's too late into the battle for them to do that. It's going to be the cap. It looks like
What is going on?
That's it. Battle's over. Goon Squad's going to take it. That's a cap fast.
Merles never even moved.
Yeah,
he didn't even fire. He didn't even try to get the light.
Let me look 1 second. I'm just going to check out the post-game stats, see what's up. He didn't fire a single shell. He had to have been disconnected. So this is a perfect time to actually explain a little bit of an intricacy about the way we play. So in World of Tanks, the rules for a battle are this. If in the first 30 seconds, no tanks are spotted, no damage is dealt, no like whatever strange situations extra of that give away huge amounts of info, if you disconnect from the battle, after that 30 seconds or someone spotted some damage is dealt, the battle continues on. Before then, there's a restart. Everyone goes back to garage. We get everything set. It was just a disconnect. We'll go back into game. This time, it was too late. Way too late.
Yeah, and Merles even made it up into that spot, so he was in the game for at least a little bit to be able to get up to that spot. And Top Tier had that game in the bag, no questions asked. But if the player is not there to execute the strat that's designed for him to be in that spot and to work, it's absolutely catered to what he did. And the fact that he DC'd, they just shot themselves in the foot. And I do confirm that actually Top Tier not only had 1 disconnect, they had 2. The IS-7 of Okaka also had a disconnect as well. So it's going to be a minute here before they get people in and out. Really odd there.
That's curious. I'm interested to see possibly why that would be happening. It's something that'll have to be resolved. So if you can't get a player back, if he's disconnected and Mural isn't able to return to game, then they'll have to sub him out for someone else. And hopefully that person is just as ready as Mural was. Because I have every bit of confidence that Mural can perform in the battle.
Looking down at the bench here for, I was about to call them Siebel to tweet, CB, like I did all last season. They have 3 players sitting here ready to jump in and play. They have X-Soldier, who was formerly of Apex and Noble.
Easy choice. If you put him in, he's just
I'm surprised he's not starting right now, to be completely honest, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
Then you have Sublime Banana, a player that you have some history with.
Great guy to play with, solid teammate. Not much to say aside from he just gets my vote of confidence.
Yep, and then Jojo Jackie, the last and final one, who also played with, I believe, High last season as well.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into him as much, but based on stats from last season, he seems like a solid team player.
Yeah, well, he's teammates, and I know he's clanmates with a lot of the guys on Top Tier, so that's kind of where they know each other. He dabbled last season, I believe, with High, and I think this time he's on Top Tier 2.0.
Yeah.
Now, we're still waiting, and it looks like it's going to be a few minutes here because there is another disconnect over stuff going on, so it'll be just a few more minutes. So let's go ahead and take a second.
Yeah, it looks like what the players are reporting is what's actually I've noticed a lot recently is that there have been a growing number of DDoS attacks that are hitting certain cities. Just this past Saturday, my own network at home went down for a few hours, and after getting away from my house where I could actually get internet access, I found out that all of my neighbors had actually suffered from a DDoS attack. Had overloaded some stuff and equipment had gone down.
That is unfortunate.
That's to get you kind of vague. Yeah. But they don't tell you everything. They just say, hey, we've been attacked and our stuff's down. Please stand by. It'll be back up when it comes back up. So some players suffer from this, and it's certainly a downer, but we'll see how they bounce back from it, because you have to be able to bounce back from this.
Yep, absolutely. Now let's go ahead. Well, we have a minute to sit here and talk about stuff.
Gladly.
Let's go back to talking about Proc for a second. So looking at that, do you think it's a fair statement that if Merles hadn't disconnected, that game was over and that was Top Tier's win?
Absolutely. I think that position is the one position on the map where you're in the northeast and you're just sitting there passive in a bush. If you just get the spotting onto cap, you can reset. You can distract your opponent. Just having their turrets turn towards you in that northeastern position forces them to turn their turrets opposite direction from everyone else on your team, right? So you're looking at
It
Miro.
creates opportunities.
Exactly. It's just such a just easy gimme kind of play. Doesn't require you to do anything super fancy and crazy. You don't have to make a very specific run at a specific time. You just have to be at the right place at the right time and not screw it up.
Yep.
And
Now there is one easy counter. It's not necessarily a counter, but it's something you have to do ahead of time before the other team has a chance to rotate. You just have to clear that area before those tanks on the one line can shift over, because they're at a draw all the way over on the one line.
Yeah.
That the tanks will not actually render on that hill for CD, so they have to drive to that 5 line to complete that crossfire. Now, if they're there and they're in position, no matter how many tanks they shove up there, they're going to die. They're going to take a lot of damage at the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And it's a very hard thing to dig out unless you do it right out of the gate. You know what you're looking for. You take multiple tanks up there to clean them out. And you're not spotted on the way there.
I actually like to go with the send a scout kind of an idea where actually I don't even care if I spot them. I just want to get spotted. Because you can at least get up there a little bit of a ways with maybe an RU or a T54 lightweight is my option. Get spotted, know that he's in the bush, most likely. Throw some blind fire out there, see if you get dirt splashing up. Because if you hit something that's not spotted, you don't see splashing dirt. If you do hit something and it's not spotted, your shell just vanishes into nothingness. Very good tell for when you're trying to find someone who's not spotted. Do that a few times, Miro's going to want to get out of there. And if he doesn't, well, just keep shooting and you will take him down.
Now, another strat, now this was, I believe, 2 seasons ago. Ping 999 ran a very similar strat with an STB, and what one team ended up doing, I believe it was Rival, they ended up actually bringing a Lorraine 155 and putting it on the hill and sending an RU up there, and all they did was light him a couple times, let the artillery take some shots completely perpendicular to him, and they just got rid of him as a tank for free. And now all of a sudden, they don't have a tier 8 scout, but they were using the batch as the scout, and they could just set up on cap, get the cap pressure. I think they ended up actually bringing the Lorraine down off of the hill and onto cap and using him as cap pressure after they killed that tank up there.
Yeah, I remember this one as well. Yeah, that's why you would bring an Artie, because yes, Artie is a huge cost. You don't get a lot of hit points, armor. You don't have the ability to put out his damage as quickly. So you have to just kind of hope that he makes his 1 or 2 or 3 shells that are going to be crucial the entire battle. And if he does it, it pays off.
Yep.
It's
and
the
it's
risk
also,
of not getting those shots, though.
And while I'm not a huge fan of artillery in general, it is extremely useful on a couple maps when you're dealing with these high elevated positions like this one, steps, all the different climbs you see there, and mines as well. If you can bring it on the opposite team, it's a nice tool to be able to dig those tanks out, because all you have to do is spot them. Normally they're in hold downs, elevated positions where you can't really get consistent shots on them unless you send tanks up after them, which is a whole another problem in itself. When you bring artillery, all you have to do is light them when they peek out to get their shots, and you can potentially either, one-shot them like we've seen, or just, chip away at them, 800, 600 damage at a time, and all it takes is 2 or 3 shots, and that tank's down if he keeps peeking. And so, it's an option. It's one of those things to look at, but once again, what are the chances that our team's going to use the boost?
Yeah.
And then what are the chances that if you do bring artillery, they're still going to use the boost? Because at that point, you bring the artillery, then they go, well, the boost we can't really do, so let's bring artillery. Now, all of a sudden, you have an artillery on the field, and they get the extra tank that they get to use.
Yes. So a lot of big questions about how you build your team. That's what we're getting at over here, guys, is like, what do you choose? Bring Artie, don't bring Artie, bring scouts of lower tiers, or just go with some bat chats. They'll do the job. We are going to getting into Cliff very soon. It looks like we're waiting on just a few players to get back. Once that happens, we'll be continuing on with the match. Apologies for the delay. Looks like people are going to be able to resolve their connection issues. We should be able to carry on. So let's move on to talking specifically about Cliff. So Cliff is a map that I see as the most dynamic map in the league. And I've heard that a lot, so it's stuck in my head now. Why is it the most dynamic map in the league, Rox?
I don't know that I'd say it is, to be honest.
What would you say Cliff is then? What's Cliff to you?
It is most likely, I would say it's the fastest map that we have for sure, just because it caters to the mobile lineups. The thing is why we've seen the kind of shift in the meta towards the faster tanks, the bat chats, the tier 9 bats, the RUs, occasionally Russian mediums, is because it relies upon the early positioning. Can you get in place first, and can you punish the other tanks as they try to get in positions opposite of you? So when you bring the bat chats, you have the full clip. They're fast mobile. They're going to get there before anything else. And they can set up those crossfires. We've seen tanks come down the goat ramp on the 4 line and get in position there, along with tanks opposite of them on the hill. And they can set up a nice crossfire. And if you try to bring, say, an I-7 or 113 or an E5, they're going to be the last ones there. So that forces those heavy tanks to do one of 2 things. Push through it, take the damage, and probably end up going down or having no HP when they do get to the fight.
Yep.
or they have to stop back, they have to stay out of the fight. And if the other team can make that happen, they can either slowly find a way to work with that guy who has to hide in the backfield because he's too slow to get to the fight, or they just ignore him and go kill everything else, and all of a sudden the guy's left alive with all his HP in the backfield when it's too late to get into the fight and do anything.
Which is just the situation that we've all learned from and said, you know what, let's not do that. I'm going to bring Batchats because they're fast, they deal the damage, and people are scared of them. People are scared of Batchats. I've noticed that.
Yep.
You play this, it doesn't matter if it's a pub, it doesn't matter if it's a pro match. If you're a Batchat and you roll up on someone, they're going to sit there and go, okay, this guy's got all shells loaded. Obviously, he's going to waste me in just a few seconds. I'm out.
Well, especially when you have someone that has some game time in a bat chat and they're going to make their shots count, you can pretty much clip out pretty much almost every tier 9, a few that get out of there. And most of the tier 10s, including all the tier 10 mediums, you can pretty much clip out with one single clip as long as you make all 5 of your shots count. Now, most of the heavies, E100s, Mouses, E5s, you can't do it with one clip, and that's even if you pen all your shots and you high roll, you're still not going to do it.
Yeah, and you're not really going to be able to get all 5 to deal damage in a Batchat normally. At least my experience is I expect to bounce miss 1 on
But also,
something.
let's say you bring over 4 or 5 Batchats and you roll up and hit squad and just drive along the side of an IS-7. You each pen 1, maybe 2 shots, and that tank's dead because you all just have such a quick rate of fire.
Yeah.
In the burst. You don't have it. You don't have it for a long period of time. But if you can get a situation where you can get all the guns on target very quickly, you can delete tanks before they have a chance to do anything.
Yeah, actually, in those situations where I have a wolf pack going of mediums, because it's just that fast, good damage output. I'm not saying high damage output. You know, it's not quite there with the i7s, but take a bunch of T62As. I'm going to go on this one again, just because I know it kind of digs at you, because you're just like, Randall, stop it with those. It's just a turret. It's take any group of mediums that's consistent fire, throw them in a group, and they're going to waste 1 tank at a time very, very quickly. If you do that with Batchats, I feel like, yes, you get that advantage, but you also disadvantage yourself in the fact that every single tank is going to get onto a long reload time at about the same time.
Yep, and what it comes down to, especially when you have those fights of burst versus non-burst, is who can take out guns sooner.
Yes.
When you can delete a Batchat or 2 before they can even get into their second clip or not even the first one, their DPM goes down considerably because Batchats, to begin with, don't have good DPM. They rely on the burst.
Yep.
The 140s, on the other hand, have great DPM. So if you're going to play the Batchats, the way it has to work out, if you're the Batchats, you have to delete 2 to 3 of those tanks with that first clip. If you fail to kill tanks and you leave them alive with even 1 HP, that consistent fire is going to wreck you.
Absolutely. So it's just, you have to figure out what you want to go with. You have to figure out the situation to apply these tactics to, and then you have to just go about executing properly. Because both of the strategies that we've proposed just now work. They do work. It's just a matter of
execution and how the other team handles it. And people that have played any sort of, say, Clan Wars, for example, they know that getting perfect focus fire is never going to be perfect.
Oh my gosh. Both Rox and I are people that come from calling. I've actually been, I joined Rox's clan recently, Mo, because I needed somewhere to get a tag, and it's a retirement clan. Thank you. So I've heard your calling a little bit lately. I know how I used to do it, and getting people to focus fire is one of the hardest things, because you have to drill everyone to be like, all right, you listen when someone says it. You need to have ears open, or you need to pay attention to when I tee a target, so that you just follow orders.
It sounds like it's something that's very easy to do in concept, but it takes a lot of practice.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that discussion in a minute, because we're actually finally ready for round number 3.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
And we are back finally after a short break, ready for round number 3. Top tier coming in with 4 Batchats, a TVP, a Grill 15, and a T54 lightweight. Meanwhile, Goon Squad, 4 Batchats, TVP, and 2 tier 9 Batchats as well.
I like those little Batchats. Those are fun little tanks. The 25 TAP is the perfect balance between a 1390 and a Batchat, which I think has an appropriate place here on Cliff. This is a tank which I'm surprised we don't see more often.
Yeah, definitely, and it's we saw it a good bit last season. It has the same gun off the 5100, 1800 alpha within the clip, 6 rounds. It does have a much longer reload. than a regular bat shot, which is his biggest downside. But when you're bringing 2 tier 9s, that's an additional burst you don't have, or that you gain over, say, a 1390
Okay,
instead.
take a look at this now. We got X-Soldier moving out to get the early spotting. He's going to see Chai Sniper, Kevin, Bobby, every single tank from Goon Squad moving up, and is even going to get 226, sneaking that in there. In the meantime, the rest of his team is going to take the east side, which, will they push up and over? No. Top tier is in a position, if you take a look at their layout right now, you can see that they're very spread out. Cover Fire is the name of the game. Pompous Magnus, take a look over at him in the background. You're going to need to pay attention to that tank. He's going to be a major damage dealer. But we're going to have to see how Goon Squad plays this one out, because Goon Squad, they have to figure out the puzzle and they have to tear it apart. If they can't do that properly, they're going to lose. And here we see early fire going out towards that grill. We said he was going to come into play, and here it is. Pompous understands what to do. There's one rock, one spot where you can get some cover, and they can't blind fire you out. We just saw...
They can still blind fire you out if they play their angles correctly, which they certainly have from both the 3-line and the 7-line right now.
They didn't get a single hit on Pompous,
They didn't get
man.
it, so a little bit off.
That's
but
15 shells that just went into the dirt, man.
I am simply saying it is still possible. It's not a perfectly safe position. Now, did it happen that time? No, but it is not. It is not the go there and be instant safe and guaranteed win position.
Okay.
Just clarify.
I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying it's a really cool rock.
Yeah. Oh, it's useful. Don't get me wrong. And that whole position in general, there are a lot of nice bushes up there. So a tank like a grill can stay up there and stay relatively close to unspotted. What we see a lot more often than not is we see one of two things: people bringing light tanks around to C4, C5, getting close enough to light him from there, or pushing out and around in the low ground out around the 7, 8, 9 line, all the way along that white border on the edge. You can kind of sneak in there if you can get close enough. When he fires,
Jeff,
they will get
what
lit.
did you just do? Where are you going? Why are you doing these things? Jeff just got wrecked.
It looks like he ate a full volley from all the tanks up onto the hill, it looks like, and maybe Pompous.
No, Pompous. That was Pompous. Pompous is reloading right now.
He got lit from the tanks on the hill, and then he had an angle which Pompous was able to sneak in there.
Exactly. You can see the number of shells in everyone's clips right now. You can see the guys that were under the hill from top tier still have 5 little white tick marks underneath their health bars. Shows that they're fully loaded. Once you see one of those missing, you know they've fired a shell. And if you see those little lines that are moving, that's of course reload for those of you guys who maybe just tuning in for the first time.
Also, when names turn yellow, that means they are spotted. That is Sixth Sense activating. Sixth Sense is one of the commander perks that lets you know basically that you're spotted by the whole other team and that they can very easily see you.
Here we see so many noobs is a perfect example right there. He's going to be spotting on the back side of the hill. We're going to see some proxy lighting, meaning within 50 meters there. Og Hako getting lit and so many noobs in return. And then... what's this from X-Soldier? I like this position. It's tricky, though.
Oh,
no.
Poor Bobby. He's making this push right now just as Comrade Jeff spots him. He may take some shots here. He's going to stop because he's know he's spotted. However, Pompous, Delth having to drop into the low ground, actually, here because they're afraid of tanks coming down this one line.
Nice shots, though, from Goon Squad. Good cover fire from their bat jets in the mid. They are able to put one shell into that lightweight. Chances are they could maybe get 1 or 2 more. But that's up to X-Soldier whether or not that's going to happen.
Well, he has to, 1, keep them lit, and 2, stay alive. And they already showed that they have guns sitting on the 2 line waiting for him to pop up. And now Bobby's going to make this. He's not spotted. He's going to get under here. He should be able to delete him. No shots going on to Bobby yet. X-Soldier bouncing.
Oh, and another bounce. He's got 2 shells wasted on him. All right, there. He's going to take his first bit of damage.
Bounce off the bat chat.
And he finishes him off. All right.
Barely with 1 shell remaining. Gets that done.
That's a strong play for Goon Squad. They have so much control from that. Losing the lightweight means top tier loses a lot of their mobility, a lot of their vision. They're going to be forced to kind of just set down where they are.
Now, the biggest downside that top tier have right now is they had to drop Delth and now Zitz as well off down into the low ground. And they're actually going to push out here right now, and they may be able to find Bobby. Neither of them have spotted each other.
That's a dangerous play.
They're staring opposite of each other. Who's going to light each other first? They haven't spotted each other.
Zitz is lit.
Now
Bobby's
Zitz,
lit.
now Delth, they're all spotted. Now can they kill him? He's going to drive to try to get back in this back corner. And now this is a really bad position if you're top tier. Because Bobby is now safe. Comrade, Jeff, Chai Sniper, and probably Kevin are going to come around. And the rest of the guns are up on the hill. I don't think they're going to be able to get into the fight to support these 2 tanks.
Good response from the Goon Squad. Bobby's in a safe place. Delth should be going down very, very soon. Let's go ahead, throw it to a listen-in with the Goon Squad, see what their plans are.
to where the bat chat is.
Jeff, don't bleed. Or Kevin, don't bleed.
Watch out, they might push me, the TVP, they might push me.
Yeah, this TVP needs to back off, you can. Like, they're gonna go. Jeff, go back here.
No,
Jeff, go back here. Jeff, go back here. Go. You need to go.
Chai and Kevin, you guys gotta win that. Don't play stupid.
I got killed.
I was lagging, boys.
Alright, we won this, guys. Let's go back up mid.
Grill.
I'm reloading, go. Jeff, you have shots on that?
No, I'm looking mid.
Alright, that's fine. I'm reloading.
Goon Squad saying they have this over, but I don't agree. The HP is still even. They only have one extra gun alive, but most of the tanks for top tier still have their HP, and now it's top tier on top. Goon Squad in the process of putting a bow on top of this and putting it under the tree days before Christmas.
Might have kind of overstepped there. Yes, I completely agree. For a moment, I would have agreed with him, but then everything turned completely
And these
around.
bat chats both reloading. It's going to be Aghago that's going to reload first and take out Junior in that tier 9 bat, and now it's a 2v3.
I like that though. Taking out Pompous means a lot of damages off the battlefield. Now there's 2 bats.
And now Jeff caught in the open. He doesn't have any shells. He's running for cover. And he goes down. He gets ammo racked. Taken out there by Merle Shikta up on the hill. And now
It's Jeff.
this is over. Goon Squad.
Is it over? Okay, so technically this isn't over yet. It should be over in just a second though. I want to wait just a moment because just like the Goon Squad decided to say we've got this a little early, Jeff's been the last one alive a few times here. I'm starting to think
He has to get up there and get Merle's before he reloads his clip. The problem is I think Merle's has it. They're about even on HP, so that one, if Jeff can win it, that's going to leave him with no HP on a one-on-one versus the other bat chat.
But Jeff also just spotted Aghako, and he did not get spotted in return. Now he is spotted, just now. So
he wasn't able to get that pick right there. Now Merle can bait him back over. He's going to go for the shot. He's just going to go for the ram. The Goomba doesn't get it, and that is going to be 2-1 in favor of top tier.
Okay, I'll take that. For a moment, I was thinking the Goons did have it. Solid play, good response on the low ground, but we did see how that didn't work out in their favor. They gave up too much on the high ground, I think.
Yeah, definitely. No, I like the play from Goons. They did a good job to isolate, but the problem was that it left the tanks in the middle too susceptible to be overmatched. Because the thing you have to remember is when you give an overmatch on one side of the field, that means you're leaving one elsewhere. So they gained some tanks, but they lost some tanks at the same time.
Shout out to Miro, 4,000 damage.
Not bad at all. MVP there, saving his team when needed. Pompous only able to do 2,200 in that grill, but one of those connections was on Jeff early in the round, and that made it hard for them to make any sort of aggressive play.
I think some of that early damage certainly is something we can credit to the victory by top tier. If they hadn't gotten that damage, I think it wouldn't have paid off down the line. If they'd have simply missed a few of those crucial shells, we would have seen a completely different battle. It was a lot of that was about health points.
Yep, so looking at it, last season, Siebel to Tweet, they struggled on Cliff a little bit. They had their ups and downs. They had some very good games, and they also had some fairly poor games. And looking at it, I'm not a big fan of how they set up that round. Once that one line was opened up by Goon Squad, Delph had to leave his ledge. He either had to go forward up onto the high ground and push into a possible crossfire,
yes,
or he had to drop down into the low ground. You see it right now. You see Bobby pushing this position. As soon as he takes out X-Soldier here, if you notice on the mini-map, Delph has had to drop off the high ground and into that low ground along with Zitz. Zitz is up on the high ground right now, but he's going to shortly join him.
And this is actually, bringing it back to that was amazing play in a T-54 lightweight. And then here at the end, we've got an admirable play from our captain of Goon Squad.
Look at this, just right over him, but Merle still gets the shot off. But the point is that the one bat chat moving down that one line for Goon Squad forced 2 tanks into the low ground. So, okay, this is fine. This is a 2-on-1 overmatch. Now the problem is the way Goon Squad corrected that is they moved 2 more tanks in the low ground. So now it's a 2v3.
Yes.
Now what that does is 3 tanks down on the low ground for, at this point, Goon Squad.
Yeah. So now
they're outnumbered in the low ground.
Yeah.
Or they have the overmatch in the low ground. Now the problem is well, there's 3 tanks over down there. That only leaves, in this case, 4 up top. Now they do have the tank advantage. However, the problem is that they only have the 2 Tier 9 bats up there.
I will note that the grill can get fire into those positions. Not to the farthest south bat chat, but those bat chats that were coming into support.
Some of them through the buildings, depending on where they are.
So
but it's gonna be hard, and if they're smart, they're gonna know which buildings to stay behind and only let the bat chats be in there.
Yes.
That's if they were thinking about it. I don't know for sure. We'd have to look at it.
It looked like they were paying attention, but I think the grill did come into play a little bit there.
Now what top tier recognized, and this is their experience, is they realized, all right, well, we're overmatched down here. Instead of trying to save these 2 tanks, which they didn't need to lose, is my point. If they'd chosen slightly different positions, left Delph somewhere else, or moved him out after the opening minute and he didn't get a shot off, they wouldn't have been forced into that overmatch. They could have kept all their guns alive, and it would have been a much more comfortable win. They still managed to win, but I'm saying they could have done it better, is what I'm getting at.
Okay, I see where you're going with it. Because, yeah, we've got Cliff coming up. Next battle, this is the chance for now it's top tier to attack and show us what they've got. Now, based off that last battle, that looked like a defender just handling the position well, the attacker throwing something else that was good. Looking at the tank lineups, it's almost a mirror matchup.
The only difference is going to be the tier 8s, T54 lightweight versus an RU251. Other than that, 4 bat chats, a TVP, and a Grill 15 for both teams. Now, what I'm saying is, because of the positions they took, they were forced into the low ground. If they had taken other positions, they could have kept all their tanks up onto the high ground, kept all their guns together. And there's not a whole lot of a loss by giving up the low ground, especially because you can actually light that one cap fairly easily from the high ground as well, plus you can blind fire it. There were better options, but we'll get back into that in a little while. We actually have another disconnect, it sounds like, so we'll be backing out here for just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be X-Soldier disconnecting, so we'll just see what's up with him. Once that's all finished up, we'll get right on into battle again. I've got to back out of the garage. I don't want to hold this one up. So once that happens, we'll get back in. Remember, we talked about this a few minutes ago. If you disconnect in the first 30 seconds, no one spotted, no damage is dealt, the timer didn't even finish.
It doesn't have to be the first 30 seconds. It could be the first couple of minutes, and if no one's spotted, no one's seen each other, and no shots are fired, they can still call the disconnect.
Technically, actually, we set a precedent for that a while back. I can't remember the exact battle, but it's pretty much, if the battle goes on for 5 minutes and no one's spotted, actually information has been communicated in the fact that nothing may have been communicated.
Okay,
if
so there's a hard timer set on it.
It's pretty much, it's just to be safe, because after a certain point, you can scout things out to the point where you know where they can't possibly be. And so you actually have enough info to say, like on Proc. Proc's an example where if you scout half the map, you know they're on the other half. There's a handful of options they have, and so you have a huge amount of info just off of that.
Okay, fair point.
So it's like those kind of little things that are very, very hard to call it on. You just decide, all right, let's just set the line, and that's it. But we've got that call. Looks like everyone's getting back in, so we'll be loading back into battle in just a moment. But those kinds of little false starts are tricky to deal with, because you've got a DC. Everyone's getting ready for the call. It's nice if you aren't totally ready for the battle and you needed a few more seconds to give out the call. But if everyone was ready to go, now people are just getting a little bit.
Yep. And now one other thing, I was being a little bit critical there of top tier. One other thing I do want to say, and this is something that especially new callers can learn from, is, well, they put themselves in a bad situation there at the end. Instead of panicking and giving up, they recognized that they had a split second to change that around, to recognize the overmatch and to act on it. They said, all right, this is a bad situation, but we can still kind of salvage this. And they took that opportunity to go for the overmatch on the high side. So they said...
top tier,
top tier. So they recognized it and they went for it. And so a lot of new callers, when they get into a situation they don't know, they know they're losing tanks, a lot of times they tend to freeze, they lock up, they kind of go, well, what do I do? And they hesitate.
Or they overdo it and they call too much of a flex and decide to respond a little bit too much.
Exactly. I believe the quote is... he wasn't a poor leader because he made bad decisions. He was a poor leader because he made no decisions.
Ooh, I've heard that. That was that Band of Brothers?
Yes, Band of Brothers.
Yes. I watched that one. I watched that one like 3 or 4 weeks ago because I don't know, it was a weekend.
Yep.
It's perfect weekend stuff. Like
great miniseries.
Tanks.
But I digress.
Yes.
Because we are finally into battle number 4. But like I said, it was great there on top tier, and they pulled that one out of the fire because, as you heard Goon Squad saying, we have this one, and then, within a minute later, they didn't have it won. So great recognition there from top tier, acting on that and salvaging that round.
All right. Hold up for just a second. Let's see if everyone loads in. X-Soldier, come on, buddy. Can you do it? Is he going to make it? Let's see in just a sec. because it looks like X-Soldier was having some connection issues.
Looks like he has indeed loaded in. Going over the lineups, we already went over it. 4 bat chats, a TVP and a grill for both teams. The only difference between the 2 lineups being the T54 lightweight and the RU251.
All right, we'll see how this one plays out. Opening moves. We've got Pompous holding still for a sec here. Let's see, are we going to get our battle? Looks like
everyone holding still. I think we're about to have another disconnect call here.
very tricky. All right, so these happen from time to time. Bear with us, guys. We got to put up with it too. So do all these players. So once they get back in, we'll do this one more time. So I guess it's back to garage, is it?
Yep, it's back to garage.
All right.
Nothing's going to go on there, so...
All right, so again, that opening strat, let's talk about it. We've got 4 bat chats, if I'm correct?
Mm-hmm.
4
4
bat
bat chats, a grill, a TVP, and then 1 light tank apiece.
So, TVP up the mid, right? That's the easy choice. You throw it in the middle, it's got decent reload. It's what back in my day, we had the 269 with heat gels. You know,
Before they were nerfed.
Before they were nerfed. After that, people decided there were better choices. But it's that perfect little American autoloader tank, because I love that about American autoloaders. They usually have smaller clips that don't deal enough damage to just wipe out a tank. They deal enough damage that whoever you go up against is going to be hurting afterwards. But
They are great. They're great tanks to add into team comps. Not so much the best tank for an individual player.
That's certainly true. I always pubbed so poorly on a T69, and I've tried pubbing a little bit with a TVP lately, and I realize that it's very easy to get yourself into a bad situation.
And that happens with a lot of fast tanks, but the problem is the bat chat can 1v1 its way out because it has a clip that can kill something.
Yeah.
The TVP, you get your 4 shots, you do 1200 damage, and all of a sudden you have no shots for another 20 seconds. If the other tank was counting your shells, or other tanks, as the case may be.
Oh, please don't let it be other tanks, because that's even worse. Just You're not going to make it. And then just the shape of a TVP, it's such a great profile to shoot at.
Now, one other thing, going back to that last battle that I just want to bring up.
Yeah.
The initial setup out of Goon Squad.
What about it?
3 up top, 3 down low.
Okay.
Very, very susceptible to an overmatch. So last season, we talked a lot about Russian roulette, essentially, with the strats. What are the teams going to do? Where are they going to go? And sometimes we saw teams do that, where they sent 3 low, 3 high, or 2 low, or 4 low, something like that. And the other team, sometimes, if they get unlucky, they run 6 or 7 tanks in the low ground. All of a sudden, you have an overmatch that the other team has no option to back out of.
But I'll say this. If you decide to overmatch in the east side of Cliff, I feel like that's way riskier against a 3-3 split coming, like what we saw from Goons coming from the south. When X-Soldier spotted, part of me thought, oh, we'll see a pushover from top tier in the middle, right?
Yep.
That is a bad idea. We've seen that work out poorly in the past. Because what happens is...
there are a lot of options. Now, what you're talking about, they could have dumped over onto the 3 in the middle. The 3 come up the donut, they get to the south side. They actually have pretty good shots for the most part,
exactly.
except for the buildings.
They're able to cover their allies, and also you lose sight with the grill. The T-54 can't support. So you actually end up getting yourself into a pretty poor position in some ways. But I wanted to say is like the west side, when you're in that low ground trying to make it up the ramp, and like we saw out of the Goon Squad tanks, if you overmatch on that, we see that work out amazingly because you're so cut off. The guys in the east can't support you.
Well, a lot of it comes down to recognition and timing. You have to know that you need to worry about that and to get in position. And once again, we've kind of talked about Goon Squad maybe not being prepared. So far, they've shown that they're somewhat prepared. Now, the one round they did win, they got a little bit fortunate because of the disconnects.
Yes.
But the other rounds, they were in for the most part. They almost won that last game. They called it just a little bit too early, got a little bit too far ahead of themselves. But they're showing that they are pretty competent, that they have an idea what they're supposed to be doing. So they could get lucky with, I think they have a pretty good understanding of where they need to be most of the time. But in that exact example of the double 3 split, essentially, if top tier had just dumped over, I don't know that Goon Squad would have been in position soon enough. I don't know that they knew to be there on that bottom corner.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's one of those things that you're never quite sure if it's going to work out.
Yep.
Right? It's always up in the air. It depends on these little minute details of the timings. Did they attack immediately? Did they waste 5 seconds? That 5 seconds could be the perfect amount of time.
Well, that's almost 3 shots out of a bat chat. In addition, that's a lot of damage, especially if there's multiple bat chats or multiple TVPs pumping out shells.
Exactly. So we are. Oh yeah, we're ready. We're almost going back to the battle one more time.
Okay. Cross your fingers, guys. No more disconnects. Let's
see
hope.
if it happens.
Knock on wood. And we are underway with battle number 4. Once again, the lineups, we've already gone over it, but I'll say it once again. 4 bat chats, a TVP, a grill, and a T54 lightweight. The RU 251 for Goon Squad being the only difference between the teams. Now with these lineups, you said that we would most likely see the grill up at A5. Last season, we actually saw the TVPs up there a lot as well.
I noticed that, and
the thing is, my point here is, if they put the TVP up there, where do you put the grill in that situation?
I don't know, because it doesn't seem to be as good to put a TVP
well, and
up
that's
there.
my point is, I think at that point, by bringing that grill, you kind of force your hand to a certain extent because you don't have a whole lot of options, and the other team knows it. So now if they can come up with something creative and do something different, they might trick top tier into a response they shouldn't. But I think if Goon Squad are just stick to being predictable, they do the basics, they put the grill up there, this could very easily work against them. And we're already seeing the grill 15 go towards that climb. And the other thing here is look at this setup for top tier. Now they're going with a 3 split, but X-Soldier's out in front and he's by himself just spotting.
And
Bobby takes some damage.
Oh yeah, he's down to half health. That's not good for the RU. He needs a little bit to work with. And you will see low ground, Goon Squad doesn't have control. High ground though, okay, we can work with that. We've got a grill getting into position finally. We've got TVP in a supporting role. We have Chai Sniper, Loptiv, and who's that other bad chat that's nearby? We got, yep, 2 other bad chats right up on the mid.
If you look at it, Fixer Reloaded's actually failing the climb there up onto the hill. Not quite getting up there.
It happens, all right. It happens. Sometimes.
Now Merle's and him trying to go for it again. Now if they can get their tanks up onto the hill, this will make their life a good bit easier.
Do you need a push to get up on the hill necessarily? I thought
it's
that
the only safe way because of the position that Kevin is in. That's the reason why top tier did it as well last game. They left the TVP there. Now he's definitely vulnerable, but he is great against the first ramp to get up there. X-Soldier taking another shot, losing his ammo rack in the process.
Ouch. All right.
Now he does get to a pretty good position here where he has a crossfire. However, he is able to repair his ammo rack, just doesn't have a commander anymore. I'm going to assume he's opting for rations instead of a med kit.
He did in fact opt for the rations. I can see that right now because following X-Soldier, you can see on the bottom row sometimes when we're following a tank, you can see rations, you can see equipment, all of those details. You could even see how his commander was knocked out.
Now, Merle Shikta actually got up onto the hill finally. He completed the climb. My point, though, is this climb on the south end, it's just the safer way, and they're actually going to do the TVP up here as well. If you use that one ramp between being proc spotted from the tanks right on the underside, Kevin down there in that spot, and I believe actually Bobby over there in the lightweight should have some shots periodically through that ramp, depending on the angle they take.
He'll have trouble finding those, though. Of course, those are tricky ones to line.
Those are tricky, but sometimes they can just be that one extra shot that really puts the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. What do you think top tier should be looking for right now? What is their goal? What are they trying to do with this lineup, with this strategy against Goon Squad?
Well, looking at it, they're trying to find a pick here on the hill and just steamroll straight over the top and not leave themselves in a crossfire. Now, they're going to put themselves in harm's way for sure, especially when they push over onto Junior here in this bat chat. The guns in the back will have them. But the thing is all the guns will be on one side of them, so if they can quickly take out guns and then keep pushing through, the momentum may carry them through. Top tier, it'll be interesting to see what they go for. I think that's really their only option in this spot right now. You can't really push around onto that E3 corner because the guns are sitting there in fixed positions, rocks covering them. You have the Grill 15 back there just ready to punish that corner. So I just don't think that's really an option, which leaves going over the hill or around the hill. Either that or they have to push down into the low ground, but we already saw what can happen when you push into the low ground. And Zitz in the TVP actually takes a shot at damage as he backs around.
Yep, looking out. Kevin in that TVP position. We'll follow him for just a moment. We can see TVP in the mid on the north side of Cliff here. Perfect little deflate. He's got great cover. He can kind of jump up, spot towards the west as you just saw, or he can provide cover, support, fire towards the hill. And this is one of those positions that's newer. It's not one of the old school spots that you would be able to use on Cliff. It showed up once we added more fluid movement on the map, where you could go from the high ground to the low ground a lot easier. And once that happened, this TVP position existed, and it has become a staple.
The climb was always doable. It was certainly doable with STBs, 140s, but it took a lot more practice. You had to know the exact pathing. If you were off just by a little bit, you'd just slide down, lose some HP, track yourself, and you're a gun out of the fight for probably 30 seconds at that point.
But now it's a lot more straightforward.
I don't even know that you can actually fall off doing that climb. It's pretty much
just confirm you can fall.
But
from experience, you can fall. It's hard. And
It would,
not,
it would certainly be an impressive feat if you managed to fall off.
yeah, it's certainly impressive. The amount of skill required to mess that up.
It's something that you've done personally?
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. It happens time to time. Hey, look at that, a push. It's X-Soldier and Hako moving
And now
down.
they may catch Bobby out. Kevin's sitting here, going to have some good shots. The Grill 15's already turned over and has his gun towards this corner, the bush being the only thing covering him.
Now, is this going to prompt a push? Because Kevin's got fire onto X-Soldier and on Hako. You could leave those guys there.
Let's do some basic math right now. There's 2 tanks down here, including one of the tier 8s. There's a tier 8 for the other team of Goon Squad down here in the low ground. Kevin theoretically could still go on the high ground.
Now look at that Chai Snipers moving, and it looks like the response from Goon Squad is let's just be defensive.
Yep,
I guess to answer the question.
They're just going to hold firm. You can't necessarily blame them. They're in a pretty good position here. However, the problem is now that by staying and holding firm, their positions, they have to worry about multiple angles is my point. They have to sit here and worry about these tanks on the low ground, and that's going to turn some of the tanks away from the mid. So if the push does come over the top, and it looks like we're about to actually see that here.
Yep, get ready.
The Grill gets spotted. He takes 1,000 damage, 1,400. He's about to go down. And they pick up 2 kills back to back. Bobby and Hagler both going down for Goon Squad, and that's going to make life a lot easier for top tier.
Oh yeah, that changes this entirely. Now you've got a situation where, honestly, top tier could push from all angles at once if they can coordinate it. Jeff's going to start taking damage. He's going to be pushed out slowly. TVP can move up. X-Soldier is going to go down. We didn't even get a chance to see that one. He's out.
Now Kevin's just sitting here in this bush. He's getting some shots off. Meanwhile, Zitz takes Pompous Magnus from distance, takes down
And
the
there's
Batchat.
Jeff peeks out, gets taken down as he tries to escape. Chai Snipers all alone.
Kevin
Completely
going 0 for 2, 0 for 3. Now he's spotted, and he doesn't have any shots left. Not able to capitalize on that Batchat in the low ground. He's going to get focused out.
Yeah, he's going down.
It's all but over, and now
Kevin's it. Kevin's the last one. All right, that's it for me. Like right there, that's top tier playing it right.
they isolated the 2 tanks on the low ground. No, I criticized last game top tier for having tanks down there, and that round shows why that can be a problem. Now, Kevin was actually in a nice passive bush that I didn't know existed on that ledge, but he stayed where he could not be spotted through the whole game, and because they didn't push anything on the low ground, he was safe. He's still susceptible to being proc spotted if they hug that wall, so it's not a perfect spot, but it's a little bit of a solution. Yeah. Now the problem is that the T-54 lightweight sitting in base, he got isolated out, and then the Grill also got spotted when he fired to try to cover the T-54 lightweight, and that was 2 tanks down, and from that point on, the momentum was in favor of top tier.
That was deliberate. That had to be deliberate. That was one of those plays that's you know what's going to happen.
Well, and
you
if you
do
notice,
A, they do B.
I thought the push was coming out of top tier over in the middle, and so it looked like they were getting ready to push, but instead what they were doing is they were getting in position to light up that Grill because they knew he was about to be lit.
Yes. So it was you could see the little stroke of brilliance. Now that's going to move the score to 3-1, isn't it?
Yep, that will be 3-1 in favor of top tier.
So top tier showing why they're the ones who might be going to gold. Goon Squad, solid plays, but it doesn't appear as though they're just as on it, if you get my meaning. They're not on top of the timings and maybe positionings and some of the responses.
I think with a little bit of work, and look, this is what we're talking about right here. They recognize Bobby's down there. At the same time, the Grill gets spotted and lit in the background. Now look at the position. You have 5 tanks left alive sitting here in the mid. You have tanks coming in behind. A bunch of tanks up in front. You can't push anywhere. If you sit there, you're going to be picked apart. It's just a bad situation to be in.
Exactly. Now, and I noticed from Goon Squad, this is something that pained me to see, which was the push came out from Goons, but it came in this. It was not quite on point. There were a lot of reasons for this, of course, being that they were down some tanks. They were at a disadvantage already, but one thing that would have helped them in that fight is going in and I think a little more focus. And it's hard to comment on that one, of course. It's very vague feedback, but if they'd figured out that little bit, they probably could have made a stronger showing in that.
Yep. So we have 2 little things here that just got whispered into my ear.
Oh, yes.
First, we have a timeout in this match for an additional minute. So top tier calling the timeout going into Ghost Town.
Okay.
Now, once again, going over it real quick. Ghost Town, a map that we thought would separate these 2 teams, with it being 3-1 in favor of top tier. This is looking pretty dark for
this should
for
be
Good Squad.
Like if you're a betting man, you're putting your money on top tier right now. If you are a crazy betting man, you're putting your money on Goon Squad because the return on that in Vegas would be awesome. But But there you go. You're not gonna probably see Goon Squad pull this one out. It's going to take a lot of work to get there. They're going to have to take it
It's
to.
going to take a Christmas miracle early.
Oh gosh, are we really going to do? I mean, how many weeks is it away? It was
2.
We've got half a month until Christmas.
We're
all right?
getting there.
I still haven't listened to a Christmas song. I'm going to stay that way for as long as I can. All right. Christmas. Anyway,
So
it's just
the other piece of news there.
Yeah.
5-0 topper tier over Lincoln.
Oh, is that the other thing that was being whispered in your ear?
Yes, sir.
Oh, snap! Let me write this one down. So wait, 5-0. What was the? Let me see.
5-0 in favor of topper tier. So.
Oh, looks like okay. So it looks like they played Ruinberg, Mines, Murrow, Cliff. Okay.
So they only played the first 3 because it's 5-0.
Yep. And well, okay, that's one way for it to go. I would have expected maybe more of Lincoln Brigade, but this could say something about topper tier. That's an opponent coming up that the loser of this match will be playing later tonight. So we'll have to watch out.
Well, and the one thing to keep in mind is the one loss that topper tier had was the same day. A couple of their players apparently had finals, and they were having trouble fielding a team, so maybe not their full starting 7 were there. And so that's how they ended up in the losers bracket, because the match of topper tier versus top tier versus topper tier could have happened earlier, but it didn't. Now, what likely is going to be the result with scorelines holding true is going to be Goon Squad going to play topper tier in our next match.
Okay, so that's what we're betting on right now. That means they're not out yet, because remember, this match that we're watching right now is the winner's bracket. Neither of these teams have lost yet. They have the chance to lose just once. And that means Goon Squad, even if they lose here, can come back and have another chance at fighting against top tier. So we might see that later this week, Thursday, a rematch between these two teams. Although it could be a little soon to call it. It's really looking thin. 3-1, very hard to do. Top tier looks solid. We're about to go into Ghost Town, a map which is made for esports. So the esports team here, top tier, has the advantage. It's the classic, almost like David Goliath, just like I've got every advantage over you.
Yep. Let's take a second and look at the updated brackets now that we have that score from the offline match, and we can see exactly how this will break down. So there is the possibility of the same rematch that we're watching right now happening Thursday. So as we said, Goon Squad will drop down into that last TBD spot, and they will play topper tier. Provided Goon Squad lose, they still have to lose 2 more games.
All right, guys, let us know if you believe in Goon Squad.
Yep, I'd love to hear it, and nothing would make me happier than seeing Goon Squad upset top tier right now, just because of the storyline. Just the team starting down 3-1, they come back, they hold on, being a new team that doesn't have any league experience, going up against Goliath as you were. That would be quite fun to see.
Yes.
Will it happen? Once again, David versus Goliath is used because it's something that shouldn't happen. So we'll see. Now the loser will go down, like I said, and play topper tier, which will be the next match that we bring you right after this one. The winner of that will play the winner of the match we are currently watching. So it is very possible that Goon Squad drop down, beat topper tier, and get a second shot against top tier now that they've had a chance to learn a few things. That could also be interesting, so we'll have to see. And then the winner of that match will go on to play Danger Close, and the winner of that final match Thursday afternoon will be our 8th and final team in the Gold League next season.
Oh yeah, that's what we're here about. Although right now, looking at this, it's a rough time for a few players, because I'm seeing that Zitz might be having to take some time on the bench, having some connection issues. Looks like some local stuff's going on with him. If he's not able to play, what do you think it means for top tier to lose Zitz?
Zitz is one of those players that's always very consistent with the damage output. He finds his shots, makes them count. Can sometimes be a little bit too passive for my liking, but still an effective player nonetheless.
He's not the frontline guy. He's one of the guys supporting tankers. You can always depend on him to make his shots count. And you need guys like that.
Yep. But losing him, especially when you have a player like Rude Awakening just sitting on the bench ready to come in, I don't think it'll affect them too much. May actually benefit them just because Rude, a caller as well, so he has that additional insight. Can make sure he's in the right spot at the right time. Might be a little bit less hesitant to get his HP into the fight when need be.
Rude knows what he's doing. If he comes on in, he should know exactly what he's all about. And I can see what you're saying. He's reliable.
Yep, exactly. And it's great to have players like that on the bench where if you have an unfortunate problem like this with these disconnects, you have the players ready to just go and step in. So often you kind of get these backups on teams where there's kind of flakes. They don't necessarily show up to all the practices. They aren't up to date with the strats, and they don't have that experience to just step into a lineup. And so they have to kind of be coached or babysat to a certain extent when they step in.
Yeah, although you can look at players like, I think an example of someone who's the ideal in that scenario is Rude here. You can maybe look at like Meadowhawk. in the league last season. He's the kind of player that's, yes, he knows he's going to be on the bench most of the time, but when he finally does step in, he knows he's ready to do it. He's been prepping for it. He's planning on it, and his team trusts him when he gets there.
Yeah, but well, and then when you have teams that are really well drilled, such as Apex, every single player on that roster could step in. They've played the Gold League, and we saw them rotate around. Even Akula, who was on the bench for most of last season, stepped in for the North American Finals. Just only played a few matches, showed up, and became the LAN final MVP after not playing almost the whole season. So, those sort of players are great to have, but then you have some players, I think High had a couple that barely played and didn't play at all. So we'll have to see, but we are ready finally for map number 3 of tonight.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
Looking at the lineups here as they come in, top tier, 250Bs, an IS-7, 2 Batchats, a T10, and a WZ-111. Why they didn't just bring 2 T10s or 2 WZ-111s, I don't know, but probably player preference is my guess. Looking at the lineup from Goon Squad, 2 113s, an IS-7,
Okay.
2 50Bs,
Makes sense.
a Batchat, and a 1390. So going for a little bit lighter lineup, and they're defending too, is the other thing to keep in mind. It's top tier, the attacking team bringing all the weight, and this is what we talked about with the inexperience. Top tier may pull one over here.
Look at this, though, from Miral. Miral taking fire now on an opening scout, really aggressive, went straight through the Goon Squad formation, and is now just south of their position, barely getting away from Jeff.
Oh, but he doesn't know. He may come across this intersection and eat a lot of shells.
He should know.
Are they looking for it?
They're spotting. There's some spotting. Oh, no, he is going to cross
No,
the...
he's going to back off. He spots them just in time.
I don't know if that's better, though. I don't know if that's better, because he's spotted, and now he's just cut off.
Now this is what I was talking about with the inexperience. They went and they stacked 2 tanks on cap. I would have personally liked to see 3 in this situation. 2 should be enough. 50Bs lining up for some shots. Jeff bouncing 1. Born to be Daddy taking another. And look at this. Goon Squad having to run the gauntlet through top tier right now. They don't have a choice but to push in. They have 30 seconds to get in position to get the resets. Bobby and Scrublet pushing around on the 0 line, trying to open it up, but there are tanks out there for top tier. And now they're just coming around, and more tanks in position already for top tier, doing 1,300, almost taking out Red. But they do find the kill shot onto Merle Sheikta finally. And shots just going back and forth here through this brawl. Red getting out of there. Born to be Daddy pushing in, knowing these 50Bs are reloading.
And we do have enough of a reset, 24 seconds. We're going to have to see Goon Squad follow up now and get their second reset. If they can get that, this is in the bag. But if they focus too much on the tanks, which are still screening the cap, they could end up losing out on the chance for a crucial reset. And that's going to be it. 44 seconds left. This should go in favor of Goon Squad. Strong response, not enough cover. The screen did not slow Goon Squad down enough. And this should go as a battle number 2 win for the Goons, putting them back into this series.
That is exactly what I was worried about when I said only putting 2 tanks, and I didn't necessarily like that on cap. 3 would have forced that to be a little bit quicker. The problem was that Goon Squad had the time to slow down, to not have to push all the way in to take the brawls right then and there. Still uncomfortable, but they managed to make it work, and they managed to get the resets with just enough time. A little bit close, but they got it in.
Yeah.
If 3 tanks had been on cap, the tanks getting back, there was no one in position to get those resets. And that cap would have been considerably faster, and I think that top tier could have walked away with a cap fast. But because they had that extra 20 seconds to work with at that point, I think that was just enough for Goon Squad to just push through. And props off to Goon Squad. We questioned how they would perform on Ghost Town, being a map that they didn't have a lot of experience on. That is a very veteran response right there. That is not hesitating, going for it, understanding you need to be in position, and just being there. And so great response there out of them.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up, because right at the crucial moment, a solid, 20 to 30 second range, they got a reset. So the tank that they reset had enough cap points that when you reset, it's not a waste of a shell. If you reset too early, you might reset 10, 15 cap points, right? That's worth it, but not as valuable as if you reset 50 or even 90 cap
exactly.
points. You save yourself that much more time later.
Yep. Now I thought that we could have seen what Apex did versus M60s, was drive 3 tanks right to cap without stopping, and that game could have been over. But they hesitated a little bit. Once they spotted the tanks in the south, why the call wasn't 3 to cap right then and there, I'm not positive. But instead they
Yeah, let's look at this X-Soldier. I think he disconnected in the battle again.
Yeah, well, it's actually
Is it? It looks like it because he didn't deal any damage or fire at least even once. So this, unfortunately, look at that one. That's a detail I can't ignore.
definitely, and and a lot of disconnects here. It's really unfortunate to see. Not really sure why it's being such an issue. I don't know if it's just player connectivity. As we look here and look at this is what we're talking about. They have this extra 20 seconds to work with. They do get the reset there, which was enough to win that game, and they're able to turn around and focus out Rude Awakening. They only have 2 50Bs here for top tier screening, and then the IS-7 is caught out of position. Just gets bullied around here late in the game, but that's after the fight's really over at that point. I think if, like I said, if the I-7 here had just joined the other heavy tanks and gotten onto cap, been 3 on there, I don't know that Goon Squad even had the time to get all their tanks back there without stopping. The second they stopped, that was over for sure. If they had driven straight through and eaten the damage, I still don't know that they would have gotten the resets.
You got a point there as well. Yeah, it's a tricky situation to deal with, and that one being done right now, let's look forward to the next battle.
Yeah, I think, looking at it, I think it either needs to be 3 or it needs to be 1 for cap pressure. I think having an extra gun to hold that line, you need it if you're not going to put all your money on the cap. You're either using it to pressure to draw them back, at which point you need to have guns in position to punish.
I think 2 is actually a good number. I think 2, if you put 1, you're not probably going to get enough cap pressure to get the cap in time. 3 might be overkill in the sense of the point that you're trying to make.
It certainly wasn't in this situation. My point is this. With 3, you're putting the marbles in, we're going to cap out, and the rest just need to slow them down just for a second. You're not relying on them killing everything or being in a situation where you're going to live past, them resetting that cap. It's either going to be cap or it's done.
Fair enough.
With 1, it's enough that you still have guns in position to punish the push, which is what you're banking in with any sort of cap pressure less than 3 is we're not going to cap out. They're going to get the resets. They'll have plenty of time to get back, but we're going to make them push through all their guns. So I think 2 is just too soft in the middle. I really think it needs to be 3 or 1. We can agree to disagree, but I think 3.
I see where you're coming from. I do actually, and okay, I'll agree with 1. 1, I think we should just throw out. Just 1 on cap for cap pressure in order to do something like that on Ghost Town. No, maybe on Proc where
on
you're
some
doing
of the other
east,
maps,
west.
yeah.
Okay, but 1 on this map, I'm not in agreement on. It's like it's such a slow pressure that your opponent really just has to do very small things to reset.
But here's my point: is with 2, you're still too slow, as they just showed, because they were able to get back plenty of time to get the resets.
Okay.
And you didn't have guns in position to punish, so you didn't accomplish either goal.
I think the mess up with 2 is that you didn't include the 2 tanks enough into cover fire.
Yep. Now the other thing we're missing here is X-Soldier did disconnect apparently, which means he would have had some shots from sitting on cap in the hold down, which that certainly could have turned it around. So. Or he could have been in a position not to be reset, and they still would have capped out. So that's something. I would have liked to see that again, because I think it's a little bit in the gray area. But that said, the one thing to remember right now is that's top tier to Goon Squad 3-2. Goon Squad showing that they're not out of this yet. They still can come back. It's not even overtime's not even guaranteed at this point. Goon Squad could win 3 straight and walk away with this right now.
Fair enough. We'll have to see how it goes. Players are just about ready for the next battle. This will be the final battle on Ghost Town. After that, it's Murrow to finish this one up. That's the place where Goon Squad can come back. They just have to stay cool, calm, collected here. I think a loss here could give enough momentum. That's where top tier can finish it out, because they just get that 1, give them the 4. They can take it to Murrow, finish this out.
Yeah, Murrow, and then Murrow's another map where, not necessarily within League, but just the map in general, you really have to understand all the spotting, the mechanics on top of the map and the positions themselves.
Yeah, it's like where Ghost Town is a much more technical map. It's like, all right, if push here, flank this, create crossfire, you can map it out. Spotting's not tricky enough to the point where...
Well, everything's almost within procs range, not within like 100 to 200 meters, to where even an IS-7 that's almost blind can still spot everything.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the nice thing about Ghost Town. It works in favor for you.
So Proc, on the other hand, a bat chat will outspot an I-7 for days, and if you push yourself in the wrong spot, you never know when there's going to be multiple TVPs, hold down E5s, grill 15s, hold down 113s, or even artillery, ready to just pulverize you.
Exactly. And we are ready for our next battle. Ghost Town, we're about to load in.
It is 3-2 in favor of top tier. Top tier holding on here. Now, earlier we talked about top tier needing to make sure that they put this to bed early. So far, hasn't been the case. Looking at it, a 113, 250Bs, an IS-7, 2 bat chats, and a T-54 lightweight from top tier. Meanwhile, Goon Squad, 50B, 2 250Bs, an IS-7, a T-57, a bat chat, and a 1390.
All right, I'm down with that. 1390. Actually, what's your opinion? 1390 seems like a strong scout to me, but a lot of people bring the RU or the T-54.
On this map,
Yes.
the biggest problem, just on Ghost Town, the biggest problem you have is I think that a T-54 lightweight has enough cover and enough lanes that he can really work a 1390. Using hold downs, there's a lot of long approaches, especially along the outside of the map. As long as the T-54 lightweight knows that 1390 is coming early, he'll get the early damage, and that 90 is never going to be able to close to get the shots off. The other advantage with these lanes, the 1390 doesn't have a whole lot of room to avoid a T-54 lightweight if he tries to go in for a ram, and a ram would pretty much end any 1390 out of a T-54 lightweight.
All right, we are going to have a very quick engagement, I expect, based on the layouts of both of these teams. You've got one hit in Jeff already. Rude Awakening, pay attention to that T-54 on the flank. He's going to probably start a little just messing around with his opponent. Although both teams' top-tier Goon Squad are right up against each other, I don't think that they're going to be able to disengage that easily without taking some damage. And I think that we are going to see some kind of engagement coming out from Goon Squad in a moment or two. I just wait for them to get that little bit of damage, and that should be the trigger.
Sublime, who got subbed in, may catch out Chai Sniper here. He's side-scraping this corner, looking for a shot. They light each other, but no shots are exchanged.
Oh, and I really was hoping he was going to sneak something in there. Surprising, though, that he wasn't able to line that one up. That would have been great damage for top tier.
Yep, and now Pompous and Rude Awakening, or actually it's Pompous and Merle Shikta holding the south here with the multiple bat chats. Kind of an interesting lineup on top tier because it relies upon controlling the outside of the map and being flexible. Not a whole lot of weight with that lineup, but 113 and I-7, 250Bs. Outside the I-7 and 113, you don't really have any heavy tanks. The 50Bs certainly don't count as heavy tanks. Not in the other than the fact that they're heavy. They don't have any armor. They're not going to bounce anything.
In the sense of like, think of a mouse or any 100. You don't have that working for you.
Yeah, you know, one thing I know a lot of people do when they're calling 50Bs, for example, and soon to be the new Swedish tanks. They're not called heavy tanks. They call them autoloaders. So even if you see the heavy tank icon, say on Strat Sketch or whatever it is you're using to map out strats,
yeah,
they just refer to it as autoloaders. I need 3 autoloaders, not I need 3 heavy tanks. And so I think that's an important distinction to keep in mind. So even with top tier, in theory, having 4 heavy tanks, it's really just 2.
Ah, I see. Well, yeah, that's also a fair point. Although if you look at it, it's like bat chat versus 50B, for example, right? Like, or a T-57, for example. It's like a bat chat, though, stands on its own outside of that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But the problem is 50B, I don't know how well it can stand on its own. 1600 in the clip. If you add a ram in there, you can handle a bat chat, for example.
It bounces shells here and there as well. Although you could say, I guess, the same for the bat chat and the T-57.
Well, the slight difference being the angles on the bat chat can be a bit tricky, where the 50B, it's just players being, I want to say, lazy to a certain extent if they hit that front plate, because the front plate's pretty troll, and you should just know to avoid it and just shoot the turret. The bat chat, when those bounces happen, it's just because they were angled at such an extreme angle that they auto-bounced and shelled in.
But that's the magic of angly tanks like that. That's the magic of the T-54 we just saw.
Yeah, X-Soldier bouncing a few shots earlier.
Exactly. Just those little tiny movements. You throw off a shell, it hits just barely the wrong angle, and it turns what would have been a pen for stupid amounts of damage into, boop, nothing.
Now, this is kind of interesting, because now Goon Squad have pulled all their stuff back to the north. This is the second time we've seen them just completely pull back everything and reposition to their side of the map without the other team really recognizing it.
Yeah, I am surprised. Top tier should have noticed this disengagement and done something about it. But they are able to put a little damage out. Chai Sniper taking a little bit. Rude, I think, is actually getting a little bit.
It takes a couple bounces there.
He really should have gotten. Really should have gotten penned from one of those. That should have been him. He really should have been forced to pay, I should say. Like that's a risky position and a risky move. And yes, it paid off for him, but that's.
Here's something interesting to look at. I said earlier with this lineup, it relies upon having control of the outside of the map. Look at the position right now. Both these bat chats are pushing around out towards the 0 line, but Goon Squad have left a heavy tank all the way outside, and it's red in that 50B, along with Scrublet, so they know that they need to worry about that zero line control.
And there's Scrublet taking some fire, actually. He's forced to back off, and on reload as well. Although, with this, Goon Squad can see that tanks from top tier are rather split. They know Rude is all the way in the northwest. They know those heavy tanks are all towards the middle of the map. But as far as their options for pushing and getting an overmatch, I don't think we can really say that Goon Squad can just push forward, right?
It would be, I think the word is sketchy. It is an option that could pay out if top tier make a mistake. Bringing those 215Bs, that's a lot of HP. 2,500, that's nothing to scoff at. The thing is with that much HP, even if all the shots pen, they can soak up more than, say, an I-7 or a 113, those extra shells, and that might be the opportunity that Goon Squad need to break that, get through to the middle, and be reloaded before these Bat Chats are able to get into the fight. Not the play I'd go for, though.
Yeah, Rude Awakening looks like he was about to take some fire. Looks like a few more bounces again, or missed shots. And Kevin, look at the way he's moving in the 215B. He just wants to go after Rude so badly right now, but he just can't quite move forward enough. He's like, guys, let me go. I can take him. But everyone else knows it's a really bad idea. It's really
well, look
bad
at the positioning here of the tanks in the middle.
Let me jump over to those guys right now. So what you're talking about is that's
talking
the
about
IS-7
Fixer, the IS-7 and 113. If Kevin pulls forward just a few inches too far, between all his guns, he could be permatracked and gone for all his HP with nothing in return. And he already takes 250 from Rude, sneaking a shot in there.
Sneaky. All right, so Rude is actually doing an amazing job with this position. I feel like it's a weird defilade. There's not a lot of solid cover. It's just barely you're peeking out, and you're barely
they're covering
landing
the
a shot.
one spot that he's vulnerable from, which is over towards the south end of the 4 line. Now, here's the other thing to keep an eye on. Look at the time at the top of the screen. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Goon Squad have not even as so much touched the cap circle yet.
And as you say that, here they come. 1390, Comrade Jeff moving in onto the cap. Are they going to be able to make this work? That's the question.
They are pushing in here. Rude should be able to spot both of them. Now, they're trying to use the I-7 to screen for the 1390, hiding them in the back.
But I think they can cover him with the IS-7 pretty well.
Yep.
I think that's the plan here. We just keep him safe. He's going to get reloaded. He'll have some damage, but he's still a tier 8. We can afford to have him out of the fight a little bit.
If the Bat Chats can get into the zero line safely, they can certainly put a lot of damage onto the tanks on cap, and if not, Rude Awakening will be there. And the rest of the tanks can just sit back and not do anything. The problem is that they have to provide enough cover for these Bat Chats to make the run that they're making right now.
And there's the move. We've got 2 tanks, IS-7, 50B moving down the middle. Sublime is going to move for the cap resets.
And they're in here. They're spotted late, but they should be able to get in here and get towards Scrublet.
Yeah, it looks like 50B is actually going to get the resets. Now, we could see a counter push from Goon Squad. If enough tanks group up, we could see an overmatch somewhere. And it's just kind of 1v1s, even matches up in the north. Looks like Miral is going to go down in just a moment. No, looks like Scrublet's going to go down first. And there he is. Miral's going to get the kill. That is a huge win for top tier in the north.
This is all over for top tier. The cap shouldn't really be an option now. Rude Awakening just needs to make a few of his shots count, and he can pretty much end this. He gets 1 reset. Cap really isn't an option right now for Goon Squad unless they put more on. Rude Awakening doesn't even need to keep this engagement now. He's just driving this tank around in circles. He can pretty much just get out of here.
There we go. There's a few kills. A few tanks on top tier are rather low. They could make something happen.
Only a minute 30 with the Bat Chat's mobility, being able to leave the fight and draw this out. This is over. This is 4-2 in favor of top tier.
All right. Solid play. I liked it. Good attack. Good cap pressure, but solid defense.
Well, and I like it out of top tier, slowing it down. That zero line push, they waited until there was no option for a Goon Squad. If they had pushed that earlier, when Goon Squad still had time to respond, there may have been some options for them to get back into this fight. There were some low HP tanks, and they may have had time to pick a few kills, get some HP, maybe get into it. Still difficult, but you at least have the time and allow yourself the option of doing it. In this case, waiting nice and long. Top tier just slowed it down. They waited till the last moment when they had to commit. They got those tanks in the zero line. Great play there from Pompous and Merles. Great tag teaming there. They got the shots onto Scrublet. Scrublet ended up going down when Pompous committed to him, and Merles knew to back off, stay in the buildings, and make that 50B come around and get to him.
Yeah, I wish I'd gotten more time to focus on that aspect, because you saw how they used the destructible buildings in the northern part of the map to actually win a battle, which I really thought we were going to see at least a 1-for-1 trade turn into a 2-for-none.
Yep. And also hearing that we may have had a disconnect in the middle there, or we've just lost him here at the end. Looking at it, Kevin, 2,700, doing a lot. And then the second page here, nothing really standing out. Comrade Jeff was in that fight, got off a couple shots, but overall, like I said, I think the combination of the timing and understanding from top tier, being a little bit slow, not forcing anything that didn't need to, and then the bat chat play of Pompous Magnus and Merle Shika won that game. And if you look at it right here, this is the end of that fight. The 50B going down, Pompous. You look at how much HP Merles was left alive with right there. Both of them were left alive with. It was great teamwork to know when to trade their HP and when to save it. And that's just, once again, that's just the experience of these teams showing through right here.
Yeah, exactly. And notice the health on those top tier tanks. See how Merle, Pompous are all incredibly low? Those tanks should have been dead minutes ago. They sat with low 215, 182 hit points until the end of the battle for at least 2 minutes straight, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys out there, but those tanks should have been dead. They should have gone down. When those tanks don't go down, that shows that you really messed up somewhere.
Yep, and it's that fine balance of you need to take guns out of the fight quickly. You need to make sure that once someone's low, they take them down. Now, if the other team if the other team's smart and they do the right thing, they're going to make sure enough guns are in position that you rotate the low HP tanks to the back, and that even if you want to kill them, you're pushing into 5-6 guns and you're going to bleed HP, and it's going to become a positive trade for the other team, and so they'll make the most out of losing that gun.
Exactly, but you do need to make sure that in something like this, 7v7, that you are getting more of those. You can't be leaving 2 tanks alive that long. And I think there was even a third that was rather low for a while.
Well, so, if you're going to make a push and you know their team has low HP tanks, you just need to make sure that you have a way to get them out quickly. If they're sitting way in the back and you know they're going to be a problem and you don't have a solution to get them out, you're putting your shots into high HP tanks, and the tanks in the back can then peek and get the shots off for free. That's not taking guns to the fight. That's not a good situation. You try to slow it down, find a way to open up and get those picks on those tanks if you can. Now, in this case, Goon Squad just ran out of time, really.
Yeah, they did. That was pretty much it. They just didn't have anything left in it. And we are noticing, I got to comment on it, it's just there are players in particular having some connection issues. I think it's something that's local internet is what we're getting reports of. So some of these guys are having to go on the bench unplanned. They weren't otherwise expected to. But the thing is, when you play online, you have to understand that there are certain things that are your points of failure, just like in a live environment. In a live environment, you've got lights, you've got cameras, you've got all sorts of activity, distractions all over the place, maybe white noises being pumped into your ears, something like that. That's your live environment. You have to prepare for that. And then at home, yes, sometimes your internet sucks, and it really hurts. Sometimes I used to play with a really bad video card, and luckily, Tanks runs fine, even when you have pretty much a potato.
Or toaster, some people call it.
Exactly. You could probably make one of the most basic computers run tanks okay. Now, I'm not bragging for the game, but it just runs. So for me, as one of those players that played like that, when my computer started to crash because it was just that old, and just that bad, I had to fix it. I put up with it for as long as I could, but teams started to complain. They're like, "You can't keep doing this."
Now, the other thing to keep an eye on here is with those disconnects, Jeff is gone.
Yeah.
Jeff is DC'd. He's not coming back in, and they're having to move on to play without him. So now it's going to be match point where Goon Squad's back are up against the wall. They need to win 2 straight to force overtime. And their main caller is now gone.
So it's pretty much like a Mighty Ducks kind of a moment. You've got no hope, but you know what? We've got the 1% chance. We're just going to do it. So let's see if they can. Final map, 2 battles left till the tiebreaker. It's Murrow. Can Goon Squad do it?
We'll have to see. Now, the other thing to keep an eye on is this could be one of those moments. Let's see if Goon Squad have a backup option. Do they have someone that has some calling experience besides Jeff? Because I'm not entirely sure.
Are we hyping them up to be the greatest comeback team ever? And then what's really going to happen is that's actually, Jeff really was that important. It's just...
Well, we'll find out exactly how important he was going into the 4th and final map.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Top tier coming in here with an E5, an IS-7, 3 Bat Chats, an Object 430 V2, and a Bat Chat AP. Meanwhile, Goon Squad, 2 T57s, an IS-7, 3 Bat Chats, and an RU-251.
Object 430 version 2, I have no point of reference for why you're bringing this.
T54 gun, limited turret to 180 degrees, and it looks like we have another disconnect. Maybe.
Maybe?
No, it's not a disconnect. They're just... yeah, it is a disconnect, apparently.
That's
no,
what it is.
he's
No,
moving
it's... But wait.
What's
Don't just
going
call
on?
a disconnect because a Bat Chat's sitting still.
No, they're all sitting still, though. But it looks like
But they're doing the wiggle.
Kevin's moving forward. Both teams just waiting for their team. I mean, it's like they're trying to do the mannequin challenge right now in game.
No, that's got to be the disconnect right there. Yeah, that looks like everyone back to garage. All right.
Mannequin challenge 2.0?
Okay, for a minute I thought it was, but yeah, that's going to be another one. All right. It happens. It happens. We'll just roll with it. These happen. I mean, enough disconnects and you can't just say bench the guy and go find the next guy and we'll get him in. It's enough guys are doing this that, well, let's just see what happens. That's too bad. That's got to feel weird.
This has got to be the most disconnects we've had through last season.
Yeah, pretty much like this. We always do test battles before a match, right? We always load in all of the players that are used in a match. We play, make sure that everyone's playing okay. No one's having strange connection issues. And usually it works out. Some guy will disconnect in the first battle. After that, he's just fine. That's not the case here, and it is certainly strange. But it does give us a chance to talk about these teams plenty, which is just swell with me. Because if you look at it, top tier has shown that they are a well-oiled machine so far. I haven't seen too much that's been incredibly shaky. I haven't seen anything that says I'm not ready for gold. Everything says I'm a gold league team. And as far as it goes, as in my book, if they get into gold, sweet. If they don't, the other team in this tournament that gets to gold is kind of a dark horse for me. We don't know what they really got working for them, do we? Like, if Goon Squad makes it, dude.
Well, so you have topper tier who have been in the Gold League for a season, and they kept a lot of the players on that roster. You got Blue Mini, Flashland, Romstar, Ali the Persian dude. You have players that have played and have some experience. Now, they need some work, obviously, because they're here in the qualifier. So, obviously, their first stint in the Gold League, or actually it was their second stint because they were caller wanted before that.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they're still here right now, so they have something that needs to be changed. But still capable of getting there and doing it nonetheless. And then you have Danger Close left, Silver League team. Now, the thing I do know about them is they're putting in a lot of time in their regular scrim partners with several of the top Gold League teams right now. Yeah. So they're putting in the time, and the fact that they're able to get the scrims with those teams means that they consider them at least somewhat serious. So you cannot write out Danger Close despite them having the silver tag label out just yet. Now, they're still underdogs. Don't get me wrong. I think top tier definitely have the advantage, but I don't think you can write out Danger Close just yet.
Okay, yeah, because that's the one I'm waiting on, too. It's like the final boss. Is it really the final boss, or is it like the boss after the mini-boss, which honestly should be the final boss, but is called the... You see where I'm going, right? Like,
yeah, well, another thing to look at is, looking at it, the point I'm going with here is a team like top tier to prove that they're ready for a Gold League. You know, you could say they just had one bad game against Danger Close and Danger Close got in there, but that's what it comes down to is you have to be able to perform on the day, and if they can't show up and win that one battle versus Danger Close, then we have to sit here and question, were they really ready to be in the Gold League anyways?
You can always ask these questions, but we'll see. Once they make it, they'll have earned it. It's 8 teams, you know? We used to have, what, like almost, we had 12, I know, for a while. It's fuzzy now, so far back. Did we have 16?
I think we had 16 for a season.
Yeah, at the very beginning. We had a lot of teams.
I think that was the first season of 754.
We had to split into 2 divisions. We didn't have just like one group where everyone played everyone. We had to make it 2 groups because we didn't have time for everyone to play everyone. It would have taken forever. 16 teams in a round robin. There's 15 days of matches. It's a lot of matches.
Yep. Now we've slowly gotten the league smaller down, and a lot of these teams tightened it up. A lot of the teams, and it's a real challenge to be here. And that's the thing with the teams getting smaller is that really means that the top of the cream, as you were, have to rise and they have to perform. That's kind of what I'm getting at is the best of here. It's only 8 teams.
And the contrast that you see, because very usually you'd expect if you're already in the Gold League that those are the top teams. Anyone that's not in there obviously is not as good. But then you realize with only 8 teams now, it's like the pool of players that's outside of the Gold League wanting to get back in is so huge. It's it's always hard to tell if all of these teams coming through the Gold Quals are just as good or what, because the contrast, the skill disparity that you see in a qualifier is so much wider than you see in the regular league.
Even Goon Squad, who are not previously a Gold League team, at least as a team, they have a few players that have been around, but largely they're new. With a little bit of work, I don't see anything right now that says they couldn't handle themselves in the Gold League.
I'd agree. I'd say that's
a little bit of work.
Solid.
They're still a little bit off the mark, but there's a lot of here that's promising. A lot of the right ideas, good recognition by the callers. Now, once again, Jeff isn't in here yet, so we'll have to see if they're able to carry on without him, if they have a good backup caller, or if, pretty much the same way I got into calling almost 5 years ago is, hey, who wants to call right now? And yeah, I guess I'll try. That's what might be happening right now with Goon Squad.
Mine was I just wouldn't shut up. I just
backseat call the whole time, and then they tell you.
When you scout, you have better eyes than the caller, so you just be like, no, they're going this way, and the caller's like, okay, and then eventually you just start.
Just goes, Randall, why don't you just call?
They're just like, you know what, you know what I'm gonna say anyway, just go, and they just did that, and eventually I just did that for a while, but that's how I got into it. But we can see how that turned out because I don't do that anymore at all. But you're still calling.
A little bit here and there.
A little bit here and there.
A lot rustier than I used to be, that's for sure.
Probably a lot sharper than I'm at, because right now, if I sat down and tried to call a battle here, it's tricky. Like, it's much more complex to try and make your calls now, because there's so many more ways to mess up in World of Tanks. You can flip your tank so many different creative ways.
Well, you got to look at how the game's progressed from 4 years ago. We didn't have TVPs, didn't have grills, didn't have 183s, and so each of those new things adds another layer to it. It used to be just a lot of consistent fire tanks, IS-4s back when they were tier 9s, the T-30 at tier 10, and it was a lot of very similar tanks that just looked kind of different, but they overall it was the same kind of base. Then you had the Bat Chat for a while with 6 shells in the clip and that ridiculousness.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like we are getting ready to go into the map. We'll see if we're able to stay connected. We'll just keep on this for a minute. We'll assume we might get this DC one more time, and then if not, we'll be okay, right? If we don't have a DC, we'll be just fine. And it looks like we're going to be 1 player short on top tier.
More connection issues. Now, I'm wondering if this is an admin decision because they're taking too long or delaying or not readying up in time.
There's been a few DCs, so normally it wouldn't be readying up in time. Normally it would be if they couldn't literally connect someone. Or it could be a DC in some strange fashion. We've seen stuff come up before. We'll have to let's see what's going on. It does look like we
have multiple disconnects out of top tier.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going back to Garage again, guys. This is going to be one where it looks like some connection issues are really kicking butt on top tier. So please bear with us, guys. Apologies for this. This is highly, highly irregular. Although I'm glad that you're still with us. We could probably take a minute and just review a few of these things. I actually want to bring up Twitter. And I want to see if anybody's been talking about some interesting things. See if we've gotten some feedback from our early questions of the day. Because we were asking you, which team, are you looking to get into the Gold League? Please tell us who at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA. Let us know who. Let us know why. We've been talking plenty about our opinions and our perceptions, our theories about each of these teams, especially top tier. We've been going on and on about how top tier is the greatest team in the world, apparently, and then now Goon Squad. I feel like we've been giving them a bit of the rough.
No, we're saying that top tier. We're favoring top tier right now in this current situation. But the thing to remember is they're here in this qualifier, so that means that they struggled last season. Now, there's some banter about how they decided to reform because they lost too many players. Realistically, it comes down to not having enough players returning to the roster to keep the spot. And they were in 7th place. So they'd still be here playing with Danger Close, and we just have a larger round robin in the final stage after the open qualifier. But that's not the case right now. They had to go through the qualifier again, and so they've had to fight their way all the way here, and they're doing a good job right now. They're in control. They look to be the strongest team in the qualifier, but that, put them up versus Apex, and they showed last season, they can compete. They still struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's tricky. You'll see who comes through. All right, let's see. I've got a few guys right now, and And no one has told me your predictions. What is?
Check out that hashtag while you're at it.
All right, let's see the hashtag. WGLNA. Let's see who's tweeting at WGLNA. It looks like we got some Goon Squad support here from the WGLNA. Throwing some of that out. We'll give it a few minutes here. Don't forget, let us know at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA.
So it looks like the admins are sorting out some disconnects right now.
Yep.
It may indeed turn into a 5v7 here in a minute if players are struggling to disconnect or reconnect for that matter.
Thank you. We've got a, sorry, I had to interrupt. 62% top tier vote. Thank you, WGLNA. Heart goes out to you. We've got statistics to back it up. The internet says they favor top tier 62.
Internet says it, so it must be true.
21 votes, 38% of those, Goon Squad. So, Goon Squad, we need to hear those supporters. Where are you guys? Why do I see 62 for top tier? There's no way the popular vote goes that way. It's never that big of a difference, man. It's always a tighter race. We should see something like 54.
Some of the
46.
EU polls last season were getting up towards 90%.
Like, how is it that one-sided? There's no way there aren't a few more people out there who are just like, you know what, I'm gonna go for the underdog.
I think there was one poll I remember seeing, Wombat on Tanks versus I think it was Rage Quit, or it was one of the lower EU teams that was new, and the poll was like 95% in favor of
Have some faith
Wombats.
in the underdog, people.
We saw some this season. You know, if you had asked me, 07 versus Eclipse last season, even being a betting man, I don't know that I would have picked on 07, especially because they hadn't been playing that well up until that point, and they showed up and they rolled Eclipse hard that game. So upsets do happen.
Yeah, and I like this one. Thank you, Everett, out there. He says, prediction, disconnect. That's a cheeky person out there. That's a cheeky viewer.
Good prediction, and you would be right.
If only we'd put that option up there before. Let's see. It looks like they're still dealing with some of that disconnect issue. This is tricky. Might want to take a minute, see what's going on. Actually, we might head to a short break, take a few minutes, catch a breather. You guys can catch your breath as well. We can see if we can help out with this or what's really going on.
Once again, guys, sorry for all the disconnects. We'll be back. It is just a reminder. It is 42 in favor of top tier. Top tier 1 round away from moving on to the final match of the winners bracket. But that said, we'll be back in just a moment after we have a short break. And we are back. It will be top tier playing with 6 for this next round. Not having the additional bat chat, or no, it was the T57? I think they had one additional tank. I can't remember what it was.
Was it IS7 bat chat?
They're having to play with 6. Goon Squad showing up here, 2 IS7s, a T57, 3 bat chats, and an RU-251. Now, we did see some interesting fights. Tank down last season, I believe it was High, fought 6v7 against, I believe it was Eclipse, and still managed to get a win on Muravanka.
It'll happen from time to time.
Teams get overconfident. It's just like in soccer, when a team gets a red card, the other team manages to just play better for some reason. The other team kind of lets it get to their head, takes the foot off the gas, and all of a sudden, goals being scored.
All right, Sublime is spotted on this opening run. He's tracked out in the open. Should see follow-up damage.
No one's in position.
There it is. No, you have to have someone. The RU is in there. The T-57's coming on up. He might be able to sneak something.
Bat Chats are pushing out. Oh, and this is balls to the walls for the team of Goon Squad. They're just pushing down this one line. They know they have the extra guns. They have the extra HP to play with. Hopefully they do not throw it away, because it looks like that's what they're doing right now.
They're just going straight for it. They're going right at the cap. Top tier, I like the play. This is the best way to handle a situation like this. You're down a crucial tank, and you need to force your opponent to take a loss in order to make the engagement. So you see these Bat Chats backing off. A lot of them not spotted. They need to be able to make it around the backside of the hill, get around to the east, and get their first kill. We don't have anything down yet, but the Object 430 is taking a little too much damage. Needs to slow this down.
Well, the problem is that X-Soldier can't stop so many noobs from peeking here, and so many noobs is just slowly coming up this ridge and getting the side shot into this 430v2 to where he's had to back off the angle on the one line, and now the Bat Chats can push up behind him. And now Goon Squad recognize that the rest of the guns for top tier are gone, and they're going to get a free pick. They should get this 430v2 down. They get X-Soldier down as well. And this is going to be a 2-tank advantage in favor of Goon Squad, 3-tank advantage because they were playing with 6 to begin with. And this is all over. Top tier are about to take a loss here, and it is about to be 4-3. Still in favor of top tier, but these disconnects are really just killing both these teams. However, looking at it, Goon Squad played without Jeff, and that was great recognition there. Recognized the overmatch pushed in, so apparently losing Jeff, not the problem for Goon Squad.
Yeah, able to play with, although admittedly with the overmatch and the timing, I liked the timing that we saw out of Goon Squad. We probably were going to start attacking in a moment anyway, knowing their overmatch, but
it still takes, the trained eye to recognize the overmatch. It is a little bit easier in this case because you have an overmatch by default.
I really felt like some of that, though, was simply just a push call. Because I didn't feel like was the information there for Goon Squad to make the decision? Did they see those tanks?
They didn't see anything rotating, and to my knowledge, they hadn't been spotted off in the town when that push came through. But what happened was I think the T-57 and IS-7 poked up, and they stopped getting shot. They knew it was only the one IS-7 and the 430 there, and they knew that the guns weren't behind them, so they knew that they had to be flexing around or doing something else. So they just decided, even if they are, we have the extra guns, and we have the position, so let's just go for it. Yeah. And they went for it, and, in true Goon Squad fashion, they just bullied them.
Yeah, and there they go. They're going to start coming back in the series after being on ice for just a few minutes. Now, what's going to happen this next battle is the big question. So
it looks like top tier will go back to having 7 finally.
All right, looks like Pompous is coming up. It looks like Zitz will be coming back into the battle, and it looks like they'll be taking JoJo out this time. So we'll have to see what's going on. It's a dicey situation for top tier because they had so much momentum, so much energy going into this, and I'm seeing that possibly slipping away. It's a morale question now instead of necessarily the strategies or any of that. And here we see a lot of what just happened last battle. 3 tanks alive against a full, every single gun alive on Goon Squad. If you're top tier right now, you could be panicking. This could be a situation where the captain's just trying to get the team back under control, because this is stressful. This is frustrating to have to deal with, because this isn't a question of how necessarily good or bad your team is. It's that you're having to deal with a situation that is real, does happen all the time, especially, and has a huge impact on your ability to perform well as a team. It's just those little things that are going to throw you off that can really tilt you.
Yep, well, and having all these disconnects, I mean, that's got to seep in there. It's got to be frustrating. Just, and we're ready, and no, we're not. And so you got to wonder how much, the waiting this out, drawing it out, is kind of playing into the nerves of both teams. They want to get this done and over. They're sitting here, and it's just you have to wait a little bit longer. Just like icing the kicker in football, for example.
That's exactly
let's
what
call a timeout beforehand, make them think about it a little bit longer. It's the same thing that could be happening here with the mentality is, disconnect. Now we got to wait again. All right, so what are we doing on Ghost Hunt again? All right, we're pushing through here. We're doing this, and then you sit here and you start debating in your head, strats and positions. Well, guys, what if they do this instead with this lineup?
Oh, we should you should go out to this position instead, and that's going to work better. And then all of a sudden you get into the battle, And
you just got to trust your instinct. This is what it comes down to when you start second-guessing yourself.
Yep.
I mean, that could be part of what's coming in here. Now, obviously, playing with 6, that's never going to be a good situation to be in. You know, we were talking about how we've seen teams win with 6. Doesn't mean it should happen or that it's favored to be a good result when you're down 6. It just means that it's a possibility still. Doesn't mean it's a good chance of it happening.
Exactly. But we're loading into battle. Let's see. We got connections going on.
Does Pompous Magnus make it in? Well, we'll find out in just a second. Looking at the lineups here. T57, 4 bat chats. T57, or a TVP 5051 and a 1390. Meanwhile, Goon Squad coming in here. 2 E5s, 3 bat chats, a TVP, and an AMX 1390. And it looks like everyone has finally connected, so we will be underway. Can Goon Squad tie this up? Can they make it 4-4 and force overtime again on Ghost Town? Or will this be top tier walking away with a 5-3 win over the Goons?
Let's see. Opening moves coming out of top tier. This will be the big tell, and also the response from Goon Squad. So, looking at those blue tanks, we've got a huge move from Goon Squad into the south. Cheeky. They're predicting an east side play from top tier, and if it were an east side play, it might pay off. But as we can see from the minimap right now, we can see top tier's going to that northwest position. This will mean this is a lot for top tier. If they capitalize on this lead that they do not yet know they have, they can run away with this battle, finish out the series. This is matchable.
Now, top tier in a great position right now to just stack 3 on cap and make Goon Squad panic to get on. And just like that, 3 are stacking cap right now. And only 2 getting on, so Sublime staying behind the building. They're going to get 2.
Did they take your advice from earlier about the 3-2-1 deal, about how many on cap? Do I want to put 3 on cap so it's fast, 1 on cap so I have enough guys to screen?
Now, the other thing you can see happen is you can see them put 1 or 2 on cap until it gets about halfway through. And then when it gets about halfway through, they throw the 3rd on to really speed it up and really turn the screws and to confuse. You know, they think they have a little bit more time, and all of a sudden they don't. If that happens, we'll see it about now. The 1390 has pushed around. The T57 and Pompous are looking for shots towards there, so if they come in, they'll get them. No resets have gone out onto cap yet.
But they'll be in soon. We've got the T110 E5s moving on up. And if Pompous, if they recognize what's going on, they may be able to. But Kevin in the Oh, there's a reset. 5051's going to be able to get that. Push coming out from the bat chat to box out that 5051. And now you've got almost all of Goon Squad's tanks off in the east. Not the strongest position.
This is exactly what we're talking about with the TVP is right now, is he has no choice but to run. He can't take a bat shot 1v1, and he doesn't have support right now. So Kevin is just being bullied all sorts from every different angle. He's stuck behind this building. He's still not reloaded. However, just enough cover coming in towards Fixer reloaded in that bat shot.
Yep, and La Cucaracha's in the backfield. This is almost flipped up. So top tier has control of a region of the map that normally would be going to the defender. The defender's on the east side normally where you see the attacker. This is top tier should be able to walk away with this one. They've got a lead in hit points as well. There's a kill onto Kevin. He's going to go down. That's 1 gun off, but Zitz will be taken down in his T50. And there we go, back and forth. This is going to be a little bit of trading for the next few minutes.
Yeah, Junior's coming in here. He's going to just get off his clip. He bounces 1 shot from the 1390. Merles is ignoring him, and he's going to just get in his face, try to save some HP from his teammate, and he's going to clip out Merle Sheikta here. The problem is X-Soldier's not in position, doesn't have enough clip potential to finish him off. So,
and now
X-Soldier actually goes down, so Goon Squad is staying in this. It's a 3v4.
No, it's not for long. Pompous has got great shots. He's going to be able to take on that T110, takes him down. He is on reload, but and had to use all 5 shells for that, but that's
top tier are moments away from securing their spot in the winner bracket final.
And Scrublet's caught out. 1 more shell's going to finish him. That's 2 track shots in a row. He has to waste his kit, not going to be enough.
And now it's just down to Junior in this TVP, trying to get out of there. He is unspotted, but the rest of the team of Fixer is just going to, of top tier is just going to stack on cap. And he is not going to have a whole lot of options. Now, he does have a full clip, but even he's going to need 2 full clips to kill everyone left, and that's with
probably
the damage.
3.
Yeah, more than likely it would need to be
rolls.
3 clips. And he's already taking a shot from Pompous, already in position. Great track shot, and Pompous coming in clutch, finishing it up 5-3. So what was probably the longest and most disconnect-filled game I have seen in a very long time, top tier is able to hold on and finish it off.
Exactly. All right, that's going to finish it up. Now, match after this, we were afraid, I guess, at the beginning of the day that off-broadcast match wouldn't finish in time, but we will know our next matchup.
Yep, so that will be Topper Tier versus Goon Squad, which should be a good match. Looking at the damage here, Pompous Magnus in the bat chat, 3,700 over 12 shots, not bad. And then Junior coming in top of his team at 2,500. T57, 2,200, and then Zitz down there coming in also with 2,000, and then it just kind of drops off after there. Batchat's not really able to get through more than one clip, but, you know, firing 5 shots, some misses, bounces coming in there. And, you know, nothing too surprising on the second page either, just some tanks not getting in there. The one I did want to point out was Kevin. You know, the one tank they decided to leave off by himself is the one tank that we talked about not being able to hold its own individually. And, you know, looking at it, now this was a great heads-up play by Junior. He comes in here and he actually gets in the face of Merles, who was trying to shoot the tanks in the south. Now, too little too late at that point, but he was just trying to spread the HP. He knew he had full HP. He knew Merles was trying to shoot a teammate, so he was just trying to make his teammate stay alive a little bit longer by spreading his HP. Good recognition, something that you need to know to do if you're going to play in the Gold League, but once again, just too little too late at that point. The game was already over.
And that's it. Solid play from Top Tier, keeping it together even though it was a rough series. Let's take a look at the updated bracket so you guys can see how all of this is going to lay out. Our next match for tonight is going to be Goon Squad Topper Tier, excuse me.
Yep, the winner of that.
And the winner of that's going to move on to Top Tier, which is going to happen our first match, 5 o'clock on Thursday. After that, winner moves on. It's going to face off against Danger Close for their chance at the Gold League 8th slot. So, Goon Squad Topper Tier. We're about to get into that one, but before we do, your final thoughts on this last match.
Good stuff out of Goon Squad. I felt that they were more in it than I thought they were going to be. A lot of very good decision making there. You know, we were kind of worried about them being a little bit slow to react to some things, just not recognize it. But they did a pretty good job, just outclassed by a lot of little things. And then Top Tier, the games where they had 7 players in, and they didn't have the disconnects. They played very well. Their strats were thought out very well. You could see the ideas in a lot of them. They had a couple games they should have won, but the disconnects made them, you know, not possible. But overall, I felt they had a very solid foundation. It just looks like CD spent some time in the offseason, made some roster changes, came back on the strats. Now they're gambling on getting out of this qualifier, but overall, I still favor them to get through out of this qualifier and be in the 8th team in the Gold League next season.
I'd certainly agree with pretty much everything about that. Goon Squad, I'm about the same on. Top Tier is, I feel like they are going to be playing well. I think this is a team that's ready for Gold League, and I think we can use them as a bar for performance against any other team. Goon Squad, they've got work to do.
Yep.
And we'll see how they're able to clean that up this next match. As we're going to head to a quick break, guys. When we come back, your next match, that's Topper Tier versus Goon Squad. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the WGL Gold League Qualifiers for Season 2, 2016 and 2017.
Let's go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Gold League qualifiers. We just watched Top Tier versus Goon Squad in a 5-3 match that Top Tier ended up coming out on top of. The game filled with a lot of disconnects, a lot of random issues coming in there, apparently to multiple people. So once again, sorry about that.
But
really extended out match. But however, hopefully this next match will not see the same thing. It will be Topper Tier taking on Goon Squad. We just saw a lot of promising things out of Goon Squad. But we'll have to see how they do against Top Tier.
before we get into that, I should reintroduce. This is Rockstar. You may know him from this season. I'm Rookhill. I'll be returning if you guys are just tuning in today. We'll be your casters, hopefully, for the season. You guys asked for me to come back. Rockstar said, I'll allow it, and so it is
Oh, yeah.
happening.
We'll put that up like it's my decision.
I mean, you had a hand in it, of course.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Absolutely, and it is, actually. This is really... This is something I actually didn't get to have for the longest time, which is another person who's played pro tanks. Like you've competed at the higher levels. You are a battle caller, and from what I've seen, like it's good. It's nice to have someone else's perspective because I know you don't play the same way I do, and so I love having a conversation with someone who at the higher level has a slightly different perspective on it, and that's really nice to see. Which is what we've been taking to, hopefully you guys are appreciating on these matches here tonight. Last one was nice and lengthy. Hopefully this one, Goon Squad against Topper Tier. Now, Topper Tier is a team we haven't seen on broadcast yet. We've seen some of their replays. We know of their players.
we've seen high.
Well,
They're
this
essentially
isn't
high.
This isn't high, though.
Essentially.
But it still isn't, right? At the end of the day, this is a different team,
I
right?
think Topper Tier is more like high than Top Tier is like CD.
Okay.
In my opinion.
In like 90% similar?
Very similar. I mean, the biggest loss is Rude Awakening. However, with that, looking at it, he came in late that season. Blue Mini still did a lot of the calling last season, and he's still here on this roster. So I don't know how big of footprint Rude Awakening was really able to make in the high last season.
I usually consider Rude to be an influential person. However, I'm not going to assume that he was. So that might be an interesting thing to find out sometime down the line. We are getting ready for our next match. So it's going to be a few minutes before we get everyone from, Topper Tier into this match and we get this underway. So just to start it off, let's take one more look at the bracket. Thank you.
Yep. So we have 5-3 Top Tier over Goon Squad. And there were a lot of issues with that. Top Tier losing a few rounds they arguably shouldn't have. Same with Goon Squad. Goon Squad, a little bit inexperienced on a few maps, but they weren't too far off. It was a pretty good match. Now they'll go down, they'll play Top Tier, and once again, former Gold League team. Now the winner of our next match will go on to play Top Tier on our first match on Thursday.
Yep. And
then we'll have the winner of that go on to face Danger Close in the final match.
Then you're in the Gold League. Woo.
Yeah, they're the 8th team joining us next season.
Yeah. And so Goon Squad Top Tier. Let's start Goon Squad. Based off last battle, we saw a lot from them. Things to work on. A little bit slower than their opponent Top Tier. Topper Tier has had an all of 2 hours to sit down
and watch all the previous matches, see what Goon Squad's doing. Now, the real question is trial by fire for Goon Squad. How quickly can they adapt? Because, they got a pretty good, you could say that was a good lesson they just picked up. They saw some stuff, they figured out what worked, they saw what they were doing wrong. If they can very quickly identify the key things that went wrong and right, and they can apply that here in their next match, they can use that to their benefit. Now, the drawback is, once again, Topper Tier were able to sit here and see their strats and see what was going on, so they have that advantage right now.
Yeah, their match finished up real quick earlier in the day. We had those scores during the second or third battle of our Top Tier versus Goon Squad. So those guys have had a chance to get dinner, read the newspaper, maybe even do their taxes. They've had some time.
Yeah, now the other thing is if that was time, like we talked about, that could have seeped into their head. They got that 5-0 done early. They feel good. Oh, we're ready to go. And now all of a sudden,
they relax.
They relax, and Goon Squad's not quite a big a pushover as they thought they'd be.
Fair enough. So there's that ifs that we're going to see.
There are a lot of ifs.
But with Topper Tier, you said Topper Tier was more similar to their predecessor than is Top Tier in our previous match, who I think we could say looked solid, right?
Yep.
So holding you to that, this is expected then to go into the favor of Topper Tier. Topper Tier should be the team that comes out ahead per the on paper version of this.
Yep.
So
I definitely think because if you look at it, Blue Mini was one of their main callers last season. He's unchanged. So Rude was in this team before, and you can argue that he was influential, but he never took over the main calling role,
Yeah.
where he's stepping into the lineup of top tier, and so he's, from what I've gathered, a much bigger part of that roster. Now, so far, I mean, there have been disconnects, including Rude, so even he's stepped away, and then, they still held on. But I think bringing they have Ali the Persian dude. Couple other people on that roster, just pulling it up right now. Topper tier, they have Flashland, DRS, Romstar, players that have been around for multiple seasons within the Gold League. Then you have Salt Reloaded, so making fun of Fixer Reloaded, but
Yep.
I'm not quite sure who that is, but we'll find out. Then Delta Rex and a few others. So mostly they have the core of that team around. DRS, Ali, Flashland, Rom. They've been around for a while, and they can play very well. And the thing is last season, the thing to remember about both these teams that, I just want to point out is they're both here in the qualifiers. So neither of these teams are perfect. They're not teams that are going to turn around and just completely take out Apex the second they get into the Gold League. They've been there. They have work to do, and they're down here. So they've had to go back to the drawing board, bring in some players, swap out some players, rebuild some strats. And so they're trying to get back to that same point. And it's not something that happens overnight.
all right, so I've just got a notification. We should have the map choices ready to go. Map picking has been completed. After that last match, we had to, during the break, get map picking done real quick, and this is what we have. We have Ruinberg, Cliff, Muravanka, Ghost Town, right into the Ghost Town tiebreaker. That's an that one I can't wait to see if we actually get to Ghost Town. If we get to Ghost Town, you've got play it twice, and then tiebreaker is we'll just play it again. There's a lot. I feel like there's a greater number of strats at each team's disposal, though, in that. And so where Ghost Town could be scary for Goon Squad or for Topper Tier, depending on how it pans out. I feel like of all scenarios where you've got a map into the same map for a tiebreaker, this is the best worst scenario.
After just seeing Goon Squad play Muravanka and Ghost Town, I'm considerably less worried about them on Ghost Town than I am on Ruinberg. Ruinberg is one of those things where the defense should be a near 80 to 90% win rate while on defense, and high Topper tier high.
Yeah.
They're gonna have that down. They're gonna know what they need to do, and they're not gonna make those mistakes.
And you don't know about Goon
I don't
Squad.
know how Goon Squad. Now Ruinberg is map. It's a Clan Wars map. It's been around, so Jeff will have an idea what to do, but it plays slightly different than normal because of the attack defend format.
And also the number of tanks you're forced to play with when you don't have that full 15 team lineup. The measure of control that you have on Ruinberg is significantly different, isn't it? It's just you really have to put your focus into East versus West, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So exactly. So that's my point is, and so I could very easily see this starting off as a 2-0 in favor of Topper tier if they're not able to really get into the fight early. I think it's just too big a hill to climb. They need to be real careful. They need to get up. They need to get the win on defense. Is my point. They get the win on defense, 1-1. They're golden. They're sitting in a comfortable spot. They lose that, their backs are up against the wall. They go on to Cliff, which is a map we saw them play earlier. They kind of struggled a little bit on Cliff.
I think after that, though, if you can play Cliff one or two times, and Cliff's the kind of map that, and you can speak to this actually, I know, is you lose a round on Cliff with one strat, you can bring that same strat a little later in the night after you've gotten a chance to say, guys, all right, don't do this next time. I don't need you peeking and getting hit again. And next time we see stuff on the low ground, we're going to do this instead of overmatching it with too many tanks.
True
and then
words.
all of that.
True words.
That's what you hear. Someone just comes back, the caller's just like, all right, guys, I hated what some of you did last time. Yeah, I messed up on the call, but you're not allowed to peek anymore. You're not on the top of the hill. Get down. You're going up because I know you won't get shot up.
Now, the other thing to keep an eye on here is we talked about earlier, Topper tier got to sit back and watch the game. So what happens if Goon Squad try to run the same strat and say Topper tier just shove all their tanks down the one line?
Oh, and now we're getting to the head games because now it's like, all right, are you going to predict my strat from last time? So I'm going to run a counter to catch you trying to run your counter. And
who wants to play chicken first?
Exactly. So at the end, it's really what's your best strat, and don't overthink it. I think that's what we could say, because we've seen callers overthink it, where you try to counter something that's not really going to happen. Most teams at the end of the day realize I run my strat. If I do it right, I'm going to be fine. If I see that there's a reason for the opponent to see my strat coming and counter it, and I'm really concerned about that, maybe I make that call. But I shouldn't be sitting there going, they're going to think that I'm going to think that they're going to think, and go back and forth about 20 times. I hate seeing that. because
Yep.
that's where you see people make really strange strats that make sense once you understand that's what they were going for, but won't make sense when you see it.
They work well when you've drawn out a series and you've been playing night after night after night on the same map. And these sort of things where it's just one off, then it's. I definitely agree. Stick to what you know. Go with it. Either it works or it doesn't. Because when you start playing those head games, you can come up with some horrendous strats that just completely backfire because you overthought it. We saw it more often than not last season, especially on Cliff, where some of these games were over within a minute because one team was trying to be sneaky. They thought one team would do something. Like the High versus Eclipse comes to mind. High tried to sneak some tanks around the backside, so like they play really slow. They just kind of sit there in the middle. If we go fast, we can get around. And Eclipse just said, no, we're just going to go for the fight, and went over. Well, they had 2 tanks on the other side of the map, and that fight was over.
Yeah, it pretty much ends right there. Actually, production's telling me we've got something for front. We're not going to be able to have 2 people for a face-off, both captains from both teams, but we are going to have a 1-team face-off. We've got 2 members of, I believe it's Topper Tier, coming on in to join us. So let's say hello.
I'm going to take a
have?
guess and say Ali the Persian dude and Blue Mini is what my money's on.
All right, let's see. Ali, Blue, are you there? Gentlemen, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
And Tomahawk, not Ali.
Okay. Well, we guessed. We tried to see who it was going to be. Blue, we got right. Blue, it's wonderful to have you back. Tomahawk, first time joining us. Welcome, sir. I hope this becomes a regular thing. Gentlemen, I have to ask first off, what's with the new team name? What's with the changes to the roster and all of this going on? Tell me the story.
Me and Ollie were bored, and so we decided to make a meme.
Okay.
And the best meme was top tier, so we decided to be better than them and become Toper tier.
Okay, so it is Toper tier. This is confirmed right here.
It is Toper tier.
Because we were all wondering, because it's 1P, it seems like you would say top per tier, but it's Toper tier.
It was going to be Topper tier with 2 P's, but Ollie's pretty bad spelling.
Okay.
So we decided to just keep it as Toper tier.
So angles of death all over again. Yeah.
So let's just start, hashtag Ali's fault.
Hashtag Ali's. Yeah, I mean, it just happens. It's interesting team name. Are you guys going to keep it going into the Gold League? Is that what you really were going to call yourselves going forward?
I think so.
I wanted to choose Tupperware, but
Tupperware. All right. So let's. I want to move actually to asking you guys about your last match. So we didn't get to see Toper tier against Lincoln Brigade. So that was a complete sweep as far as we know. What was going on with that? How did you guys feel after your Lincoln Brigade match?
I was asleep for most of it, so I'll just let Tomahawk handle it.
Okay.
It was a pretty nice warm-up.
Okay.
Except the other match took so long, so now we're a little bit cooled off.
We were actually wondering about that. Did you guys get a chance to study your opponent, or was that really just nap time for you guys?
I had a few cookies, some milk. It was a good time to really prepare for this next match.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit jealous.
You got to get your snackage on, because I mean, coming to the battle with an empty stomach, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
So, I guess Blue or Tomahawk, feel free to answer. If there was someone from the team of Goon Squad here, what would you guys be saying right now?
Thank you for the practice that we're going to need to play top tier later. Hopefully you'll give us a good warm-up for top tier.
All right. Well, a lot of confidence.
On behalf
like
of Goons, I think they would probably reply with something trolly and with a few memes mixed in. So there you go with that. And then Blue Mini, anything to say to your fans out there, to the people watching, waiting for you guys to come back?
Thanks for rooting for us, and I'm not really sure what's going on with this match because I thought we were playing Goon Squad, but it looks a lot more like we're just playing my Blacklist. So we'll have to see how the match goes.
Ooh, harsh words. Harsh words.
Oh, it's not like you'd hear the response if there was one. So,
all right,
we will see you guys in battle in just a minute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so it is now Toper tier. We've been corrected. We know what to say. I was worried the whole time we would get it wrong and it would be something else entirely.
If I just say hi, I'm just talking about them.
Yeah,
just know that.
But then we write Toper tier and then it's hi. You can't do that. You're just going to confuse people. You're going to say hi and I'm going to forget.
I mean, realistically, I can call them Caller Wanted and still not be wrong.
But you would be wrong because now they're Toper tier.
It's still Caller Wanted.
It's like if I wanted you to call me Randall and not Rookhill, I would say that. But it's just
either works.
You still call me both, and I guess that's you though. That's That's just you.
Yep.
It's okay, buddy. We'll get to this. All right. As they get ready for this battle, it looks like everyone's loading up. And yes, it is the Blacklist, the guys who are known for being really good, a little bit trolly. We'll see how they're able to play this one out. Ruinberg's going to be the first one. And from what I can see, we've got attacking first. Looks like we will have Goon Squad. So Goon Squad's going to start this one off on attack. I don't think this goes well for them. I don't think Goon Squad starts off on attack very well. I think they start off on defense just fine. A team that's at a slight disadvantage.
I think you have that backwards, actually.
Really? You
At
don't
least
think
as of
Goons-
right? No, as of right now, I think it's actually going to be topper tier starting on attack.
Oh, is it? I was mistaken.
Yeah, at least as it is set up right now. Now they're not on the final countdown yet, so it's still subject to change. But as it sits right now,
Here, I'll just check. I'll check the match sheet. We always keep a sheet for what's going on. And no, like I won't know. That's okay. They'll do what they do. So we'll find out who's on attack or defense in a moment. They always confirm map inside. So once they're going on that. Now opening strats. Goon Squad starts on defense then. Let's say that for now. So Goon Squad's on defense. Do you think just standard east side, take control of the little city, and then just wait for your opponent to make some mistakes or make their push and counter it?
there have been some strats that we've seen that have been kind of successful breaking it, but more often than not, it comes down to the defensive team kind of making some mistakes. Talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of times they try to take the zero line right out of the gates. They push tanks down there, and then when they either go towards the north or they're set up to make a pick on that tank, that's where they get into trouble. They lose a tank or two for free. Yeah, defenders. They lose a tank or two for free, and their team can kind of get into it at that point. But getting that first pick is paramount. You've got to make it happen, or it's not looking in your favor because defense can just sit back.
Yeah, because the attacker can really do a lot to give themselves little bits of ground, but really what they're trying to do is find tiny little moments where they can catch an edge or get a little lead, right?
To attack in general, you need to create some sort of HP lead. You need to find some shots to soften up their team. If it can be a full tank, great, but at the very least you need to do some damage because assaulting any sort of fixed position, you're going to take damage getting there. You have to cross normally open fields, different lanes. There is no way to just be there and be ready to attack without taking damage getting into it and trying to return at someone, shots at someone in cover. It's never going to happen. So you need to find, your 2, your 3, your 4,000 HP lead to get into it. Yeah. And that's the problem about Ruinberg is unless the defenders make some mistakes, there's no easy way for them to get free damage unless, once again, they make a mistake. And an example of this, a great zero line play I've seen. They come to that Delta village, they leave one tank in the north spotting. They wait for the team, the attacking team, to commit tanks into the south until they're committed and they know they're there. Yeah. And then they move the tank down the zero line late and they box them in there. They don't give them an option to kill them, but they don't let them be isolated too early. They make sure the rest of the guns are in position to support them.
What you're trying to do is you're just throwing a lure out there a little bit.
But you're making sure the other team commits, because what happens a lot is, especially if they use a heavier tank like a 113 or I-7, you push them down the zero line. If the other team's fast, a lot of batch shots and whatnot, and they flex up into the north, it's a tank that can't get up there quickly enough to get in there.
So he goes out too early to be able to flex out.
And they know he's there, and they don't. And the other thing is they don't commit. If they see a tank down there in that bottom zero line corner, they go, he's there. He's gonna be too hard to dig out. So let's go somewhere else or make him move around, make his team move. Yeah. If you stall it out, you keep the tank up north. They go, hey, there's not a tank down here. We can get comfortable, and they start setting up. And all of a sudden you have an I-7 just cruising down that zero line, unstoppable. And now all of a sudden you're going to take damage. You're committed. You either fight it out or you leave and you take damage and just accept that you're going to lose either tanks or just a lot of HP in the process. You got to make that decision then and there. And normally neither goes well for the team attacking.
Huh. Okay. I see how you're making that point. It's tricky though, because I've tried to. I usually would think of throw a T-54 lightweight or a bat chat down south, right? Mm-hmm. Something that if you run into that scenario, just gets on out.
Yeah, well, exactly. And so we've
when
seen a lot. Now, once again, it comes down to the tank picking.
Yes.
140s, once again, we talked about the turrets.
I like 140s in the south.
140s in the south, the turrets are too soft. Especially the biggest thing that happens, that a lot of teams do, that we see often. 113s working that middle left line. Okay. They have the heat shells. You fire at that 140 turret, you're going to get pens.
So T62A?
So T62A is an option, but the problem is T62A being slower. Can he get down there without being picked? Now, once he's there, can that T62A turret hold up? More often than not, it can. But if
doesn't have the gun depression.
Well, the gun depression isn't a big factor there. But if RNG is not kind to you, there are some weak spots on that T62A turret. Yeah. And if they get lucky, they put the shots right, they can start bringing you down. The other thing we've seen occasionally out of teams to stop that spot is they bring artillery while attacking, and they pulverize that tank.
Yeah.
And we're just getting word that we're finally underway to start our second battle of tonight, which we'll find out what it is in just a second.
Yep.
Runeberg, a mixed-type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
And we have the tank lineup for Rockstar. Goon Squad. What's this?
Coming in here with 2 113s, a Batchat, 2 140s, an E3, and a 1390. And it is indeed topper tier defending. Looking at it, Goon Squad, looks like the lineups are slightly back here. Topper tier coming in here with 2 113s, 250Bs. And that all got swapped around on me. But looking at it, top tier coming in here with topper tier, 2 113s, 250Bs, a Batchat, a WZ-111, and a T10. Now looking at it, this E3 is just cruising straight down the F line here, trying to find some shots. Topper tier taking position in that town right there. Guardian getting spotted there in the middle. The E3 looking for some shots. Bobby just scouting around in the north. Romstar is passive in that Batchat sitting at A6.
Yeah, and this is the position I kind of like to see on Ruinberg, because the angle you get as the attacker on the defending positions in the city is so annoying, because you just don't have any real cover to return fire from. You've got some little hills, little rolling bits like that, but the buildings aren't that great for you, and really you don't have great spotting options back towards them. There's so many trees in your way that you actually can't spot things down at the end of the road. Now, take a look at those mediums moving around from Goon Squad. We've got a wolf pack.
They're backing out, and they're moving down south, and no one's going to cover this E3, but this E3 is in a very good spot because he can't really be flanked. He has his sides up against a wall. If a Batchat, say, pushes in, he just backs up into that cubby, and it's going to be really hard for him to get shots on him. He has great frontal armor towards anything that comes in front of him, and now the tanks are going to cruise out here in zero line. And now this is what we were talking about. If you look over here at, I believe it is Flashland. It is Flashland is 113.
This is the position you were talking about a minute ago.
Now, he's already down here, which this is why I worry about scaring off the other team, because they're set up clearly to deal with it. If they try to go to the north cap, that E3 is really out of the fight unless he backs out and tries to go around, but he'll probably be spotted by the tanks in the village, and he'll bleed too much HP, and he's too slow to really go anywhere. Yeah. So just by putting that E3 there, they're almost to a certain extent committing themselves into the south. And at this point, it's actually Flashland that's going to back out as Goon Squad try to blind fire towards the Delta Village.
And just so you guys know, there's nothing over there right now. But we should probably take a moment to take a look at the positions they're firing into. Just see if we can find our way. They're going to move away, but where they're firing, as you can see center screen right now, that one laser is perfect. They're firing into all of the bushes for passive spotting. They don't want to get spotted in transition to the east. That would be the last thing they want, because that just means you're going to take 1,000, 2,000 damage just to pay the toll in order to go into the east side of the map. They're trying to diminish that possibility. They don't know for sure if they've stopped it from happening, but as you can see, Chai Sniper spotted, along with Kevin getting into position. DRS and the T10 down south swapped out with that 113 a minute ago. And with this, damage is going in the favor of Goon Squad, actually. Surprisingly enough, I thought some damage would be dealt back.
Well, that E3 is in such a great position. He'll have shots towards these 50Bs if they push down here any further. Now, the WZ, like we pointed out, in the south, or 110, excuse me, is a little bit isolated. He could be caught out. He's already taken a good bit of damage. But it's those 113s. That T10 doesn't have the greatest armor, especially for a heavy tank, and these heat shells going right through the turret. And the 140, just in front of him, able to get the lights when he pokes up and over.
Ooh, look at this. This is actually the Batchat 25T and the 1390. In the northwest, we've actually got Bobby, who's managed to force Romstar to actually hold up. And Romstar's down to 2 shells. Bobby might be able to take him on. And this could be huge for that fight because you now have 6 tanks from Topper Tier trying to stop the cap. This fight will be minor. In the meantime, let's go over to that big fight that's brewing on the other side.
Some shots going out. DRS still managing to stay alive right now, and the tanks are just going to push in. They know that there are tanks out of position, so top tier are just going for it. They know that they can get these 113s. However, the 140s in the backfield are just putting up a ton of damage. Look at these 50Bs just getting melted for topper tier, taking way too much, and they haven't even taken out Tri-Sniper yet. We just talked about defenses making mistakes, and we're seeing one made right now. Tri-Sniper still trying to get focused out, but it's cost them Tomahawk, Ali the Persian dude, and Romstar down in the north, and this is looking great for Goon Squad right now.
Oh yeah, they should be able to finish this one up. Scrublet's going to be able to come in his Bat Chat, and with 3 shells, should be able to help finish off a few of those stragglers, or deal enough damage, just tip the scales and finish this one off. Oh, that's an ammo rack. That
Honda Flashlight, unfortunate.
Insult to injury right there.
And now top tier only have 3 guns alive. DRS getting focused down in the north. Blue Mini does manage to take out Kevin, but it's probably too little too late at this point.
But solid play. You've got 4 tanks alive for the side of Goon Squad. They shouldn't throw this one away. There are some foolish mistakes. Keep it together. You're going to finish this one in just a moment. Because there we go. Bob, Born to be Daddy is able to finish off the 113 and easily 1 shell. But I think he's actually going to hold off in favor of taking out the bigger WZ 111. If he can. Shots coming in. Haglar should be able to finish off the 113. And shots fired. He's actually going to take out a building.
3 just going to eat the shell, push around here. They will be able to finish off this WZ here in just a second.
Actually, Haglar's bounced a few too many shells. That should be it. There we go. I was slightly worrying for half a second there.
And Goon Squad still playing without Jeff is the other thing. And they managed to pick up the first round here on the defense, or on the offense, on Ruinberg.
Which shouldn't happen normally, as we were describing before. Really, the defenders, in most cases, if a rather competent team normally should be able to win. That's not to say that you aren't a very good team to lose on, but your probability says you should win.
Well, and what really happened there was that they got baited into an overmatch they didn't have. Yeah. They saw the tank spotted up north, so they figured that they could push down onto those 113s. But I don't think they were counting on both those 140s being in such a great position, plus the E3 sitting there on the ledge. When they pushed forward to try to get those 113s out, there was just too many guns ready to punish them, and we watched those 50Bs pretty much just get evaporated.
Like, that was confusing to me. Why were the 50Bs so exposed and able to take fire? Usually you don't allow that to happen. Usually everything else is engaged.
Well, I think what happened was when Romstar died in the north, I think what happened was they felt that the 140s, or at least one of them, was up there in the north as well to make that play through the north. They weren't in the south, and that maybe the E3 had flexed out because they hadn't seen him for a little while. And so overall, he was just able to, get into that fight. And they had just all those guns. Like I said, the 140s in the south, the E3 in the middle, and then the tanks, after they killed Romstar, they were able to drive back around and get into the fight in the south. So when those 4 tanks from topper tier pushed over, there were just too many guns staring at them. They both just melted.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the northwest. This was a play I appreciated because Bobby did a great job of not engaging the Bat Chat when the Bat Chat was going to be able to deal enough damage to get him killed. Then he gets back up. At that point, you can see they're able to then come and support. They're the faster tanks, able to just come on in. That ammo rack, insult to injury on topper tier. Goon Squad starts this one off loud and fast. They did not wait around to get this win. It took them a minute, but they did the work. I think this shows some confidence coming off of that last match.
Yep, absolutely. So, maybe not as easy as topper tier thought it was going to be going into it.
Oh, yeah, they did.
And now they have their work cut out for them because they need to tie this up. I find it really funny. We were sitting here talking, flipping it around, like, this is going to be tough for Goon Squad, but showing they have it in them, and they're making topper tier pay.
Let's wait till battle number 2, and then we'll see. I think battle number 2, a little bit more evidence. We'll see if that was just a fluke, or was that just like a strong start for this, because maybe they underestimated, topper tier, I should say, underestimated their opponent. Yep. Maybe they store this up, they play a little better this
definitely.
time.
No, and I think, and looking at it, they're going to switch around. We'll have to see what High can kind of pull out of the bag while they're attacking. I do like what Romstar was going for in the north there. He knew that he could get shots through the windows there on that E3. There's a tiny little window that can be shot through into that middle road towards the side of that E3. However, the rest of the goons were sitting there waiting for him, and so Romstar thought he was going to get free damage. Instead, ended up going down. Looking at the lineups here, Goon Squad coming in here with 2 113s, a 50B, 2 215Bs, a Grill, and a T54 lightweight. Topper tier, breaking out the memes. 5 113s, a Bat Chat, and a 1390.
All right, so 5 113s. It's decent hit points, decent armor, nice alpha. I mean,
we're about to witness a YOLO into one direction.
Which direction?
Could be any of the three. Could be north, middle, or south. None of them would surprise me. My guess is middle, but south would be the second most likely, and it is going to be south.
There's 3 of them in one direction.
They're all going to go south right now. Just Tomahawk making the scout run up through the middle, and it looks like Goon Squad are going to set up with a pretty standard defense. Scrublet in the 113 is going towards a 7. Everyone else is going towards that 0 line, including Bobby in that T54 lightweight.
Although Tomahawk, this is something that I'm not sure if I agree with, which is the idea of sending a 1390 up the middle road like this. This is, oh, is that a disconnect?
We have a disconnect.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw a scout run that wasn't going out. All right, we're back to us, guys. Well,
just when we thought we were done with disconnects for tonight.
No,
nothing can be that easy. Never, ever.
Never. So. Everyone's backing back out. We will see what happens. Looks like Kevin might have been the one to disconnect this time. So they get another chance. Cross your fingers, guys. Let's see if they can hold their connection steady. If they can stay focused is another big one. And I'm going to be looking out for that scout run again. That 1390 up the middle road was risky, I'd say. It's a 1390 heading into a scouting position without any fire support.
And it also depends. You know, if you look at that lineup, the 113s, if they're thinking what I'm thinking, that they're going to YOLO push. We have seen 113s and Bat Chats drive up that middle road and just go into the Delta Village. If the defensive side sets up for it, they have that grill. All it takes is 1 tank to light. The second they make that cross, or 1390 in this case, that's 800-900 damage depending on the roll, and that 1390 is hurting. All it takes is 1 extra shot from 1 random gun, could be anything. Yeah. 1390, a Bat Chat,
and
that's 2 shots and he's gone.
Yeah,
he's done. He's back to the garage.
And if you drive French tanks, you know they catch fire.
And most likely he's running rations, not fire extinguisher.
I always run fire extinguisher.
Kit,
okay, don't run rations on the 1390 or the Bat Chat. That's my advice, because more often than not, it bites you, and you're going to sit there with a dead gunner or a dead commander, which, oh my god, what a useless Bat Chat with a dead commander, right? Or even worse, dead driver, which is not as bad, but still really, really bad. Like, you see where I'm going. Like, a Bat Chat with a dead crew member the whole battle is half a Bat Chat, you know? It's not fun. It's going to be rough. You're going to not be able to play it to its full potential. So bring the kits, bring the fire extinguisher, rations, just play around it, you know? That's the way I go with it, because I always play Scouty. I don't necessarily go for brawling. If you're going to go for brawling, maybe it makes sense because you're probably just going to die. So once you get your first clip loaded, who cares if your gunner's dead? You're probably point blank, right?
Yep. Well, it actually looks like, on a side note, it looks like one of our admins wants to play a T1 Cunningham right now, so just waiting for that to change. We will be underway with our next battle.
The
throwback to the 742 days.
Oh, dude, you remember when we used to do that? We used to have to just kill a tank and shove it in a corner. And that was how you would observe. Actually, it's nice how far we've come.
Yep.
Because we didn't used to have reloads, now we have reloads. We didn't used to have spotting indicators, now we have spotting indicators. We've been working on trying to make this a little bit better, easier, faster, and we'll be able to get there. Yeah,
we'll get there, but just talking about it, and just for the spectating the T1, but also back 742 in general. You had the T1 Cunninghams. Yeah, we went from the 742 days with just the regular format.
Days.
Yeah. Then we had the 754 days, moved things up, got rid of the T1s. That's when we introduced Attack Defend, had 3 seasons there.
Attack Defense. It's the way to go, man. Like, some people have asked, like, why did we switch to Attack Defense? The reason was because when you have Encounter or you have a standard game mode, you need a conflicting objective. You're not going to be able to resolve who is a better team as easily until you can see who wins on attack, who wins on defense, and work it out like that. Because you're going to always get a result. When you can have a draw, it makes things a little weird. And as we can see, like, it's been a journey. And now we're finally here. Ruinberg is one heck of a map for attack defense, and we're going to see how Topper Tier is able to take it on their second try to start this one off. So 113s, 2 of them, 50B, 2 FV215Bs, a Grill 15, and a T54 Lightweight for the Goons. Topper Tier's got the 5 113s, Bat Chat at 1390, just like last time. You can't change your lineup.
Cannot change the lineup going into the next battle. Now, we did see them head towards the south, so we will have to see if they do that again. Maybe they second-guess themselves, try to change it up, but it looks like we'll see the same thing. Flashland heading towards the south, Tomahawk going right up the middle, so let's definitely keep an eye on Tomahawk and see what the rest of the team of Goon Squad sets up with.
We shall see. All right, here's Tomahawk going with his scout run again. This is the big question. If he gets spotted, it's going to be tricky.
If the guns are not in position to punish him, they're just driving into that zero line village, so he's going to get out of here. He doesn't spot. He spots Scrublet.
Does he?
He spots Scrublet.
Okay, that works. Scrublet, though, looks like he fired, looking for something. And Tomahawks, he's going to see Kevin and Bobby. There we go. Bobby was an important one. They needed to see that T54 Lightweight come down to the south. That means Flashland in his Bat Chat.
So the 113s need to engage these heavy tanks first before Flashland tries for Bobby. If Flashland moves too soon, this is 5 guns, including a Grill 15, just staring at Flashland.
And here he goes. He's moving. And we have at the exact same time the 113s are moving as well. So will they take out Flashland? Will Flashland be able to do anything about this? He takes one. Looks like second shell's going to miss. And here's 113s moving in. They're going to start taking fire. Flashland could have stayed in the fight with the T54 Lightweight. Looks like he's going to dip on out for a minute while fire comes from the northwest onto Bobby. Ali, the Persian dude, going almost all the way down, should be finished off in just a moment. This is going to be about Goon Squad's ability to handle this because they have a huge HP lead right now. It's all on them.
Definitely, and looking at it, they're just bleeding so much HP. Goon Squad just holding this firm right now. Just getting too many shots off here. DRS does take down Bobby finally, so they do pick up the kill. Even it up 5-5. HP still in favor of Goon Squad. They don't really have to move. They have the angles. They do find Kevin, so a second takedown for Goon Squad.
And
now,
Tomahawk's getting, even though it's small amounts of damage from the middle, he is able to snake a few of those shots out there. He's on reload.
Now we'll have to see if top tier can even this out right now, because Born to be Daddy is taking a lot of damage, down 1,400.
And
he's down to almost nothing.
Flashland should be able to finish this off. Looks like he rushes the first
Guardian
one.
taking some shots in return. They do finish off Born to be Daddy. Now the grill is lit.
And he's going to take a shell. Nice shot, though, from the south. That's Flashland in the Bat Chat, snaking it right by the building. Grill's going to be pinned. This is what was, I thought, an incredibly strong position for the Goons, is weakening.
Well, what needs to happen right now is the tank that needs to move needs to be Tomahawk. He needs to go get on that cap and do something that's going to force Goon Squad into making a play right now.
Well, it looks like top tier is going to be the ones making the play. They're already moving to the west, focusing on Scrublet. They're taking the tempo, they're taking the lead, they're forcing Goon Squad to react to them, and that's why they're able to get the results.
That is
now.
also an option. You know, that's why I say with the 1390s, it would be something that would make tanks move. However, shifting their tanks to the south and opening this up, getting the tank for free, that accomplishes the same goal. Chai Sniper does take down Romstar. HP is still slightly in favor of Goon Squad, but the 50B is out in the open. These 113s should be able to finish him off. A miss shot going there.
Yep, that's gonna, should be one more shell to finish him. There it is. And with only 2 tanks left on the Goon Squad.
HP is in favor of Goon Squad though,
they could one by one kill everyone, but with the grill, this is the last tank you want to have in that scenario. The one tank you just want to chunk somebody down for a few hundred. Unfortunate for him.
Yep, so they're just trying around. Flashland only has 1 shot left. He doesn't even have enough HP. He can barely eat a shell. He goes for the ram and he kills himself. Takes out the grill. That makes it a 3v1. Chai Sniper down to a 1-shot. Tomahawk should be able to finish him off, and Topper Tier managed to pull that one out.
Okay, that works, I guess. You know.
So we're sitting here, you know, talking like we know what we're talking about how this is a defensively sided map, and the defense is always going to win, and it's the attacking sides that win both rounds.
Yep, and might as well we're just talking heads, aren't we? It's really what we are at the end of the day. Although, really, it's just Goon Squad is surprising us. They're playing better than I expected. Top tier is making mistakes where I did not expect them to, and vice versa. Both teams are just playing well in a scenario where you usually don't expect it. Now, that's Ruinberg. Ruinberg's a weird map. Let's put that behind us. What's up next?
Up next is going to be Cliff.
Okay.
Now, here's the interesting thing: is we've already seen what Goon Squad does on this map. Looking at the approach that Topper Tier takes to this is going to be interesting. Also, because we get into this whole head game. We talked about that earlier.
Oh yeah,
If
he's
he
gonna think I'm
said, well, you
gonna
do this, so we'll do this to counter, but he's going to think we're doing this because that's the obvious counter, so we should just do what we did before because, they're not going to think that we're dumb enough to run it again.
But we should do it with a twist.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
there's all these little things, and so we'll have to see what they're able to do.
I don't know. What do you think? I see. Is the timer almost finished? Do we have any ideas on what's coming in from tanks? No, not yet. So we won't know what they have for a minute. I always get excited and I want to see like the first pick. Well, let's take a look at that damage last battle. Thank you.
That is Blue Mini. Kukaracha Azul coming in there at 4,000 damage. Chai Sniper coming in there at 3,100. Tomahawk in at 1,390, putting up 3K. That's got to make you proud, being a fanboy of the 1390 there.
Hey, that's what the 1390 does, man. That's what he does.
That's a lot of shots. I questioned whether he could have pushed around in the north, and what that would have done is that would have left. It was a more passive approach to making Goon Squad make a play. It was getting something out of that fight because they have to send him north, and then that's another tank they have in the Delta Village, and maybe they can make their play then. However, I like what they did. They grouped up. They used one tank to pin two. They flexed around, and as we see here, this is the end result. Now watch this out of Flashland. Notice if you look in the distance there, Flashland has one shot, and so he just YOLOs in and goes for the ram, and ends up killing himself, but he takes out the grill, which saves someone else from having to put a shot into him, and it made sure that they could finish off Chai Sniper. If Flashland hadn't killed that grill, that game could have gone the other way because that grill would have been able to get off another shot, and who knows what would have happened at that point.
Yeah. Fair enough. I'm just writing some notes here. Sorry, while you were going on about that, I'm keeping up on what these stats that are standing out, like that 4K damage. Sorry.
Well, 3K out of 1390. That's still the one impressing me. That's a lot of damage for tier 8.
It's respectable, but we're going to see something better from them. I think you're going to see something better from him if we wait later in the season.
If they make it that far.
Come on, have some hope.
Well, they got to get through whoever. They got to get out of this match. They got to beat Goon Squad. Then they have to go on. They have to beat Top Tier, who already beat Goon Squad.
Yep.
And then they have to get past Danger Close after that. So whoever goes on has a long path in front of them. Nothing's guaranteed. Could be any of the 4 teams we have left really at this point.
Fair enough. Okay. I mean, everyone's got a chance at this, but I kind of want to I like to entertain the idea that all of them are going to make it until they're not in it anymore. And just be like, look, Goon Squad has just as much a chance as Top Tier. And you'll tell me, yeah, but one of them has to win. And I'll be like, yeah, but don't crush my dreams. Because
there can only be one, Randall.
There can only be one.
Just can only be one. I mean, we can start handing out participation trophies to everyone in League if you want.
No, I'm not talking about participation trophies. I'm talking about just, being positive. I like to have, a positive energy.
Well, down here on Earth, there can only be one winner. So, realistically, only one gets through.
But some people say I'm probably not from Earth. So, I wonder,
Well, that was the direction I did not see that conversation going.
Exactly. If you ever find out anything, it's that I can go on the weirdest tangents. You should see some of the stuff from back in the day. We just go places. But I should bring it back. I'll bring it back. You
don't want me to bring up dating advice with Clutch and Ruko?
No, let's not bring up that. Or dancing or anything like that. So, Cliff, opening strats. Off of that, we've got great scout and great 1390 play. So I'll bring it back over to our 1390 that we love. Can he play it like that on Cliff? Will we even see a 1390 on Cliff? Doubtful. I'm thinking that you're going to see the RU or the T54 lightweights again. I really favor those on this map, especially west side when you're trying to spot the low ground or you're trying to play that slightly farther back hill in the north. We saw X-Soldier up there just the previous match.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Give me 1 second to sort something out right now.
Looks like, just got to get someone on in here. All right. So while we're actually getting that handled, we're just trying to get the match continuing on. It looks like we're still having problems with some connection issues intermittently between the battles. It's not the most normal thing you'd see, but it's what you have to deal with in qualifiers. We see a lot of teams that just aren't as prepared as a normal gold team, where they depend on a single player. Like you could say Goon Squad depends on Jeff, for example. And
well, so far it's showing not true because they've been performing pretty well since he disconnected for the night.
And it appears as though he could be disconnected. He could just be sitting in there and just giving them advice off between battles.
How frustrating would that be if it's like your power's out or your internet's down and you know your team's still having to play without you right now? You're just sitting there, just twiddling your thumbs, like.
Haven't you ever called in to call a match? You've never like called up one of your clan buddies and like, hey, I just disconnected. What's going on? And then you're just like, yeah, go to A5 and just push. How many T110 A5s do I have over there? Oh, 6. Actually, hold off for 1 minute. Bring the bat chats over, and once they're there, push.
I will
Just
tell
like
you,
phone it in, as it were.
not as bad as that, but I have made the mistake of being in the car and listening to one of our matches that goes very close in the past and listening to a match. You're sitting there in TeamSpeak, you can't say anything, you don't see what's going on. You hear the frustration in the voice. They're not being really clear about what's going on, but they just kind of sound like a little bit upset to a certain extent.
Yeah, I know those comms.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, good job, guys!" And you're like, "You guys were winning that fight?"
It's like that sounded horrible.
Yeah,
that sounded like it was just miserable the whole time.
Exactly.
And then you turn. Yeah, I love that when that happens.
That is not fun. And so either way, what's happening, especially if you're Jeff, and if that's what happened, is it's not a thing like he had to go to work something. I'm pretty sure it's just a disconnect. He hasn't come back.
Yeah. It happens. There was. I mean, the past few days, you've noticed certain areas of the United States more and more. It's like
we had some issues towards the end of last season, especially when that snowstorm went through the East Coast. And, that really caused some issues.
I remember actually we had Brazilian players, people from actually not just Brazilian, I should say South American players suffered a lot when there's actually a connection, an internet connection that goes through the Gulf of Mexico, and it got disconnected. It was damaged, and so everyone had to reroute through like the secondary, the second tier
not
kind
a stable connection.
Yeah, not as quality, and also throw the load from one connection onto one that's already being used. The point was all of the South American players had the worst connections ever for like 3 weeks, and that was to just anything in North America. So like like Matt and I, a bunch of the players that we'll recognize around, were trying to compete, and it was just not happening. It just wasn't gonna happen, and it sucks.
Yep. Speaking of Brazilians, just a little fun fact for you guys here. We have some time. So Fun was actually in the qualifier, formerly known as Red Candids, and before that known as Game Over, our Brazilian buddies.
Yeah, they're Gandorfo's.
Gandorfo, Hayachi, all of them. They did play in the qualifiers. They, however, ended up getting knocked out by, I believe it was Topper Tier in the losers bracket. After losing, I believe it was to Top Tier. So playing both of those and getting sent home. So won't be joining us this season, which was definitely a little bit unfortunate.
Let me find that because I did notice them as well, and I was getting excited because like in the past we've noticed teams. I mentioned Gandorfo because he was in the Gold League a ways back, and we've usually had at least one team representing South America in force.
Yeah, well, looking at it,
it
was Goon Squad that beat Fun, and then it was Topper Tier in the lower bracket that ended up sending them home.
Yeah, that was crazy to me because I wasn't expecting that, and It's always like I always hold on for one team that's South American to join the league. It always feels like it's right, It feels like there should be one team that's that little top group that keeps rotating around in their own 3 or 4.
Yep. Well, the only one left. Well, you don't have a full team at this point, but you do have Matt Knight joining us on Good Game.
Oh yeah, he's
from the Silver League. So we'll have at least one Brazilian, the token Brazilian, as you will.
I mean, he did represent his team back in like 2 years ago when they were in the league. He's an excellent player. When I've played with him in tournaments before, it's always been a pleasure. So yeah, Matt Knight's the kind of guy you should definitely be in the Gold League.
He's on team number 7 in the Gold League with GG, and so looking at it, that's 7 teams. That's looking forward to the season, which is only 3 weeks away now, really.
Approximately, yeah. We're planning on starting, by the way, the Gold League sometime mid to early January. Well, dates
like
are
the
gonna
first
be,
or second week of January, I believe.
Yeah, dates aren't released yet. We're not going to be releasing those until they're made more official, but it should be around that time, ballpark it. So it's right after we get home for our Christmas breaks.
I will say this, a lot of exciting things brewing.
Of course, I mean, that's all we're waiting for. We're just sitting here like, oh man, what's coming down the line? I mean, the new Swedish tanks.
Yeah,
those are just enough right now for me. I'm getting ready because that patch is supposed to drop like
tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So we in theory could see that here on Thursday. So just be ready, and in case some of these guys decide to go out and get it, and they have some sick strat that'll evolve around it. The S tank definitely interesting with that siege mode and that insane DPS that it has DPM.
Mm-hmm.
You put that thing in siege mode, put it somewhere where it doesn't have to move. That could be crazy.
Yeah, actually, that's something we're gonna have to wait for to see what that next update brings. Because in the middle, you can't stop the tournament just because of the patch. It's been a thing forever. We decided a long time ago. It's like, all right, if there's gonna be a patch on the show today, everyone just has to know it's coming, and that's the reality of it. Everyone has to deal with it.
Yep, and then you have the Karnwagen, essentially the new 50B with the 12 degrees of gun depression and the turret armor.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit slower, but a little bit worse DPM. But it still looks like it could be quite annoying to deal with.
Oh, yeah. So what we're about to deal with is our next map. So let's go on, take a look.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
Looking at the lineups, 4 bat chats, a TVP, and 2 tier 9 bets out of Goon Squad. Topper tier coming in here with 5 bat chats, a TVP, and an RU-251. So the only distinction here really is the trade-off between the 2 tier 9s and the tier 8.
And
well,
I'd take it. I like the 2 bat chat APs. I think it's a solid choice. Although, I guess you do have the argument of like, well, we can just take another bat chat, full bat chat, and take the RU, a solid tank which has heat, AP, and HE to choose from, especially on a map like this. You can use all 3 effectively.
Yep, now we have this Russian roulette that we talked about earlier. Top tier sending 4 tanks down the 1 line right now, but there is going to be no one to even spot them because the rest of them are all up top. It looks like they're just pushing up in the middle.
Oh, all in, and they're going to try and catch some of these topper tier tanks out in the open, but is this going to pan out? Bobby's going to take the first bit of damage, but Flashland and Gandaren are exposed. They have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and the overmatch is here. It's 3 tanks firing into 1, and that's the first kill. He doesn't get all his damage out. That should go in the favor of the Goon Squad to start this one out.
Back and forth stuff. 2 tanks down for each team right now. Hangaren taking a lot of damage, down to 392. But also Romstar, Ali, and Tomahawk all down to essentially a 1-shot. Romstar, a 2-shot in there. Excuse me. It is a 5v4 in favor of Goon Squad, but now all these tanks are reloading.
Yep, and topper tier is together. Notice that. They are all in one position, not the strongest, mind you, but they're all together. Who split up? Goon Squad's a little bit segregated.
But look at this. Now someone has to come get Scrublet. It will be Flashland, and it depends if there's someone that can cover him. The problem is the tank left to cover him isn't going to be loaded for another 20 seconds.
And what was that?
Bobby takes out Blue Mini.
Why were you out there?
Or Born to be Daddy, excuse me. And now Flashland's going after him. Scrublet is loaded. He does find Tomahawk. Back and forth stuff. Flashland pushing over, trying to find the shots on Scrublet. Gets a couple. Scrublet going down, and he ends up falling off the cliff. It is a 2v4, and Goon Squad are about to take the second round.
Yeah, that was okay. I mean, it makes sense. I really thought, though, the top tier played way stronger than they came out with. So there we go, GG. Nicely played from the Goon Squad.
Well, Goon Squad, they set up with that push, and once again, they brought the 2 tier 9s. And what they did is they pushed the 2 tier 9s over in the middle. Those 2 tier 9s took 2 tier 10s out of the fight. They had 2 more tanks in the low ground for topper tier. And so really, for a brief second there, it was an overmatch in favor of Goon Squad that they were able to create. And it was that brief overmatch of maybe 10 seconds where they were able to get the extra gun out and get that lead sooner, get their autoloaders into their second clip sooner. And that little turnaround, that extra little getting into that second clip sooner, getting that reload done, that was just enough momentum for them to carry it through.
Exactly. Just solid play. Those brawls are always so delicate. You can easily mess them up, too. There were a few moments where that easily could have gone either way. And I really think that we do have to give it to just solid marksmanship, keeping a calm, cool head. And, of course, take a look at that damage. Look at that.
The 2 we saw brawling there at the end, Flashland and Scrublet, top damage for both their teams. Heglar doing what he can. Born to be Daddy also doing a pretty good job in that TVP. And then Red coming in there in the bat chat tier 9 doing 1800. So getting 1 full clip off. He got into the second clip, but had a few shots missed there. And then Tomahawk also in that TVP, managing to pick up a kill, but only 1400 HP. Done, really.
This is what I was talking about. I really like this from Scrublet right there. Sorry to cut you off, but
he had the awareness to recognize, all right, I can pick that kill up and then turn down, but where he messed up was his pathing right here. Went down a little bit, too far.
That's tricky,
over.
Dude. He almost made it off. He almost made it off. You see how if he'd had a little bit more nose up on that, or he'd got a little bit less speed off of that rock, he could have actually landed softer, and just kind of coasted out of that and lived a little longer, been more of a
I think he
nuisance.
actually could have backed up as well onto that rock and maybe slowed down. The problem is Flashland, I think, might have had a shot on him.
From what I've noticed, you notice how like he seemed to slide off of those rocks a
Yep.
little bit? I think he probably would have slid off just slower. I
Yep.
think that really would have.
You can ask someone that knows the rocks really well. You can ask Applewell how those rocks are.
Oh, and that's a reference to Global Grand Finals. He on clip. There's literally
There's actually a sign up there as a tribute to him.
Yeah, exactly. Because unfortunately, just sometimes that stuff happens, and I mean, doesn't matter how good you are if you're stuck in a rock. Well,
I believe the phrase is because physics.
because physics.
Because physics.
I mean, that's what you're gonna run into. You gotta be careful in World of Tanks. You can actually get yourself into scenarios that, if you're not paying attention, it's your responsibility.
Yep.
You shouldn't have driven off of a cliff.
I remember when they added over the new physics to where tanks could flip over and whatnot, and
I-
all the chaos that has unrolled over the last, it's got to be almost a year now. It's been hilarious.
But also the options that you have because of physics are amazing.
The new
Just
climbs that have opened up.
the way you can turn a fight around, whereas if someone outran you and you were and they were in a scout and you're in a heavy, you know, like you couldn't catch up. But now there's options.
And the handbrake turns as well. That was all added to the same patch. We are on to battle number 2 on Cliff, battle number 4 in the series. Goon Squad coming in here, 4 bat chats, a TVP, and 2 tier 9 bat chats. Meanwhile, topper tier, 4 bat chats, 2 TVPs, and an RU 251. Rather interesting lineup, opting for the double TVPs.
Yeah, what do you think of double TVPs? Do you think they belong
I think
together?
strong one-line play is what I see just initially, trying to set up for some picks on there, maybe get some early damage.
Just the bats down the one line, the TVPs up the ramp in the mid, or what?
TVPs sitting back looking for shots on anything that clips. So we've also seen some passive play with TVPs sitting at D1 while someone scouts. And it looks like we're going to see something along those lines. We're actually going to see a 3-3 split, so we'll keep an eye on those TVPs as they make their way.
No, this is what you don't like. This is the one you're always sketched out by.
Yep, the 3-3 split, and if you look at it, the TVPs coming in here, and they're going to sit pretty passive. I don't think they're going to commit, actually.
Oh, look at that. Goon Squad's holding back on the low ground, so they're actually expecting this. DRS is...
And they're lit, and the TVPs are in position to punish, and they know it, so they're backing off. Bromstar is actually wide in the open, just using the bushes as cover.
And top tier is actually ready for this, it looks like. Look at the way that the entire formation is moving. They seem to be very prepared. It seems like they were ready for this one. They knew might be coming.
Well, this comes down to that mind game thing. Who saw what they did first, and top tier trying to set up for a strong one-line counter. And this is what I was talking about. This is one of the ways to counter a 3-3 split. They set up with just a few guns there, especially those TVPs that can really deny an area. And smartly, Goon Squad made sure to not commit and not waste the HP and just kind of slow it down a little bit.
What do you do off of this though? Because looking at Goon Squad's position, if I'm top tier and I feel like I have an understanding of where you're going, I got this, right?
So here's the thing: is judging by Goon Squad, their logic right now is that there are tanks in the low ground. That's why they're not committing. They're worried about being ambushed. If that's the logic, your decision has to be, all right, they're there, so we need to push the other way now. And so they're grouping up. But this is their opportunity to take the hill in that 2-cap and set up quickly while those tanks are in the low ground.
Yeah, but why isn't top tier going off? The topper tier, sorry, going off. The topper tier should be pulling back, finding new positions, getting into the high ground, just like you're talking about with Goon Squad.
Exactly, and so it's kind of a interesting game. They know that there's tanks in the low ground, and they know they're defending, and they know they have a pretty good setup. But Ali the Persian dude's pretty much all alone. Not too many guns able to cover him. I suppose Flashland and Romstar could have a few shots towards him. Not Romstar, but Gendarin up there could have some shots towards him. But I don't know that that's really going to be enough.
Possibly. Now, I give it to Goon Squad. They've got the control on the map right now. They have the high ground. Yes, you've got some low ground tanks. Yeah, I see now Romstar trying to move a little bit up. Gendarin, it's going to be his battle buddy with Flashland looking towards the hill. But this is usually the scenario we see the attackers start to get the edge. This is the kind of layout I expect to see an attacker get the edge. This is where topper tier's in a position that they don't want to retreat from, but they might. If they get pushed at the wrong angle, they're not going to be able to bring in the support that they need. And if they decide to make any decisive action, although that they're the defender, I don't know if I'm confident in any particular move.
Ali the Persian dude just trying very carefully to do this climb here up onto the top of the hill, and it has to be done inch perfectly. The one on the north is a lot harder than the climb on the south. And he's just not quite able to get it done yet. However, Junior up on the hill doesn't know that it's here. They haven't spotted each other. So this is the problem with Ali the Persian dude not having this climb down and done. They don't know that there are tanks on top of the hill for Goon Squad right now, and there's a lot of time being wasted. They're down, 3.5 minutes essentially at this point. DRS has some shots towards the mid here. Nice little spot right there. Should be able to open up some shots.
Should be able to. Let's see if he actually finds anything, though.
You know, something has to be lit. The problem is he doesn't have view range on that middle area. So it's going to take a tank being in there to light. And if you look at the setup, only tank on that side of the map is Ali, who's we're watching right now trying to do this climb. And it looks like he finally has part of it done.
Ah, it takes a little while to get up there. Oh, and he finally is. Okay, so once Ali gets the spotting, we can see, his first tank lit. And we might see fire coming from DRS or maybe elsewhere.
Now this is where we might see DRS get some shots because now he has a tank in position to spot for him.
And actually, as this is happening, let's listen in on Topert here. Let's see what they've got to say because they're trying to make a move.
Do you think we might want to get a tank boosted up here?
They can light it from mid.
Alright. Gardner, just like play that pretty safe, like just poke kind of aggressively for spots so we know like if they're rushing up. No.
No.
Nobody's watching that.
I'm kind of watching it.
Oh yeah, you're right. But...
What is okay? Doesn't this have lights on here though?
Yeah, but I'm not actually in the spot.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
if he's in a spot, he'd be exposed to south.
Oh, okay.
I can like poke it. There's nothing there because they didn't light me.
I can like poke this for lights maybe.
I'm not lighting. I'm not lighting anything. There might be.
I think we should rotate
around
this
the
last
one
bat chat back here.
I mean the zero line. I might be rotating zero
Yeah, I
line.
think we should get this bat chat to come off and go around here.
What's the purpose?
Like through the
The
second
biggest
half?
threat is if they come this way, I believe, or even
Not really.
middle.
Not
Or
really.
if they dive Ali on the hill.
Hold on, I have shots on this.
Oh, they see, they're split. They have TVPs there and batches are probably still here.
We just need to make sure Ali
Should they still
doesn't
go
die.
there?
I think so. You'll have better shots to help Ali.
There's a
The
bat
guy's not poking
south.
from the rock.
Oh.
There's two batches here. That's fine. Flashing might even be able to get some shots.
Bat crossing, bat crossing.
They're pushing.
Oh, right there,
Go.
there. Flashing, flashing. Go back
You
up.
have to get out.
Or flashing, get out. Flashing, get out.
Oh, you can't. Just run away. I need help.
Yeah.
They're pushing hill. They're pushing
The
hill.
TPs need to, guys. We need to help Ollie
Get
first. Help Ollie
scrublet.
first. These
Alright, they're
guys
not
we
pushing
can
hill
get
anymore.
out. All we'll lose is DRS. We need
Get
to
in.
we win the hill fight.
You want to go
Alright.
up?
Maybe. Shots.
They're gonna be coming for me.
I have shots on the guys on donut.
They're gonna be chasing me. I'm going. TVP's coming.
I have one shot left.
Bad APs.
I'm out.
After me. I'm running away.
Nice. Do you think we win the hill fight?
I'm loading.
Not reloading.
Okay.
Reloading.
Reloading.
And a good break there by Goon Squad. Good move there. A little bit. It was more a mistake by Topper Tier trying to focus on the hill. The problem was Ali, the Persian dude, backed off a little bit too early, and the tanks, instead of trying to chase Ali, which is what they wanted, to use Ali, the Persian dude, as bait, they instead stopped where they just had shots on the tanks in the north. They didn't take the shots from Ali, and they got off some good damage, and that turned it in favor of Goon Squad, despite that push not being the best. It just works out for them.
Yeah, and there's Tomahawk taking a little damage. Could that mean Goon Squad's going to be able to kind of take control of this one overall? Because, I mean, now they've got control of the west. They can start bullying out, and then Flashling getting caught out is going to go down. That's now every tank alive for Goons, but 2 down for Topper Tier. I'm feeling Goon Squad on this one. I'm feeling like they should be able to clean this one up, but 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. If they don't do that soon, they could find themselves in a draw scenario and give a win to Topper Tier.
Yeah, now Topper Tier doing the smart thing, and they're backing off, and they're finding new positions. However, the problem is Tomahawk's down in that bush on that ledge right there, so I don't know how long he'll be able to stay alive without being isolated. Ali, the Persian dude, heading to the north, trying to get onto the A5 climb. However, he doesn't have the HP, so even if he can get up here, all it takes is him being lit once in one single shell connecting to take him out. So I don't know if he's the best tank to be putting up there right now.
You may have a point. It's tricky. Ollie's going to back off, so
Blue and Tomahawk both get spotted by the Batchat in the north of Haglar.
Actually, I don't think Ollie was spotted. He slipped out of that. So, ooh, Lopetev's going down. So that's small lead right there. Small victory for Topper Tier.
Chai Sniper spotted in the low ground.
And
Blue.
Bobby. So now we're about even. Hit points were a little bit in favor of Topper Tier now.
Yep, Chai Sniper just caught in an awkward situation. Ali's not even spotted again. Trying to get some shots. 0 for 2 right now into Chai Sniper. 0 for 3. And Ali's reloaded, so not able to find the kill shot.
Oh, and there it is. One shell comes to finish off Ollie.
Yep, meanwhile, Haglar pushing him behind. The TVP will pump out some damage onto him, but once again, TVP is not enough to single out a tank. And he gets the ram onto the RU-251. Good stuff there, and now Tomahawk just going to be focused out. Now there's a minute 20 left, and Gandaren is full HP.
Maybe. Oh, it's full HP, and then, of course, as you say it, he's going to start getting torn apart.
No, I thought that
oh, he instantly...
He has the rock, and he has a full clip now. So if they're not careful, he could clean up Tri-Sniper.
And he does.
That may be the play that just wins them this game. That may just turn that around into topper tier. He has one shot, and Haglar's reloading. He could finish this off. He could turn this around.
If Born to be Daddy can get a shot into Tomahawk and kill him, he's got this. And he does. All right, so that's going to stop him, keep Haglar alive. That Goon Squad really needs that right now. So you've got Gandaren, 2 shells up top. He can only take out the AP in front of him. Shouldn't be able to get him with 1 shell, though. There it is. He can peek out for 1 more. And that would be foolish. He should hold back, wait for Born to be Daddy to move up and around.
The problem is they don't know where Romstar is. There's only 25 seconds. They can't cap. If I was Romstar, I wouldn't even be poking right now.
And look at that. Gandaren's able to even get the kill.
And Goon Squad just letting this one slip out of their fingers. It was a great break by them, but they just took a little bit too long. Trying to push in the low ground, never a good option in my opinion.
I think they squeezed a little too tight, and just one by one, a few tanks just kind of slipped through just because of that, and that's going to be it. That is a Defender's victory.
Even this series up 2-2. Not something I saw there, especially after that opening play by Goon Squad. I thought Topper Tier made their life a little bit hard. You know, out of the Persian dude, I felt it backed off a little bit too soon, didn't do enough to sell that chase, and both those Tier 9 bats decided to shoot his teammates past him, and that gave him 2 tanks advantage, a lot of HP, but it was just, you know, the inexperience of Goon Squad unable to close out the round.
I think
Topper Tier just playing
it.
the angles right. They managed to pick, you know, 1 or 2 tanks at a time. Ali, the Persian dude, overextended a little bit. I don't feel he needed to go down there. I think that was a little bit over-aggressive.
I think you hit on the point, though. I think you hit on it was a lack of experience. I think Goon Squad shows that they're good enough, and we've talked about how their players are good enough, how their caller seems to be good enough. They have the aptitude. They have the ability to play very, very well. But you can see the evidence where, not at their own fault, just a lack of playing in the league for just as long as some of the other teams that are around. And you saw that in Topper Tier. Players that have just been here longer, doing those little things that have kind of edged them out ahead or brought them back from the brink.
Well, once they spotted, you know, I feel the biggest mistake is once they spotted both Blue Mini and the TVP of, I can't remember who it was. It was one of the TVPs from Topper Tier. Once they spotted them in the low ground, I believe it was...
Oh, was that...
Tomahawk.
Yeah.
Once they spotted him in the low ground, they didn't need to commit onto him. And you see him here after he'd already cleaned up. This is a little bit, you know, later that we're talking about. But if they had just abandoned it, known that they were out of the fight, and pulled tanks back, left maybe just Bobby and that Batchat in the north to keep them pinned, you know, use 1 tank to take 2 out of the fight. You don't have to kill them. You just have to stop them from getting into the fight. You do that, you pull everything else back, you go try to kill Ali and everything up on top with the overmatch that you have in the positioning.
Yeah.
I think that's a better systematic way to go at it. Instead, they said, all right, we have 2 here in the low ground. They were the ones spotted. They were the ones that knew exactly where they were. So instead of trying to open up the rest of the map and focus on map control, they focused on taking guns out, and that's what ended up backfiring them. It just got, you know, kill happy, tried to chase things down, and they just bled too much HP.
Yeah, it seems like one of those arbitrary decisions. They're not thinking about the big picture. They're thinking about that moment.
Yep. Well,
it's a very pub mentality where you're like, hey, there's a tank exposed, or I can get a kill over here. Not thinking about, well, if I go get a kill over here, that puts a bunch of tanks in this position, and that means then when I have to later go and attack the hill, or take the hill, or push the east side, you know, my next objectives following this are actually harder now because I've put myself in this position. I really feel like I agree with that. Yeah, it's tricky to deal with. So what are we looking at now for Muravanka is going to be our 3rd map? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, definitely. We'll be moving on to Muravanka. Now, one thing I do want to say is, you know, they've been playing a lot without Comrade Jeff so far.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that may come into it. You know, maybe Jeff has that extra little bit of experience and knowledge to know, hey, let's not push the low ground. You know, maybe, you know, combination of that and, you know, the inexperience. Because, once again, I don't know who's calling right now. I don't even know if they have an actual quote-unquote caller. It may just be them kind of trying to figure things out. And they're good enough players that, you know, typically they can. But the problem is when you have that sort of, community calling, as we call it,
Yeah.
versus, an established team that's been around for a while, they have that more practice, and they're just going to be able to edge you out. So I think, Goon Squad are definitely dependent upon Jeff right now. So far, they've skated by without him, but I think that they'd be that extra little bit stronger to not make those mistakes right now if they had him involved.
Okay. So you're just saying Jeff's here, they're going to play better. Without
If
Jeff...
he's here, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And now, don't get me wrong, they're impressing me right now. I think that without him here, they're still putting up a pretty good fight. But I think, having him in that lineup, I think would make them that little extra bit stronger.
I completely agree. I don't think I could raise a point and say there shouldn't be a Jeff here. I mean, come on, man. Like, Jeff seems like he was on top of it.
Yeah, well, we have a spectator that keeps wanting to play a T1 Cunningham, so we're going to have to restart the battle here in a second.
Unfortunate. So we'll just go ahead back on out and we'll get this one started. We're almost ready for battle number 1 on Murrow. We're just going to give it 1 minute. It looks like we actually had a disconnect anyway, so what are you going to do? Well, thank you guys for bearing with us today. I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see if any of you guys have decided to call out to us. Tell us why you think your favorite team, Goon Squad, top tier even. Lincoln, well, it's actually a bit late for the Lincoln Brigade fans, so sorry about that. But if you voted Lincoln Brigade, apologies. Unfortunately, they're out.
Yeah, they were not as fortunate against Topper Tier.
Yeah.
And once again, like we said earlier in the evening, we watched Top Tier play Goon Squad, and that ended up in a 5-3 win for Top Tier. Top Tier able to edge it out a little bit. Goon Squad just showing the lack of experience. They got a few good rounds. They looked pretty solid, but just, always that one step behind for the most part.
Here's what I love. All right. If you took a look at the poll at WGLNA, we actually have 50-50 Topper Tier versus Goon Squad. So it's actually pretty split. We've got some fans on both sides. And there's about 7 minutes left to vote. So go on over to our Twitter at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA, and feel free to participate. Let us know your opinions. We've got Mr. Man. Oh, man, Mr. Man has it looks like he wants to see Goon Squad make it so I can battle against my old teammate Bobby again.
Yep, Bobby was on Maple Freedom, if I recall.
I actually never got to see much of Maple Freedom.
Yep.
What'd you think?
I mean, that was still when, Maple Freedom / M60s were still trying to get their identity, and they didn't really become a solid force till a season later.
Did they need to scale back the Canadianness? Is what was the problem?
Definitely a little bit.
Okay.
You have to have that very fine balance of Canadians in there. You have too many, and
then you're too polite. You can't. You never attack. You just sit there and you go, "I'm sorry." And it's just
paint "I'm sorry" on your shells as you fire them off.
Actually, I would love to have a decal that's "I'm sorry" on the side of my turret. That would actually be cool. I'd like to get a Sherman.
Would be pretty cool, eh?
Let's not. The Canadians are gonna.
They're probably already rioting in chat as we say this.
They're actually just politely asking us to stop because, of course.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't be angry. They'd just be very polite about it.
Exactly, and we appreciate it, Canadians. We will stop on your behalf. We're sorry.
So it looks like we're still waiting for some little issues here.
Okay, so once we finish that one up, we've still got to clean up some stuff. So we'll have a few minutes just to clean it all up. These guys will be getting into battle soon, and well, I just kind of want to see Topper Tier versus the Goon Squad.
Yep. I just want to take a second and say, everyone that's still out there watching, for those that regularly watch, you know that normally things aren't this drawn out.
This is a surprising number of disconnects. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what's going on with some players. This is the first time I've seen it in a long
We've had
time.
matches. I think there was one with Eclipse where they had a couple back-to-back disconnects, but then things moved on. After you got through the one wave, it was fine. This has been the first time in a while where it's been back-to-back-to-back, round after round. Yeah. It's painstaking.
Yeah, I've seen my fair share of some online events that have had some internet issues that are rolling, and it's rough to get through as a player. I've
seen some live events with internet issues.
Oh man, don't even get me into that. Let's not talk about live events, man, because you're gonna take me back to old days. This shouldn't be Randall's story
Triggering
time.
some old nightmares from Randall's previous days.
Don't. I just want to look to the future, to the bright and shining future that is the WGLNA, and what we hope it will be, because we are looking to get one more team. Is there another? Did I just see DRS? DRS. Yeah, we're just waiting to get back into battle. So while let's do Murrow. All right, Murrow, Magical Forest. History time. Tell me a story all about how.
Well, you want to talk about the old school Muro and the
Yep.
first iterations with the Forest, before there was attack defend, before the spotting mechanics were changed, when a T50-2 could just drive circles in the Forest and never be spotted until he literally bumped into a tank?
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
the time you want to talk about?
So I wanted to talk about how that changed, because what I love is the east side of the map now. I love the way that you've just got the hill games to play, the slightly softer hill games, whereas on the west side with the caps, that you have to deal with this almost unchanged kind of very steep hill area. You've got pretty much a bowl that's meant to catch arty shells right next to the cap, and I feel like we don't see a ton of innovation on Muro. I don't think I've seen a lot in the past, even a year and some change. Even with changes, I feel like Muro's still very much stayed the same. You still see the passive bush spots, right? You still see either west side, east side, the same style attacks. Even though you've seen what you just mentioned, everything has changed about Muro.
Yep.
Effectively a different map in many ways.
Before it was, actually I want to say it was the first season it was in League. The cap circle over in the west didn't used to be up that far behind the crevice. It actually used to be at the very base of the 2-3 line on the edge there. And
It used to be really, really nice as a defender.
oh yeah, it was. Well, still now it's pretty defensively set. Still, it's easy to. It's not easy, but it's. You can break it if you do the right things.
I think the attacker has a chance, is what you might want to say.
Yeah, the attacker definitely has a pretty decent chance. However, back in the day, especially that cap further down there, you could run any number of strats and be completely fine. You could stack the 2-3 line like we still see. You could see, forest push. You could see people just sitting down there on the K line in the bushes and just wreck face. I mean, there's a whole lot of options they had. Now it's made it a bit more, I want to say linear. You see a lot of the same defenses.
Linear.
Teams tend to go towards the 1-2 defense. You bring the E5s, you play the hold down, maybe bring the Crusader SP, but they start off going to the 1-2 side of the map. We saw some teams, when it first switched to tier 10, try to go with the aggressive 8-9 line plays, bring the bat chats up, clear that, and then box them in.
Okay.
And then you had teams both figure out that you can do one of two things. You can just make sure there's nothing in front of you and just throw 3 tanks on cap. Game over.
Yeah.
Or you do put 1 tank on cap and put the rest up on the high ground and make them drive through all your guns while you have the high ground, and either tended to work.
Yeah. You got a few options. We'll see, as we are actually about to go into battle. So it took a little while, but it does look like 30 seconds to game. So we might be getting into Muro finally. These guys have been on ice for a few minutes, as well as you guys. I hope you guys took a moment to get a drink, get on back. Seated right now. It's about to be battle number 5.
We're going to get underway with, it looks like, topper tier playing man down. Let's see what happens.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Lineups coming in Goon Squad, an IS-7, 2 T-57s, 3 bat jets, and an RU-251.
And,
oh, you have got to be kidding me. Alrighty then, so we're not underway. We're going to have another DC call.
Yay. All right. Well, back to garage.
DCs on DCs on DCs.
Yep. DCs for days. Wonder who it was. Looks like
we should start a bet on who's the next person to disconnect.
No. God, no. Don't. Let's
because the second we start betting on it, it's not going to happen.
No. I think the minute you start betting on it is when just everything just goes bad.
Can't be any worse than it is right now.
I know if you're talking about it's like the wait for the bus deal, where it's like the second you get comfortable at the bus stop, that's when the bus rolls up.
I don't know what buses you took. Mine was always, do I wait for the next bus to come around or do I start walking? And then the second you're halfway down the road, too far from the bus stop, a bus drives right by you if you had waited another 2 minutes.
Oh, I come from a place where you don't have multiple buses.
Okay.
I come from a place where there's one bus. If you miss the bus, you've missed the bus.
See, I come from a place where a bus goes by about every 30 minutes.
Yeah, see, this is the difference between our pasts. I'm from the deep south. And there, it's like, you got one bus, buddy. Out here in L.A., I mean, you have buses for days.
Well,
I'm
talking about in Arizona, Flagstaff,
wait,
mountains.
I thought you were native. You're
I
from
am native,
Arizona?
but I went to school in Arizona.
Oh, okay. So there
At
you go.
AU. Is anyone out there from NAU repping grade school?
You don't seem like you're that confident that anyone is out there.
No, probably not, because it's a small school.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And it's one in hundreds of schools or colleges, for that matter, in the United States. So the chances that any one of our people out there watching are from there, slim to none. But if you're out there, hit me up on Twitter. I'd love to know if anyone watching right now is in Flagstaff.
Harder. You can't. You have to pretend you really, really love that school. Like,
well, I do, but I also, like we said earlier, I'm still from planet Earth, so I have some sense of reality.
No, you don't. That's if there's anything I've learned, it's after your calling, I'm being like, sometimes you are not in reality, buddy. Like, I've seen some stuff.
Ooh.
All right, so we're just
Same
getting
thing
spicy.
about some of your scout runs.
Hey, okay, fair enough. There's been some bad ones. That definitely happens. It's all risk for reward. All right, it's a measured, calculated risk.
We're still waiting underway to get more tanks in here. I think we're still gonna have to play 6v7 though.
Really? I mean, at this point, I'm just wondering, let's just, you know what, guys? I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to do anything about. I don't want to sit up here and just pretend that we're going to fill time. We're going to take a short break. We're going to figure this out. We'll come back. We'll tell you that there's a battle. We'll actually have it happen. And that's how this is going to go down. But I don't want to bore you guys anymore. So quick break. We'll be back. Battle number 5. Topper tier versus Goon Squad. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go.
And we are finally back after a short break, letting you all get up and go get some coffee, get a drink, use the bathroom, get back down, get comfortable for the remainder of this match. Hopefully, we will have no more issues. Knock on wood, if this desk is even made out of it.
It is. That's wood.
Okay.
That's not like something sub-wood quality.
As long as it counts. We'll find out here pretty soon, I guess, if it counts.
Yeah, we'll find out real soon because we're waiting just a minute more, and we'll see what's going to happen. So let's recap the night for those of you guys who are sticking around or may have just tuned in. Rockstar, Rookhill, these are the WGLNA Gold League qualifiers for Season 2. The winner of this tournament will be moving on, joining us in the Gold League this next season. We've asked that you guys tweet at us, Rockstar12, Rookhill. Let us know your opinions. Tell us, give us some feedback. What do you think of these teams? Do you think that any of them have the stuff to make it in the Gold League? Are any of these guys going to be joining us at the finals even of next season? Do you think one of these guys deserves it? I mean, we've got top tier here, team that's made up of players who have been to our finals before, and topper tier as well, finals teams. But Goon Squad, this would be their first entry into the Gold League. Their first entry, at least into if they were to get to the finals. Sorry, they would.
Now let's go with the question. Let's not ask which team's going to get to the Gold League.
Oh.
Let's ask which team do you think would do the best in the Gold League?
Oh, okay. See, there's a big question because that's a lot of what ifs stacked together. Because I think Goon Squad's the kind of team that I think it depends on how serious they are. Expectations are probably not that much. Let's be honest. They name themselves a Goon Squad. Goon Squad usually is a bunch of guys who enjoy having a lot of fun. Who
They don't mind being the bad guys. They're ready to show up, have some fun, play spoiler.
Exactly. They're going to go along that road. That's the expectation, at least. If they surprised us, they got down to business and practiced every day just as seriously as a lot of the other teams we've seen in the past. Absolutely. They apparently have the collar with the aptitude, and based on the lineup of players, I'm confident that they have the potential. Top tier, definitely my top bet. Topper tier, or Toper tier, they've been corrected to. Close, but hard to tell,
They showed some games last season where complete opposite ends of the spectrum. You saw some games where you were like, hey, maybe these guys are finally around that corner. Maybe they're going to show up, really cause some fights. When they were color wanted, the core of this team anyways was color wanted, and they played. They did pretty well. They were mid-table, and that's back when it was still 754. And then they moved tier 10. They did it all right. But, looking at it, I think, if they can make it back with this lineup, I'd like to see what they could do because they have the experience. They've been playing together. They brought in some new people. Tomahawk, who we met earlier, seems like a pretty solid guy. He's made some great plays tonight. Really heads up play. I would like to see what he can do in the Gold League, certainly. And if he doesn't make it through on topper tier, if he can, possibly find his way onto one of the other rosters, which definitely can happen. More often than not, what happens is the teams that don't make through the qualifiers, some of those players kind of trickle through the roster changes halfway through the season.
And I love seeing that. That's kind of what I've always thought the qualifiers are very good at doing, which was showcasing individual talent. So in the quals, you see some new guys come along, and there you could point to every single qualifier in the past. There's always been one or two new guys who stepped up, shown up, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, that guy's not bad. Okay, we can try to work with this. Maybe something will come of this guy, and you see him get picked up on first roster change, second roster change, and all of a sudden you've got MVPs popping up everywhere from people that just otherwise,
And then you have, teams that show up in the qualifiers that just become qualifier MVP teams. Refuse to Die comes to mind. Think how many times did they show up in the qualifiers? 4? 3? 4?
Every single one for about 2 years.
Yeah, so they came through the qualifiers, they played really well in the qualifiers, and then they showed up and they had to get relegated and had to play in the qualifiers again. And it happened season after season for
mind
a
you,
while.
I'll say this to their credit. They could have done a lot better, but I guess we can say that about every team. There's more than simply just the team at play. Because when you're at a high level like that, there's a lot going on. You've got to manage a number of players on a strict schedule who have to play at a high level, who many of them they're in school, they've got a full-time job, they've got something else going on, right? They weren't doing nothing before this came along. So they're the kind of guys that once they get up there to the top, there's a handful of players that are just chilling out. Doesn't really matter to them how much investment of time that they have, but there's people who have to balance an entire lifestyle along with World of Tanks.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's one of those things where you just like you said, you just have to make that balance, and it's not just, Refuse to Die is just the one that comes to mind. There have been some other teams that, they could have done really well, but they just weren't able to either put in the time or didn't feel the investment was worth it. There's a lot of things that go into that. And so when you're playing in these qualifiers, I mean, this is a real test for a lot of these teams just to make sure they have it in them. Can they put in the time? Because these qualifiers are pretty grueling. It's multiple weeks of back-to-back matches, 2 matches a night sometimes. And so, and part of the reason why it is so grueling is to make sure that when they get into the Gold League, they're just not going to fall apart and not do anything. That they have the gumption to stick with it, as you will.
Yeah.
And so far, especially after suffering through the 2 matches we've seen tonight, we'll have to see how they manage to do next season if one of these teams manages to make it through.
Yep. It looks like we're just getting there. So once we get everyone readied up, we might actually be able to see our next battle, which will be Murrow. So battle number 5. We've been waiting to start Murrovanka for a little while here. So thank you guys again for bearing with us. Let's see if we got any last words from our friends on Twitter. Nope. Thanks, guys. Tweeted us at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA. Please let us know. Who do you think is going to come out? It's tied right now, 2-2, if I'm correct. And
there's the hashtag. There's the Twitter. Come on, guys, get involved. Join us. Gives us something to talk about. Lets us feature some of your tweets here on stream.
Absolutely.
Just spark the conversation. Or those sitting there in Twitch chat, sitting there having the conversation right now.
Because right now, guys, we're waiting for this battle to get started. And I just can't wait any longer. Oh, and yes, that's it. I'm getting another 60 seconds, so we're going to have one more shot. One more shot to see if we're going to be able.
Another 60-second countdown for what appears it's going to be a 6v6.
Oh, snap. That's crazy. There's connection issues across the United States enough to the point where we're forced to have a 6v6. Both of the teams have a roster.
I honestly have never seen this before.
A roster of 10 players, and it's rough, man. It's getting late, too, for some of them, especially East Coasters. They've got to go to sleep, and we'll see what we've got.
Yep, we'll see what we've got indeed in just a second as we head into our 3rd map.
With a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
And looking at the lineups here, we've already gone over it, but because it disconnects, we'll go over it again. 2 T57s, 3 batch hats, and an RU out of one team. Topper tier, the other, an E5, a T57, 2 batch hats, a TVP, and an AMX 1390.
All right, what are they going to do? West side, probably from our topper tier team, Goon Squad. Well, with an even lineup like this, actually, there's no huge disadvantages. We're just seeing a different kind of slightly altered scenario. Actually, there was a Reddit thread the other day with people making suggestions about the WGL. Read through that. Thank you guys for sharing your feedback on the internet, especially the constructive stuff. Someone was suggesting 6v6. We get proof right here. All right, guys, here's your playtest. Live.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I think 7 is a good balance just because, the maps are large enough. You need the tanks to cover the ground. And
with one less tank, I mean, you don't get that quite the amount of coverage that you want. Also, think about the amount of damage to hit points ratio that exists. Like the amount of alpha, I always kind of think about. So
the
if
fewer tanks you have, more often than not, what it comes down to is teams being a lot less willing to make aggressive plays because they fear being punished because they indeed have less HP to play with.
But on the flip side, you can play more aggressive because your payoffs can be bigger. Meaning when you finally catch that one tank out, or when you make that decisive play, your opponent is going to have less tanks to respond with, less likely to spot you, just as much as you see how it works both ways, right? It's like you can look at it with only the negatives towards your own potentials for performance, but you can also look at the negatives affecting your opponent and say, well, they have to deal with that too. Well, we could take some risks here. We just need to make sure we don't go overboard, okay? Make sure we don't go crazy, all right?
Yep, absolutely. And Blue Mini just chilling out in the bush over in the field, one of many, many passive bushes. Meanwhile, Tomahawk chilling out here on the high ground, just looking for some shots towards anything that gets lit. And Goon Squad actually, they started off towards the 7-8-9 line, hoping to catch some sort of a flex out maybe, some sort of aggressive 7-8-9 line push like we talked about. And now they're grouping up and they're going to go take the 2 line.
I think topper tier's ready. Topper tier's going to be able to handle this.
Well, they have Flashland out here on the 1 line. He's going to be very hard to dig out in that E5.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. He's so tricky. Only with an RU all the way into Charlie 1 to try and hit him, he's going to have trouble because the E5 is, well, honestly, it's slopey and just good enough that the RU's going to struggle to pen, and even if it's firing its heat shells, I mean, those aren't going to be as effective.
The only saving grace he has is how far Flashland has to turn his turret in his tank to get a shot towards Cap. He opens up that side shot on his turret, and that's the only window. And Flashland, he's going to be where he's out there, so he's going to make sure that he wiggles his turret and keeps an eye on him. It makes it hard for him to get shots off. And he's actually just going to push into the town. Not what I expected to happen. He takes the shot from that RU right in the side of the turret, like we were talking about.
Yep.
But he does push into this village, and now he should have more consistent reset shots. That gap he first had is definitely a bit harder. Now he's going to have some a few more angles that it's going to be a lot more open both ways. He's going to be susceptible to more damage, but he'll be able to pump out more damage in the process.
And in the meantime, we do have the Bat Chat, Scrublet, Chai Sniper, and Lopov all moving in, trying to find shots onto, and it looks like Flashland, but it looks like they'll be pushed out of their attacking position, taking more damage.
They're wasting a lot of shots on this hold down E5, and now this might be the opportunity that top tier needs to make a play. Even Blue Mini getting in on the act here, opening up some shots and heading to the buildings. Tomahawk coming in to cover his tier 8 buddy. Meanwhile, cap pressure from these T-57s still being applied.
Yep, Chai Sniper tries to move up, pressuring Tomahawk. Tomahawk, I don't think he needs to be moving out like that, but that's the counter push. Bat Chats are moving on, and Scrublet goes down. Tomahawk in return, but Lopov, that's a 2-for-1 trade. Can they get one more? Chai Sniper goes down. They will lose their 1390, but T-57s, they're not here in time. Rocks, they're just not here in time.
Just a little bit too late. The T-57's pumping out what damage they can. Now, T-57s, remember, they do have that it's roughly a 22-second clip reload, so they have fairly good DPM. Comes in at about 3K. They can pump out a lot of damage, so this isn't over yet.
Disengage, engage, disengage, usually what you see, but I don't think they had a chance to really...
Well, and so many noobs is trying to chase down Ali the Persian dude here. He's not able to find the shot yet. Ali the Persian dude just making it hard for him to get that kill shot. Playing it perfectly.
Here's Gandaren, just about reloaded in his Bat Chat. It's going to take on so many noobs. That's going to be Char.
He knows that he can eat the whole clip and not go down as he's doing, and now Ali the Persian dude's getting aggressive, knowing that he can eat the shells. And good trades there out of top tier. And Bobby about to be the next one down.
Can he do it? And 2 shots. There goes Bobby.
And that is 3-2 in favor of top tier.
Yeah, took long enough. We finally got that Moreau match done. So
only half an hour in the making.
Good job, teams. So they managed to finally get their stuff together, and we're just playing on. So now we have a very slight lead for topper tier. Damage dealt.
Look at that out of that batch at 3,600, which you got to remember, this is slightly skewed. There's one less tank on the field, so 3,600, more likely could have been around, 4K, 4,200, depending on an extra tank being on the field, a little bit more HP available for him to shoot. So not bad stuff there at all. Bobby in the RU-251, another tier 8 with a very strong performance tonight. 2K, not bad at all either. And then Red coming in there at T-57, just under 2K, respectable, but nothing mind-blowing. Look at the replay here. This is towards the end. Even Blue Mini getting in on the act. And watch Ali the Persian dude just take off behind this building. So many noobs does take out Blue Mini in the 1390, but then it was Ali just running circles around the building, managing to stay alive, and it was that time wasting. It wasn't so much that he was doing damage, it was just he was keeping that T-57 out of the fight from shooting other tanks on his team. That really just kind of sealed that round just by just slowing it down, because that T-57 knows that the second he ignores Ali, he can just turn around and start pumping out shots. So it was great time wasting to a certain extent out of Ali the Persian dude.
Yeah, just he didn't overplay his hand. It was nicely done, and the teamwork I'm noticing out of topper tier is admirable. So it's something that we can look forward to seeing in our next few battles. That we are going to switch sides. Once we've swapped sides, we will be able to see how these guys handle with. Is it still going to be 6v6? Do you know? It's it looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We might have a 6v6 happening again, or is that going to be a 6v7? Possibly. 6v7, 7 for topper tier, possibly going into the next battle. If that happens, I mean, I'm starting to think topper tier walks away with this one.
Well, but then you have that whole mentality we talked about earlier, especially with soccer. You know, when teams go man down, sometimes they manage to play that much more cagier. They know that there's that much more on the line, so they play that a little bit harder. And sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes they manage to just kind of claw on and make things really hard. So we'll have to see if Goon Squad can do the same thing, because it either goes one of two ways. Either they do that and it becomes an extremely cagey match, or the team folds like a deck of cards and just gets disintegrated. And so with it being 3-2 right now, they got to hold on, win 2 more games to force overtime at the bare minimum, or possibly still even win it if they win 3 straight. But that's a pretty tall challenge.
Yep. We'll see. We'll have to see, because it looks like we're still waiting for these teams to get themselves worked up. So once they get their stuff together, we will be able to start this next battle on Murrow. There's I feel like we've exhausted a lot of the topics we can bring up about these teams. It's at this point, like, they've had a lot of disconnects. These guys are getting tired. I feel like I'm getting a little bit sleepy. I could probably grab some ice cold water, wake myself up. It's like, have you ever noticed that? You can have all the Red Bull you want, or all the energy drinks, I should say, that you want, but ice water actually just wakes me up.
You got to stay hydrated.
Exactly.
Definitely got to stay hydrated.
Always. And
sugar does not hydrate.
No. And then, of course, like, trying to eat like some like really greasy pizza or something like that right before you play. I always feel like I'm about to pass out and just like getting really sleepy. And I think I did that the other day. I had like pizza for dinner, and then I was just so comfy, but I wanted to play Clan Wars, and I just about fell asleep passive spotting.
Would not surprise me.
It definitely didn't totally happen at all. Oh, countdown started. There we go. 60 seconds.
Oh, no Conk GC. Probably had it ready up for a while.
Oh, I think that was a troll pick.
Oh, it was. It was definitely a troll pick.
Yeah, I mean, like,
sitting here time wasting, but it would have been hilarious to see.
Why would you even bring a Conk GC on Murrow? Of all maps, it's like, that is finally the map to be a 261.
Well, let's think about it. If you're playing with an extra tank, you have the extra tank in general.
261.
You're attacking. Conk GC just completely evaporate a tank that could,
Fair enough.
At that point, you're not really at a loss by bringing it. You're still even, 6v6 at that point with the Artie. Not a terrible time to bring it.
Yeah, I mean, there are worse things you could do. There's worse ideas. So, here we go, top tier. They are attacking, and they will have a full lineup of 7 versus the 6 tanks.
Goon Squad. And Goon Squad choosing to go with the mobile lineup, bringing 5 bat jets and a TVP, keeping their options open, knowing that playing some sort of hard camp is not going to get them anywhere being tanked down. Smart choice there. Meanwhile, topper tier, 113, 2 257s, 3 bat jets, and an RU-251. So once again, utilizing the extra tier 8 to get the eyes. We will have to see what they can do in this sort of case. You gotta wonder. You have the extra tank. Is it worth it to bring the 2 tier 9 bats in this case instead of the RU? You lose the power of the 1 bat, but that second bat's completely unopposed. So you gotta wonder, is bringing that extra HP and DPM just burst worth it in this sort of case?
Sometimes you could make the argument that the tier 9 itself, played by a competent player, is enough to just kind of hold off another tier 10. So you've got that little efficiency of 9 to 10 tier points, right?
Yep.
So you could make that argument, but then...
Well, and also with the tier 9s, you got to remember, so let's say you bring the 2 tier 9 bats, that's 3,600 burst damage on the field. So, at that point you have to equivalent it to one other tank on the other team when it's a 6v7. So, provided the team with 7 bringing the 2 tier 9s, that's, I think a decent option. You keep them together, that's the HP, they both live longer. The tier 8, in this case, has a free hand, but if he runs across the tier 10 off by the fight, he's going to go down. The only thing he gains is he knows that there's 1 tank out of the fight, so the other team has the guaranteed overmatch at that point. But
yeah, and looks at this. RU-251 in the north, spotting the bat chats.
Hasn't spotted him yet.
Good point. There it is. Now he's got the spots up. He's going to be able to see everything. And so, with 22 seconds, that fast cap.
Flashland's in the open, and Red might get the shot here. He needs to pull forward, get out of that
Char's
open.
the one. He's got to get the hit. There we go. Char in the open is spotted. 1 hit, does get a reset with it, but doesn't take any damage in return. And actually, that could be where this one goes okay for Goons. No, Chai's getting torn apart.
Well, 2 T-57s unloading into a batch hat. He's only going to live for so long. That's an extra gun alive for Topper Tier. They do lose one of their batch hats in the process. However, they pick up red, and it is just steamrolling in favor of Topper Tier right now. They're about to make it 4-2. Flashland getting off cap, rolling forward, trying to go hunt some batch hats. He should be loaded before they can get out of there, but we'll have to see. Blue doing what he can to just harass.
I love it. He's just chasing him down. So many noobs trying to just run away but can't.
Flashland trying to get some track shots. Tracks once. Haglar repairs. He gets the second. Blue Mini coming in here trying to harass Bobby. Does get some shots. Bobby looks to be not off reload yet. Yeah,
he's going down.
They're gonna go down just like ants out of an anthill.
Yeah, this one was pretty decisive. I think we can all say. Topper tier.
It was Topper Tier having the extra gun, forcing the cap pressure, putting 3 on cap. 3, not 2. 3.
I mean, I love it. I love it. I love it. You're just bringing that one back. It's a 6v7, and you're bringing that one back. Okay. Okay. I feel like this proves your point.
I'd just say it's just another example. It doesn't by itself solidify the 3 over the 2, but it's more to it.
Point to rocks, as it were.
Yeah.
Just put one up on the scoreboard.
Yep.
We'll just keep a tally going on. Okay, I can keep up with this game. I can play this. Okay. All right. So that's it. Base capped, and
that is a 4v. It's going to be 4-2 in favor of Topper Tier, or Topper Tier, excuse me.
Match points coming on up. If Goons have got to really do something crazy, but it's been a while. I feel like these teams are probably solidified in whatever is going forward, whatever their state is. I don't think there's a rally waiting to happen, if you feel me. It's been a while for both teams with the disconnects, so I'm expecting this after this battle. Look at the damage. It's a little one-sided.
Flashland, Tomahawk, Bobby Jr., Rompstar, Red, and Gandharn. Not really one-sided. People from both teams up there. However, Tomahawk doing decent so far in that bad chat. Flashland 2200. They were fed Chai Sniper for basically free between him and the other T-57. You just got stuck in that alley. Two T-57s roll forward. That's 3200 alpha in the burst right there. Gets pumped out in just over 8 seconds, I believe. So
yeah.
Not bad. And at this point, it was just all cleanup. It was good on Top Tier to recognize, hey, let's put the cap pressure on, let's make them come back. Even if in the bat chest, if they're on the other side of the map, they're going to struggle to get back in time. They have to commit, just like Chai Sniper did, because he knew he needed the resets. They played the corner to cap. Now, Flashland did get caught out in the open there, kind of unaware of that angle. Wasn't really on one side or the other. I think he needed to be a little bit more aware there and not get reset as easily, make their team really have to commit.
I did notice that. It was like, why didn't they fire a little sooner? Why weren't they a little more prepared? Because they spotted just about everything on its way over. They spotted every batch.
And it felt like he was just kind of cruising across the gap instead of getting all the way to their side. He kind of wasn't sure if he should be backing off, going forward, and he just kind of got caught in the open. It was a free reset, and they got some of the cap points back.
It felt like he wasn't really paying attention. It felt like he was just kind of like, oh, hey, guys. On my other monitor, I've got YouTube up, and did you see this new, I'm not going to drop examples, it's just new videos. He's just watching funny music videos or something. I don't know what he does. I'm not going to pretend to know his life. But he's doing something.
You don't know him.
I don't know him. But it just seemed like he wasn't paying attention, then all of a sudden someone shot at him. He's like, oh, the game's still going on.
Well, after all these disconnects, you can hardly blame him.
Oh, ouch. Okay, so they're confirming the rosters on the map. Hopefully we'll start that 60 seconds in just a minute. Should be able to finish
one round away from Topper Tier, moving on to play Top Tier on Thursday. Hopefully whatever sort of mass chaos has happened across the United States that has led to all these disconnects is resolved in 48 hours.
Yeah, because it's not our server. It's not the server. The server, like, we're fine to the server. We're going to the East server. We're on the West Coast. I mean, for us, it's great. My ping's fine. So the server's fine. It's up. It's working great. It's just
maybe certain ISPs.
It's
or
always
a storm
the certain
somewhere.
ISPs, man. It's always that. It's like someone you.
And trying to think about all the people that have had issues, I can't really think that they're geographically located in one place, to my knowledge.
Well,
so
that would require you to know their geographical location.
I know a good portion of them.
I mean, you don't know all of them.
Yep, and I could find out pretty quickly.
Also, you can't just assume that just because there's an outage in one part of the U.S. that there isn't an outage in another.
This is also
connected.
fair.
Like just because you usually get big outages, major cities.
So we're actually ready to get underway with our next battle. Let's pray there's not a disconnect, and we'll find out in just a second.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
We are on our way with battle number 6. Both teams have 7 tanks. It will be Goon Squad with a 113, a 50B, 2 215Bs, an IS-7, a Batchat, and an RU-251. Topper tier, 2 113s, 2 257s, an AMX-50B, a Batchat, and an IS-3.
Yay. That IS-3, I mean, I think that IS-3 kind of gives the whole strat away, right?
Not necessarily.
Come on. It feels like it does.
It's easy to say what they're doing right now. If you'd asked me, there was a couple different options. It works as decent as Cap 8 in the north, but my guess is they're going to use him to side scrape off the crane in the middle cap here.
Oh, actually, I was betting on a north cap as well, but then they
the thing is, with IS-3, with that flat roof, it can be pretty easily overmatched by a lot of the tanks that Goon Squad have brought, especially the 250Bs.
I've been actually trying to fire at IS-3 turrets for a while. That's been buffed a little bit since back in my day, right?
Slight bit. It was more it was the frontal plate that got a significant buff. The roof on it, the flat panel, still is pretty easily overmatched. Now, with the overmatch changes that were being tested for a while, it would have been a significant buff to a tank, especially like the IS-3, but that overmatch change has been delayed, so we won't see it this coming patch, which is going to be released tomorrow. For those that aren't aware, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I know that the RU server got the patch this morning, which normally means that NA and EU follow suit within a day or two. So I would assume tomorrow morning. So check out the World of Tank website. I'm sure there'll be a post on there soon.
Just use the World of Tanks launcher. It automatically updates tanks for you. So you don't even have to worry about it.
And looking at it, back to the game at hand. Both teams kind of setting up, the cap pressure building out, and cap pressure actually in both caps. Ali, the Persian dude, getting on there, forcing Bobby to come chase him around in the north.
Yep, and there we have focus fire onto the 50B Goon Squad, and Goon Squad's going for the wrong cap? Is that what I'm seeing? Are they going for the north cap?
They're worried about the Batchat in the north. There's 3 on, and no one's in position to get the resets.
Okay, I think Shy Sniper just noticed and is like, guys, wrong cap. We got to stop this one because there's 12 seconds left, and
Flashland's just going to push through. He's not going to even chance someone getting the reset.
The cap, you got to screen it.
4 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Can the reset come in? They get 1 reset, 8 seconds, slowing it down a little bit, and now at this point, Topper tier need to pick a direction and go. Romstar's caught out in the open. All the tanks have been reset. They need to pick direction, go, and start killing tanks. They're bleeding HP left and right. Chai Sniper is eating a lot of damage, down to just over 500.
But a lot less than you think has been dealt. Topper tier's taking a lot as well. They're down to 7,900, 8,500 for Goon Squad. That's going to quickly change in just a second, but tanks are going down for Goon Squad. That's the important thing to note here. Flashland's down for 2 tanks of Goon Squad, and just now we're going to see Haglar go down, or, okay, first we'll see Romstar. Okay, this is going to even it up. And actually, we're going to see a lot of that tempo that we saw, a lot of that momentum.
It's burst damage versus consistent fire right now. Both Tomahawk and now the Persian dude trying to reload. Tomahawk just about to get off his clip. He should be able to come in here, and if he can pump out a solid clip right now, do all of it, this should be over for Topper tier. Gandarian and Lacrusha Azul pushing in, trying to focus out so many noobs.
That's it, so many noobs goes down. Now the Batchat's in.
Batchat's in, he should be able to clean out. Salt reloaded. Born to be Daddy taken down, all down to Junior, who pushed in there. He does pick up the kill onto Salt reloaded, but he doesn't have the HP to sustain this. It is going to be Topper tier joining us on Thursday to take on Top tier, the team that they meaned originally for the last spot in the Gold League. There are now 3 teams left. Top tier, Topper tier, and Danger Close. That will be fought on Thursday, starting once again at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific.
Yep, all right, guys. We just had a very special day of matches. We started off 5 o'clock today with our premier match. It was Top tier versus Goon Squad, 2 teams that had been undefeated throughout this entire thing. Then, well, that match goes as it did, and then at the same time we had Topper tier versus Lincoln Brigade. We did not get to watch that one. However, it was a sweep. Topper tier winning over Lincoln Brigade 5-0. And that was where we got into this final match. And after a long and grueling night, especially for the Goon Squad, I have to give them props. And I think everyone out there should. They had to deal with some serious issues trying to keep a team together during a match. And they managed to make it all the way through. And I respect that at the very end. They
I think
played
with a
well.
little bit more practice and Jeff back and together, I think they could definitely make a decent run against any of these teams. In fact, with Jeff back, with having all 7 players here constantly, I think Goon Squad could definitely make a bit more of a fight of that, because it was 2-2 up until that point.
Yeah.
So they showed that they can play. Now, it may also have come down to the maps. You know, the DCs were certainly unlucky in having to make those changes, but Goon Squad putting up a pretty good fight. However, topper tier, once again, it's high 2.0. They've been around. They have that experience. We saw that teamwork come out, that they really had to learn to just survive in the Gold League last season.
Yeah, so take a look now. We have the bracket up for you. Top tier versus topper tier. Yes, it will be the trolliest team names ever to grace the Gold League qualifiers.
For that match, we're just going to call them Siebel to Tweet versus High.
Oh my goodness.
That is going to make our life so much easier.
Actually, that does make my life easier. Do you know what I have to do for the mods to make their names work? I could just go back to last season's mods. I've got logos. I've got camo. This is easy. This is great. Okay, let's do it. I'll ask them if they're no, it's not really. Not really. I just pulled my headset off a little bit.
Yeah, I said just do it anyways. I don't even ask them, just do it.
Yeah.
After what they put us through tonight.
Oh, you blame them for that? I don't know, man. I wouldn't hold it against them. Everybody had to suffer through that one. So, I think we could say this. Top tier, topper tier, they know what's up. They're experienced. Their guys know how to play, and they did it. They won. They made it through to the end. Winner of this, that's the team that faces our second place from silver, Danger Close. Danger Close, big expectations.
Now, once again, the advantage that they have that we were talking about is they've been sitting here watching the matches tonight. They get to watch the first match, so they've seen what all these teams can do, have a little bit of time to kind of work on their strats. They've been practicing on their own as well, so we'll have to see if they can put up a fight for them. Definitely should be entertaining nonetheless. Hopefully a ton less disconnects than we had tonight. We'll have to see what happens.
It was something. Well, Brox, it was a pleasure, sir. Thank you for joining me for my first official night of the WGLNA. Let's do this again Thursday.
First night back.
First night back. So, thank you all so much. This one's been fun. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm Randall Rucco Holcomb, James Rockstar Greaves. This has been the WGLNA Gold Qualifiers for Season 2.
We'll see you guys on Thursday.
Yep.
Have a good night, everybody.